guns gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vaccino's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Gentlemen, this is 11th edition Manifest. Oh my god. Games Workshop have revealed the new terrain rules. And what can I say? What can I say but this? You know it's happening. You know it's coming. Send me to the black ships. Vindication! Woo, baby. Once again, the cult of the just wait and see is in shambles. Shambles, I say. Shambles. Don't worry, Mordian. The rumors won't be true. Mordian, the leaks that you're telling us won't be true. Well, well, well. How many times, chat? How many times must my detractors be left in the dirt? How many times must I be proven right before you will put your faith in me? I called this before anyone else on the internet. I called this. Not only did I predict this a year ago, but I also specifically leaked this information before anyone else. I got this out there before Auspex Tactics, before Valrak, before anyone else. And people still waited. People still waited for the false prophets. They still waited for others. But no, once again, I've been proven right. And once again, I have a celebratory rum and coke. And I am very ready to talk about the new terrain rules. And let me tell you, Auspex ordered video out. Gaming Stuka, don't make me come back there and hit you with my ring hand. You, Gaming Stuka, you know what? I'm banning you. That's it. That's it. Because you know you're lying. You know you're lying. You know that I got my video out about the new terrain on Friday or Thursday last week, and Auspex didn't get his video out until this week. So that's it. Off you go. That's it. You're going in timeout for a minute. Anyway, so what does all this mean? What does all this mean? Well, the age of the gun is over. The age of melee is here. There's no way to sugarcoat this. There is no other way to put this. The age of melee is now here for 3 years. It's not just going to be for 6 months or anything like that. Every single edition is defined by one or two things. And it could be one thing, it might be two things. At the beginning of 10th edition, the entire game was defined by shooting and vehicles. Monsters and vehicle meta. You guys remember me telling you this. You remember I called this and I was right in 10th edition, right? And then what happened? In the US, it still stayed like that for a little bit. But despite what the Americans might think, they are not the home of Warhammer. And what you needed to do, to all of you who coped and coped and coped again, to predict this, how did I predict it? Did my English and contacts come through? No. I just knew the direction it was going in, because where am I based? In the UK. And where is GW going to... Where GW is going to base their information off? The UK. Base their decisions off. And what has been happening in the UK on the tables with the terrain for the last 12 to 18 months? It's been getting denser and denser and denser. No one plays on GW terrain in the UK. Everyone plays on UKTC and WTC. Do you know who also plays on those tables? The head of the GW balance team. The head of the GW balance team. What? And so, of course, and what does the head of the GW balance team play? He's been playing Blood Angels, and he's been playing other melee armies the entire edition. The entire one. And he doesn't make the game design decisions, but he will be feeding things back. And as the edition has gone on, the tables have got denser and denser and denser in the unofficial areas. And it was only... This was all an indication of where the game was going to go. And here we are. These are the densest boards that Warhammer 40k has ever had. 16 pieces of terrain were predicted. 16 pieces of terrain have come through. There you are. And so what are we going to do today? We are going to go through the terrain rules. We are going to point out what this means for Warhammer 40k and how it is going to define the beginning of the edition and probably, I would say, the first year to 18 months of the edition. There's a lot to unpack here, and it's all really, really important. Maybe there was 15 pieces. 15, 16. 15, 60 pieces of terrain with 1 piece of terrain margin for error. There you are. There you are. All right. And we are going to go through all this today, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you why this is so important. Because terrain maketh the game. Terrain defines everything. Terrain determines what units are good and what units are bad. What units get taken and what units get left on the shelf. And that in turn defines the meta. That in turn defines the player experience. And I've been saying this for a long time. Terrain is the most important thing in 40k. And here we are. Here we are. How fucked are shooting armies? Catastrophe? Well, they didn't get better in this edition. They didn't get a buff. Let's put it that way. Oh, man. All right. This is going to... I'm going to make a bold prediction. They aren't getting the reach. You're right. Absolutely right, Warhammer Beyond. They aren't getting a reach around. Exactly. I'm going to make a prediction. I think that... Well, we'll see. We'll see. I think that some guard players are going to really struggle with this. I think some guard players are going to really struggle with this. I think we will be able to improvise, adapt, and overcome. But I think there's going to be some real chances of struggling with this. Yeah, yeah. I don't think you're going to put it this way. I don't think you're going to see many guardsmen in the guard army. Yeah, yeah. So you know what we're going to do whilst we're starting this poll. We're going to do a little poll. While starting the stream, we're going to do a little poll. One minute. There you are. All right. There we go. Let's see. That might not be the most unbiased poll, But we'll let it run. All right. Let's have a look here. So let's get into this. You will all be able to lambast me. We've got too many people in here today for a roll call. And I want to get right into it today. So I want to say a huge thank you to everyone who joined. If you want to spam 07 in the chat and do a little personal roll call, that's awesome. Let's see how many we got on the stream today. Don't forget to like and subscribe as well. I know it's bullshit when YouTubers ask you to do that, but it really does genuinely help. And I also want to say a big thank you to everyone who's got the stream popping off. And let's go through the super chats and stuff first, because I imagine a lot of these super chats are going to be related to what we're talking about today. And once we've caught up, they're going to be a real feeling of what the community is thinking about this whole thing. And once we've done that, we'll go through the rules and the reveals from GW themselves. All right. So starting off, I'll say big thanks to Simple Logic. Thank you for the gift of membership. I'll say big thanks to Tiki, Banzai, double Banzai, Banzai, because you did a super chat and a gift of membership. Thank you for the support, man. I don't get the beef. You lay out your own table. Not around here, partner. Not around here. GW will tell you your layout, and you will like it. Karl, thank you, super chat. Hi, StarCraft K47 4th edition glory. Hooray! Hey, I'm going to give 11th edition a fair shout, but let's put it this way. I don't think I'm going to be winning anything anytime soon. All right. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. So we welcome our new melee overlords. Yeah. I think this is a melee player's wet dream come true. What was only a dream is now a frightening reality. Yeah. I saw I think this is the I think melee players are being massively coddled. I do. I'm just going to say it. I think melee players are the most coddled army type of player in all of 40k. They've never ever had it so good, and they'll still find ways of complaining. Maybe now they finally won't, but at this point, GW might as well. I don't think we're playing Warhammer 40k anymore. I think we're playing Warhammer 40 BC. That's what I think we're playing. Yeah, that's what I think we're playing. Lord Castellan, thank you for the super chat. My local group is already looking into modifying our terrain. It looks like some might be okay. My group's Discord is popping off. Bro, here's the thing. Here's the thing. People are inherently selfish. So your group is basically going to consist of shooting players voicing legitimate concerns, and the vast majority of melee players knowing that those concerns are legit, but not wanting to admit it, and basically like coming up with a bunch of cope and gaslighting and fucking muddying the waters to make it seem like it's not totally fucked, but actually it's all right, but really it's fucked. No, that's what's gonna happen. That's what you're gonna see in every. That's what you're gonna see in every group. I guarantee it. Nick the Salamander, thank you for 27 months, man. X-Force, baby! Yes, mate. Black ship emoji when? I mean, if there's a Mordian face emoji, that's now the black ship emoji. I am now a psyker.
You heard me.
I am now a psyker. How many times do I need to be sent to the black ships? Guys, if you've been following this channel for the last year, every single prediction that I have made has come true. And someone at GW must be running around like, where's the leak? Where's the leak? Where's the leak? I'm going to let you into a little secret. There was no leak. I just know how GW operates. I've just been in this game for so long that I no longer see the matrix. I just see blonde, brunette, redhead. I don't see the numbers. I'm like, I've played these games before. Did I not say that everything that... Did I not say that the boards were going to get denser? Did I not say? I said that you could go back, check the receipts, check the streams, check the videos. I said the boards are going to get denser. They're not going to open up. I said, I hope. I said, I hope that the boards open up, but I think they're going to get denser. And we all had a bit of a joke about it. We're like, no, no, no. Wait. Here we are. There you are. There you are. Board Baobab. Thank you for super chat. Good thing I play World Eaters. I mean, of course, there are going to be some people that absolutely love this, but they're not going to love it for charitable reasons. They're going to love it because they're going to be like, oh yeah, now I get to fuck people. You see, Bob, this is it. This is it. You know? There you are. Bob Babab, you and every other melee player is going to have a great time. Like, honestly, I'm tempted to... I mean, I've got 200 plus orc infantry just ready to be primed. Maybe I just need to... maybe I just need to just get the green tide painted up. But I only need 120 boys, don't I? Yeah. There you are. Just get 120 boys painted up. Bish, bash, bosh. Let's go. Hashtag buy more boys. Always. What do we got here? Nick the Salamander. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for the support. Actor Nate, 24 months. Ball pistol, baby. Yeah. Love it, man. Dude, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And thank you for supporting the channel for the last 2 years. You absolute giga chad. I will raise my glass to you. There you are. All right. Starbucks Smeg. So shall I not buy any tanks then? We're going to get... So there is... Here's the thing. There is chance for tanks to maneuver around. But they won't be able to see very much. So the ruins are... The boards are very, very dense. But you are going to be able to move over some of the terrain, but not other bits. Which will be get. So I'll show you guys now. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. We've got more super chats, but I'll still show you guys. So you see the yellow bits of terrain. You'll be able to move over those with any unit. You just won't be able to end on them. So, but the green ones you won't be able to move over or through with vehicles. So you'll be able to take a Lehman Russ and like move it to like here, for example. But you remember you've got to clear it. You've got to clear it. So it is very possible. And I think all of the terrain is obscuring. So you won't be able to see over any of it, but you will be able to move over some of it. But then the problem is definitely going to come into things like move blocking. And you've got to think some of these gaps are very, very, very tight. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. Vindication for Team Lehman Russ. I don't think Rogal Dawns are going to be that. I suspect Rogal Dawns will not be meta. Simply due to the fact that they'll be too hard to maneuver. Yeah. Yeah. So I think Liam Russes are back on the menu, for sure. Yeah. What do we got next? Starbucks Meg, thank you for the gifted membership as well, man. Amazing. There you are. Nick Salamander, thank you for super chat. How long until artillery gets another nerf? I mean, the artillery is already nerfed because of the hidden rule, which we'll get into as well. The hidden rule's a bit more defined now. Like, it's not any unit, it is infantry only. But that will just push people to take infantry only so that they can avoid being hit by artillery and stuff. So hidden. So here's the thing. This is the process you got to go through. Hidden is only for infantry and infantry-like objects, right? So you go, oh, well, that means artillery is still viable because that means that people, because I'll be able to target their vehicles. And then it goes, then you swing back and go, but artillery, A, isn't that good into vehicles unless it's like the siege cannon and then it's very swingy. And B, will that not just push everyone into taking infantry? So artillery has basically been nerfed by this. Artillery has been nerfed by this because it's just not going to have the targets that it needs. Because, again, if we look at the map here, you can hide your artillery, but you have to be within 15 inches to be able to target someone that's hidden. So if you try and backline your artillery, as is tradition, have it near the back, it won't be able to do anything all game. And infantry units will just be able to hop from here to here to here to here to here to here, and you'll never actually be able to use it. If you look at the layouts of these maps, if you're a melee player, if you are a melee player and you build your army right, you will never need to expose yourself if you don't want to. Ever. You can jump from terrain piece to the terrain piece and never be seen until you want to be seen. It's very, very pro melee, this. Yeah. Yeah. Capic Eagle, thank you, Super Chat. Reject the melee meta. Embrace the guard. I agree. The National Guard for Conflict 47. Hey, you know what? We are gonna let the cards fall where they will. We are going to try out a bit of 11th edition. We are going to see if it looks as spicy as it first appears. But I guarantee you we probably will be getting a new Reject the Meta, Embrace the Guard video. Yeah. A new guard hype video. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look. Feldsky, doesn't hidden rule only get applied to that do not shoot? That should allow us to be useful, yeah. Yeah, so you know those bolt pistols on those intercessors, on those melee intercessors. Well, not even, you know those bolt pistols on, like, you know, the jump pack intercessors? Oh no, you're not going to fire them. Do you see what I mean? Like, they've only got a fucking 12-inch range anyway. You're just not, if you're taking a melee unit, it's like you just don't shoot. And why would you? Your shooting is just bullshit spare firepower. You don't care about it. Will indirect not ignore hidden? No, if indirect ignores hidden, it would completely defeat the point of hidden. The whole point of hidden is that you can't be alpha struck. That's its point. That's its point. So if they go, oh, indirect fire ignore hidden, it completely defeats the point of hidden existing as a rule. Yeah, so no, I mean, we don't know 100%, but I would be very, 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 very surprised if indirect would avoid hidden. I think anyone that's hoping that's going to be the case, you are taking a big hit of copium, right? You're taking you might actually be copium overdosing. Yeah. Mad Larkin, 12 inch means you can't be seen. No, dude, that's exactly my point. So the point is that it's only infantry that don't shoot that get the benefit of hidden, right? Well, of course, well, that means the guys with the melee units with bolt pistols aren't going to be shooting anyway. They're going to be jumping from terrain piece to the terrain piece. And by the time their pistols are in range, the hidden thing won't matter anymore, but they're going to be able to jump forward 12 inches, shoot you, and then charge you. So there's no downside to being a melee, you know, traditional melee unit with a pistol and a close combat weapon versus a shooting army. Yeah. That's my point, yeah. Cosmic Truth, thank you for super chat. We already didn't know this was going to happen. Coward, I feel like Yarrick right now, looking at the governor, quick complaining about it and tell us how to win. What in our army is now our best tactics? I mean, Cosmic, of course, I am going to be doing lots of tournament unit reviews. Of course, you doubt me, sir. You doubt me. I'm just saying that it's not a shooting edition. Guys, it's just not a shooting edition. I'm not even being... Here's the thing. I'm not even being that beefy. Am I beefing? Am I raging? No. Am I just talking objectively about the facts of the case? The facts of the case is... I'm not saying quit 40k. I'm not saying fuck off over anywhere else or fuck 40k, it's all doomed or anything like that. I am saying that it's not a shooting edition, it's a melee edition. If you are interpreting that as negative, that is you projecting. That is you projecting onto me, Cosmic. That's you projecting onto me. So you're the coward. You're the governor. There you are. You're projecting, Cosmic. Meryl, thank you for the gifted membership. As always, sir, thank you for doing your part. Full Metal Owl, thank you for the super chat. Praetorian test model in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Nice. That looks cool. Hey, and he's got a bayonet. He's going to need that. That looks awesome, man. Are they the Bulldogs from Wargames Atlantic? They look really good, man. Nice. There we are. Nice, that's nice. All right, what do we got next? Cabot Eagle, thank you for super chat. If Indirect ignores the new 15-inch hidden mechanic, new artillery meta incoming, invest in fob stocks now, mortars going to the moon. Guys, Cabot Eagle, the copium is off the scale. What have I been telling you? What have I been warning you about before the launch of this edition? What is good now will be bad. What is bad now will be good. On all of your heavy weapon teams and artillery teams and your fobs, what is bad right now? All the direct fire options. What is good right now? All the indirect fire options. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships! I told you it was coming. I told you it was coming. There you are. There you are. What have we got next? You're going to need them las cannon on an upside. Autocannon heavy weapon dudes might actually be quite good now. Because AP1. I will say one thing. And I mean this is a good I mean this sincerely. I really like that AP -1 weapons are now back on the table again. Changing to being in cover to -1 to hit instead of being +1 to your cover save, I think genuinely opens up a whole new spectrum of weapon. I think autocannons and heavy bolters are now back on the table, and I think flamers as well are quite nice, especially if you can get extra AP on those flamers as well. Things like Aquilon's eye. Is it Aquilon eye flamers? Yeah, Aquilon eye flamers could be quite spicy because you could get AP auto hitting AP -1. Could be good. And the -1 blitz skill stacks with stealth. It does. The -1 ballistic skill stacks with stealth. So this is another big mark against traditional shooting, which is why things like flamers and heavy flamers are going to be very important. Krieg heavy weapon teams are going to be probably quite good. And Heavy flamers on tanks could be quite good again. Yeah. There you go. Most flames already ignore cover. No, they do. That's true. That's very true. But it's going to become more relevant now because of the -1 to hit. It's going to be about... It's like two things are happening here. You've got AP -1 weapons are more relevant again, and you've got auto-hitting weapons more relevant again. And both of these are more relevant because of the change from AP to less... The change from getting a better save to being harder to hit. Yeah. So what's going to happen to top weapons that ignore cover? The -1 to hit won't be anything to torrent. So ignores cover doesn't mean anything. I guess Hellhounds are going to be popping off in 11th. I thought torrent just... Oh, I see what you mean. Because torrent... Doesn't torrent just give you auto hit? Right? So torrent just gives you auto hit. From what I remember. So it's still working exactly the same way as it is now, essentially. Unless I'm misunderstanding it. Torrent doesn't... Torrent is the auto-hitting part of it. Ignores cover is a different part of it. So I guess what you're saying is, well, if I've got torrent, I'm auto-hitting, so I don't... So how does that affect cover? That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, yeah. Ignores cover is a separate rule from torrent. Yeah, so you probably don't need to have torrent and ignores cover now. You'll just have torrent, and then other weapons will get ignores cover. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So basically, rather than having torrent and ignores cover, you'll have torrent or ignores cover. If you want to be able to hit people in cover effectively. There. What have we got next? Trooper, my boy. Thank you for 23 months. X-Force, baby. 07, sir. Keep up the good work. You too, man. You too. Also, thank you for the super chat, my man. Rules change, but models are immortal. Once again, my 30... Rules change, but models are immortal. Once again, my 30-year-old Commandrus with Melters, Las Cannon, and Demartian Cannon has a meta loadout. Praise be! Praise be! It's so true. As long as you hold on to your models long enough, they will constantly end up going through a cycle of usability from S tier to shelf tier. S tier to shelf tier. They're both S tier. One's just up here, one's just down here. There you are. So, yeah, no, I mean, but I don't think the Demartian Cannons are going to be meta. I love the meme, but I don't think the Demartian Cannons are going to be meta because they're going to be too unreliable. If Demartian Cannons were D6 plus 3 shots, I think we'd be okay. But Demartian Cannons with D6 plus 1 shots are too swingy. Plus, you could be... plus, you could be hitting at -2 between stealth and... not hidden, stealth and cover. I mean, if you don't have... Put it this way. If you are shooting against someone that's got stealth and is in cover, as a guard player, you will be... If you don't put take aim on your vehicles, or your vehicles fail their battle shock, you'll be hitting on 6s. Orcs are basically permanently hitting on 6s the entire edition because they don't really have a way of getting +1 to hit in many cases. They gave the orcs a bunch of shooters and they're never going to use them. Tau are actually surprisingly going to be okay because they will be able to use the marker light to ignore cover, and then which will mean they'll be hitting on 4s. And if someone's got stealth, they'll be able to, which would make them hit on 5s, they'll be able to use guided to get a +1 to hit on 4s again. So for most people, for most time, Tau are going to be running around hitting on 3s. Yeah. Yeah. Well, stealth now gives that inherent 15 low knot rule, and if cover they get 9-inch. So what the leaks said is they do stack Verax. It is possible that stealth will change in a different manner, but I suspect it'll be just stacking -1s to hit. I suspect that'll be the case. Yeah. The Warp Forge, thank you for the 43 months, man. Just wait until Markalites. Sorry, X-Force. Just wait until the Markalites ignore the hidden rule. I can so see that happening. Oh, man. Yeah. I can so, man. I can so see that happening. But right now, that's not how it works. Right now, that isn't how it works. Right now, it just basically allows Tau to actually still shoot. Yeah. Jarl Axel, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for your support, man. Thank you for doing your part. Cool German dude, thank you for super chat, man. Tournament play sounds like it's dead, but narrative games with mates, the men, they yearn for the hills. I don't think tournament play is dead, man. No. No. If you're in America, welcome to the British meta. If you're in Britain, you're already getting fisted by fast-moving elite melee armies anyway. So that's just going to continue to happen. Yeah. That's going to continue to happen. So, yeah, it's not that tournament play is dead. It's just that... Yeah. Atomic Tyranny has it. Mate, the Americans don't get it. They haven't played on UKTC before. This is effectively bringing UKTC to the USA. I guarantee they'll hate it. Oh, 100%. The Americans are going to hate it for two reasons, okay? One of them is going to be because they've not experienced terrain this dense before. As a general rule. Some people do play on dense terrain, but as a general rule. And secondly, because the Americans will not appreciate the limey cunts telling them what to do. Understandable. USA! USA! There you are. What have we got next? Sir Newbie, thank you for super chat. Little meme about redoing Guard Army in 11th in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let me have a look here, man. A little bit about rereading my Guard Army 11th. Okay, here we go. Given the 11th terrain rules, I might redo my Guard Army again. No longer in the trenches, boys. We're in the jungle, baby. And the L-shaped ruins are speaking Tawamese. I love that. I am the guard. I'm the guard racks. I speak to the trees. Why are the trees speaking? Worldy trees. There you are. Berserkeries. There you are. What do we got after that? Jarl Axel, thank you for super chat, man. Have you heard when Warlord will be coming out with the Moraz Ghoul? Not sure how to spell it. Units to buy or plastic muscle mummies? Moraz Ghoul will be in the next tranche of pre-orders, so it'll be 6 months. Well, about 5 months from now. So you'll be able to pre-order them in about 2.5 months. And you'll be able to, they'll actually be on general release about 5 months from now. Because they're in the next tranche of plastic models coming, I believe. Yeah. All right. I hope that helps, man. As for plastic muscle mummies, I have no idea. At the moment, the best thing to do with the plastic muscle mummies is to get the bundle on the web store, if you've not seen it, which is basically all the muscle mummies you'll need. If I'll just show you guys quickly, because I know today is about 40k. But this bundle right here gets you 2 7-man squads of muscle mummies with the perfect loadout for each one. And I highly recommend. I honestly say to every Soviet player, this is an auto buy. Don't even think about it. You auto buy this. And after that, you can kind of do what you want. But that's such a good bundle. There's no reason not to do it. Yeah. There you go. Mark Talabotland, thank you so much for Super Chat. If there ever needed to be another Mordy Mind stream, you dare challenge Mordy Mind! Yeah, man, we do need another Mordy Mind stream. That was so funny. I have no idea how that happened. It just little YouTube bug, but it made for such a good meme, such a good moment. There you are. Yeah. There you go. Let's have a look. Brown Bread, thank you for 30 months. X-Force baby! Hobby update, halfway into painting some Space Marine Raptors. Oh, wow, nice. Look at these guys, man. I can't help but note, they all have melee weapons. Okay, not all of them. I was going to give you some shit. I was going to be like, you bandwagoning piece of shit, get back here. Nah, man, they look sick as fuck, mate. They look great. They actually look really, really, really good. Yeah.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Yeah, man. Nice. You've really nailed down the green on those models, and I think the little squad markings and extra bits of accoutrement and tactical equipment have gone a long way. Yeah, yeah, love that. Love that. All right. The muscle armor is a side issue. That's true. Yeah, the muscle armor is looks like it's a cool conversion. All right. What have we got next? I just want to close a few tabs here. We've got Justin. Thank you, Super Chat. Hellhound and Heavy Flamer spam better strip cover. Flamers and stuff will auto hit. So that's a given. There is a very strong chance that Heavy Flamers and Hellhounds become really meta. I think I think Hellhounds especially. The ability, if you think about it, we're going to head towards... We are going to be entering a fast-moving melee edition. And you're going to need to have Hellhounds because not only are they going to auto-hit, not only are they not going to care that much about the whole hidden thing, because they'll basically, 18-inch range, but 15, 18, whatever. You'll be able to get in range to bring your guns to bear, no problem. But it's the fact they're AP2. I think Hellhounds being AP2 is going to be huge. And I think Heavy Flamers are going to make a big comeback as well. I could definitely see Heavy Flamers and Hellhounds making a big comeback, because Heavy Flamers are going to wound most infantry you come across on 3s. And but then some of the harder stuff you'll wound on like 4s. But Hellhounds are, unless you're fighting like Custodians, you're pretty much going to be wounding on 3s the entire time against against the target you're most likely to encounter. And then you're probably kicking them down to either 5-up armor save or a 4-up invulnerable save at that point. Yeah. Land Raider Redeemers are a big shout, and I don't think a wrong shout either. Truth be told, I struggle to see conventional ballistic skill based shooting for a lot of armies being very relevant. I do. I mean, Guard. Anyone who's played Guard for any amount of time will tell you the moment that you get... Okay, I'm going to sound a bit pessimistic here, but it's not me... But understand this isn't beef. It is me sharing experience, and it is just an objective... It's just the truth that I have... It's just the truth. Okay, this is just the truth. One of the reasons that Guard struggled for a very long time and were never particularly meta, apart from like a brief spike in 5th edition, was because a lot of our shooting was based on ballistic skill 4+. Now, back in the day, it was ballistic skill 3, which meant you hit on 4s, but the point is, It's the fact that we hit on 4s. Now, it took the moment that guard players start hitting on 4s with any unit consistently, that unit tends to become rubbish. Because you think, oh, but it's 50-50, it'd be all right. But the reality is that unless the guard shooting unit is able to hit on 3s, it is really just not worth it. And a great example of this, and not from the old days, but from a more recent edition, 8th edition, for example, or the 8th edition codex, which saw us through pretty much all of 8th and 9th. So you could say this is an example from 9th edition as well, right? Over the course of 8th and 9th edition, Games Workshop made Lehman Russes cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, where we got to the point where we were getting a Lehman Russ Executioner, so that's the one with all the plasma, like decked out, for 130 points. Now, Executioners are pretty bloody good. They're probably one of the best options, and they've been one of the better options for a long time. So we were getting and there were cheaper variants than that. And even when they were at 130 points, and Lehman Russ Tank Commanders were, I think, coming in at about 230 to 250 points. They were very expensive. Guard players still chose the Lehman Russ Tank Commanders over the Executioners. And the simple fact was because Tank Commanders hit on 3s and every other Lehman Russ hit on 4s. So you could have a Tank Commander who was more than 100 points more expensive, who had exactly the same loadout, and didn't have, we didn't have datasheet abilities like this. It was just straight loadout to loadout. But the thing that made guard players basically have to go for the better option every time, go for the Tank Commander every time, was the fact that one hit on 3s, one hit on 4s. That's how big it is, going from hitting on 3s to going hitting on 4s as guard. And so that's why when the 9th edition codex came out and the take aim order basically changed from, after 5.5 years of guard players asking for it, the take aim order changed from rerolling 1s to hit to +1 to hit. Every guard player rejoiced. And that's why in 10th edition, take aim has been such a cornerstone for so many guard players, because it gives you +1 to hit. And now, what has happened is, unfortunately, I think that lesson has been forgotten. And so I think if cover is going to give everyone -1 to hit, and maybe even more minuses on top of that with things like stealth, I think we are actually back in those days. I've heard a few people saying this is very similar to 8th and 9th edition, and I actually do agree with that assessment. From a guard perspective, I do agree with that assessment, because we are going to be back in the days where has it got a base ballistic skill 3+? No, it's not worth it. So that's not me being pessimistic. I hope you guys can see I'm not raging. I'm not salting the snail or anything like that. I'm saying these are the lessons from history. This is my experience as someone who played all through those editions and editions before that. And that's what I can see is going to happen again. I can see people basically, I don't think you're going to see people taking hordes of guards and stuff like that, because I think that them hitting on 4s is just going to be terrible. Yeah, imagine you're a guard. If you're a guard squad and you're trying to hit on 5s the melter gun and then wound on 5s the melter gun against any armored target, I mean, you're just fucked, aren't you? Kazakin and Scions will probably be really prevalent. Yeah, I think so. As go-to guard infantry. So yeah, welcome to the Kajan meta, Steel Boy. Yeah. So yeah, that's my from my experience as someone who's played quite a lot of 40k over the last 15 years, and has played a lot of 8th, 9th, and 10th edition. And the funny thing is, right, this is not just a lesson from 8th and 9th edition. This is the lesson from all through Guard's history, because if you actually go back and look at some of the 4th edition battle ports that Simon and I have been doing, featuring the Guard only hitting on 4s is the biggest weakness. If you go back and watch those, but now I've bestowed this knowledge onto you. I've opened your eyes. The scales have fallen from your pupils. You will see, oh, that's why the Guard doesn't seem to be doing very much in these battle ports, because they're hitting on 4s. Yeah, and that's why template weapons were so good for Guard, especially the big ones, because it didn't matter if your ballistic skill was a bit squiffy, because you were shooting a template. Yeah. Nova Cannon meta, maybe. That's cool, German dude. That's a very interesting shout. Ooh. Ooh. Nova Cannons could be interesting. The Guard always does have a way to improvise, adapt, and overcome. We always have a way to pivot. The Nova Cannon ignores cover, so it doesn't suffer the -1 to hit. And it's got an inbuilt pip of AP. So that could actually be quite helpful. And against infantry, it's still going to be wounding on 3s. And that was the tank that was the worst Rust in 10th edition. And if it's bad in 10th, that means it's going to be good in 11th. There you are. There you are. So yeah, maybe. Yeah. Hey, guess what? All those Bane Blades are going to want to take those double heavy flamer sponsons now, aren't they? All right. What have we got next? Board Baobab. Thank you for super chat. Come on, dude. World is with Orcs. You and me will have some fun. You're going to change your channel to Morning Orky. I think you'll find the channel name is going to become Morkian Glory. There you are. Look, no, I think melee armies will have a lot of fun this edition. I think, let me say this. 11th edition is going to be peak 10th edition. It's going to be all about trading units. It's going to be all about staging. It's going to be all about melee. It's going to be all about elite infantry. This isn't 11th edition. This is peak 10th edition. There you are. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. No cowards here, guardsmen. Stand ready. Prepare your Creo weapon teams. Hold the line and stay strong. Stop their charge and unleash the Bullgrins. I mean, 18 Bullgrin is now Guard meta. is now Guard meta. I don't know, but if I may beef for just a moment. I don't know about you guys, but when I got into the Imperial Guard, my vision of my army was not 18 Bullgrin and 30 Rough Riders. I always saw those as the more flavorful niche units that people who liked them got into. When I got into the Guard, my vision was tanks and infantry. But as I keep saying, I think, it's a different game now. It's a different audience. I bet there'll be loads of people out there that are like, yay, I get to take no guardsmen in my Imperial Guard army. Maybe we're finally playing Astra Militarum rather than Imperial Guard. There you are. Cosmic, thank you, super chat. They hide, we use fire. They charge, more fire. Fire! I mean, regular flamers are going to be okay. I'll say this. Regular flamers are going to be okay, but I don't think they're going to be a wonder weapon in any way, shape, or form. Because they have no AP and they don't have great strength. I think regular flamers still probably miss out this edition. I think heavy flamers and above are legit because of the AP being very important. Krieg heavy weapon flamers could be good. Yeah, Krieg heavy weapon teams could be good for sure. Aquila, I mean, here's the thing: you could take a squad of 10 Catachans and a Catachan command squad, and you could in Grizzled Company, and then take another 10 Catachans, so it could do 2 orders, right? And then you could order that would get you. You'd have a heavy flamer and 5 flamers. And then you could use Aquila and I to order them all to have AP -1. I mean, yeah, there's something you could do there. So you'd have 5d6 strength 4 AP -1 hits auto hitting, which is an average of like roughly 20. Say it's 4 hits per gun. That's like 3.5. You can't ever get a 0.5. So we'll say 15 to 20 hits there. And then the heavy flamer is another sort of like 3 to 4 hits on there. So you're looking at 18 to 24 hits, roughly. With the heavy flaming AP2. Grizzled and what other detachment, though? I don't think Grizzled is going... I think Grizzled is going to be a 3-point detachment. Yeah. Yeah, I think Grizzled is going to be a 3-point detachment. Maybe Sonubi's right. Maybe you just go 1 20-man blob. I mean, you could take a command squad and 2 20-man blobs at Catachans and have 9, because you can have a regular flamer in the command squad and a heavy flamer. You'd have 2 squads with 4 flamers. That would be 9 regular flamers and a heavy flamer. I think combined arms will be 3 points as well. I think recon will be 2. I think Hammer of the Emperor will be 2. And I think the rest will be 1. Yeah. Yeah. What have we got? Trent, I'm just looking to see how 11th is going to fix issues in 10th. When they first announced it, I was hopeful, but I'm not seeing the rules that support it. It's not going to. Again, this is not pessimism. This is not. It's realism. It's me trying to basically. Well, look, it's just me showing my perspective, right? 11th edition isn't going to fix 10th edition. Any of you who are expecting big overhauls to the feeling of the game, I think that's not the case. This 11th edition is not going to fix the issues of 10th. 11th edition is going to, well, issues, if you see them as issues, it's not going to fix those issues. 11th edition isn't a big rewrite. 11th edition is an evolution of 10th. It is peak 10th edition. Yeah. That's the big thing. Yeah. So I think I don't think 11th is going to fix anything. I don't think 11th is going to fix anything of 10th. I think 11th is going to refine 10th or evolve it, but it's not going to be a radically it'll be radically different. Look, on a surface level, there will be big changes. Okay, so I don't want anyone thinking, oh, Mordi's lost the plot. No. On a surface level, there will be big changes, but on a fundamental level, it will be basically just an evolution of what we already have. Yeah. Do you think they're going to make Orcs OP in 11th? I doubt it. It tends to be the rule that if you get a codex early on in an edition, you have an initial spike of power which drops off over time. Yeah, so I think you'll start off well, but I don't think I would say look at Tyranids in 10th and their journey, and that's probably what you can expect for Orcs. T-Bucks, thank you for Super Chat, man. Bring flamers, hellhounds, and heavy weapon flamers. You are going to need a lot of flamers. The big question is going to be, will there be much need for anti-tank? I think here's the funny one. Here's the really funny one. Knights are probably going to be really meta. Crazy, I know, but I think knights are going to be massively meta. I think you're going to find knights are going to... Because the reason why knights are going to be meta is they basically get +1 to hit when within 12 inches. Just permanently, that's what towering does. If you're within 12 inches, you get plunging fire, which gives you +1 to hit. So if the enemy is out of cover and you're a knight shooting at them, you get you hit on 2s now. And if they're in cover, you still hit on 3s. So it's going to be a really weird one where it's going to be like you're going to have to prep for loads of like fast-moving melee infantry. But then you're also going to need to be aware that you still need to be able to kill one big knight a turn. That's the the thing you always have to have on your list, right? With the new time rule, knights ignore cover for the most part. Yeah, exactly. So the big question, what's going to be interesting on the knight front is, and I say knights going to be meta. It's going to be very, they could be meta or they could be completely irrelevant. And the reason why they could be completely irrelevant is because whilst in theory they might be able to hit really well, knights do tend to get bullied by fast-moving melee armies because they don't get their invulnerable saves against melee units. So you could, from one perspective, you could be like, I think knights could be a problem because they could be getting +1 to hit all the time, and they could be, really dominating from a damage point of view. But there's also going to be the issue where the knights are going to be playing in a field which they don't like playing in, where the melee armies run up to them and just tear them to pieces. So yeah, I think knights could be spicy, and you might still need to take them into account when building your lists from a guard perspective. But they could be really, done over by just the proclivity of how much fast-moving melee there's going to be. Yeah, so that one's 50-50 on where it's going to land. Yeah.
You heard me. I said creep.
Edward Bailey, thank you for super chat. Going by Tim's logic on what is good and what will be bad, that means in 11th, Bulgars will be bad because they're good now, and Vanquishers will be bad because they're good now. So, Vanquishers are probably not going to be as good now, which is a shame, because a Vanquisher with take aim shooting at an enemy vehicle, which is getting the benefit of cover and has pop smoke, which is obviously a lot of vehicles can do that, will hit on 5s. So Vanquishers are probably not going to be having a good time. I think it's a very sad day because Vanquishers are my personal favorite, but I do think the age of the Vank is probably over. Number 1. Number 2, do I think Bulgrins will be bad? I don't think Bulgrins will be bad initially. I can foresee Bulgrins getting nerfed, maybe even preemptively nerfed when the balanced data slate comes out. Because I think that they're going to be seen as a mandatory auto-include unit. And GW tends to have a policy. Well, for the last 18 months, GW's balance team has had a policy of, rather than raising up shitty units, they just twat what's at the top. Yeah. Hidden won't affect vehicles. Hidden won't affect vehicles, but hidden is different to the benefit of cover. Hidden is you can't be shot. That's its own thing. But the benefit of cover is simply -1 to hit. So if you've got even if you can see it, if you're shooting at an enemy vehicle or anything that has the ability to get -1 to hit that has benefit of cover, you're going to be hitting on 5s with a Vanquisher. I actually think the age of the Vanquisher is over, but I think there's a very, very strong chance that the El Clasico is back. Which is interesting. I'm not totally against that. So the El Clasico is the Lemurus battle tank with heavy bolters, las cannon, and the battle cannon. And the reason why the El Clasico could be back is because it has full rerolls to hit when shooting at enemies on objectives. And terrain pieces are going to be objectives. So yeah, you might be, if you give it take aim and someone's in cover, you're going to be hitting on 4s, but you're going to have full rerolls to hit. So the and the AP -1 now matters. It didn't used to matter. The AP -1 now matters because the benefit of cover isn't going to just completely cook that AP -1. And the heavy bolters could be useful for similar reasons because they're AP -1, but the sustained hits could be really nice because of you having -1 to hit, you looking for 6s so that you can try and generate more hits. It'll be interesting to see if the El Clasico, and you'll want the and you'll still want the las cannon because the las cannon will give you a little bit of punch against vehicles, and you still want that little bit of punch. But hey, maybe triple heavy bolter will be back. It could be a Dawn of War 1 pattern, Lehman Russ, where you got 3 heavy bolters and a battle cannon. Maybe. That is a good point, Gals Parks. Cover won't affect Overwatch rolls unless Overwatch changes. But as of what we know right now, it won't affect Overwatch. What have we got next? Akashareka, thank you so much for Super Chat, man. You think should be cover will be more important? I do, and I just realized that's another point in favor of the Hellhounds. Hellhounds might be mandatory because of the ability for them to not only ignore cover themselves, but strip cover from the enemy. Ooh. My God, you know what? We might be back in 4th edition. Holy shit, boys. We back in 4th edition now. It's Hellhound, Battle Tank, meta incoming. That's actually a really big deal. Yeah, that's actually a really big deal. Yeah. Peak 40k. The blessed age has come. Rejoice. Maybe. We're definitely in. That, yeah. This is what I mean. It's easy to get. This is why you may notice at the beginning, like, you may notice that I've not been like, it's all fucked. 11th edition's fucked. We're all fucked. Like, nah. But 11th edition is going to be different, but we are going to have to improvise, adapt, and overcome. But there are going to be different things that are needed. The people that I think will struggle this, the people that I think will struggle with this the most will be newer players or guard players who haven't yet developed the deep armory of models. You know, the Vrax level armory of models. Siege of Vrax is a great series if you've not read into it. Most people, a lot of people know about it, but you know, there's always new people who are learning the lore and everything. So yeah, Siege of, I think we could be in. If you're a newer player, this is probably going to be a bit frustrating. If you like, I mean, let's look at it this way. If you're someone that's in 10th edition as a guard player, it's the only edition you've known, and you've been listening to the false prophets telling you that the Rogel Dawn is the better tank, and you've been listening to the false prophets that have been telling you like, oh no, you don't want to, who've been well, basically telling you Rogel Dawns are better, and now you're going to see that you're going to be there going, but I was told Rogel Dawns are really good, and now I've got to go out and buy their bunch of Lehman Russes. Yeah. So yeah, I think the guard will be able to improvise, adapt, and overcome, but I think the people who are going to suffer from this the most are the people that haven't been through edition change before and who are now realizing why guard players who have been playing for a long time I mean, you see all this Warhammer behind me? This is not exceptional. For any guard player that's played basically two plus editions, this is normal. Because this is the product of having to have a deep armory so that you could always improvise, adapt, and overcome, no matter the changes. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. But yeah, so yeah, the edition is going to be very different, but I do think that there's going to be it's going to be a bit of a paradox, right? 11th edition in some ways is going to be peak 10th edition, where melee elite armies are going to be very dominant, but it's also it's going to feel very same in that way, but it's also going to feel very different in the way that some of the tools you'll be bringing will be different. So it's going to feel, you're going to get a lot of, my prediction is, clip it or keep this in the back of your mind when you're seeing discussions around 11th edition. You're going to have what seems like two contradicting arguments being made by very different people. You have people saying, "Oh my god, this feels so different. This is amazing," and you're going to have people that are saying this is more of the same shit. The ironic thing will be is that both of them will be right, and that's not me fence sitting. Both of them will be right. Fundamentally, there will be a very similar experience here, I think, with, like I said, just from a very high level overview, fast moving elite melee meta. And so that's going to feel very similar for a lot of people. But I think in the specifics, you sort of like a lot of factions are going to be like Guard, for example, not vanquish as battle tanks. That kind of thing. So there'll be some specific tools that will change to address the same but different situation that we find ourselves in. I do wonder how Mech Guard is going to play in all this. It may be a Mech Guard edition. And I know that sounds crazy with the terrain that we're on. But let me tell you this. I've been playing Mech Guard on this kind of terrain for 3 full years now. And a bit longer than that if you take into account a lot of 9th edition as well, right? But let's say I've been playing on this kind of terrain for the last 3 years, and my go-to way of making this work, because obviously I've been playing on UK terrain, right? And you guys are going to start playing on it as well, has been Mech Guard. I think the only difference that might happen here is instead of taking like 2 artillery pieces with someone to order them, we now might be looking at 2 Hellhounds instead. Also, there's a chance, being able to melee straight out of transports could be a big one. It could be Mech Guard with some Ogryns inside the transports and stuff. Yeah, I think the more I think about this, I think you're going to be going down a Mech Guard route, but heavy flamers on those chimeras. I mean, think about this. Has the Scout Mirror changed? Look at the Scout Mirror. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. I've been saying Mech Guard is gonna be the way. I've been saying it's gonna be the way. The Scout Mirror is actually loving life right now, because the Scout Mirror comes with double heavy flamer. Oh, that's quite useful. And the guys in the back. Oh yeah, Catachans. You guessed it, with 2 flamers. Waiter! 1 Stormlord with heavy flamers and 18 Ogryn, please. I love that. Yeah. Yeah, we could be in a Mech Guard edition. We could be. I think Guard armies would either go down a Mech Guard route or an 18 Bulgrin, 30 Rough Rider route. Yeah. Fool's Fate. So TOs are pissed about the footprint changes. The meeting said there wouldn't be any changes. What did I say? If GW tells you it's the same game you know and love, that means there's going to be big changes. All right. Edgeless, thank you so much for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Almost Famous, thank you for the 21 months. Battle Shock or 8th edition morale? I prefer 8th edition morale because it's more impactful. Morale should be very impactful. One of the things that I find less immersive about 40k is that because there's always going to be some way you can like hand wave away morale being important, like, oh, but my space marines wouldn't feel fear and all that kind of stuff. But I think morale is more than anything else. Morale is what determines the victor and the loser in real combat. If you have an arm, if you cannot break your enemy, you cannot beat them. This has been proven throughout all of human history. From pitch battles to insurgency and asymmetrical warfare, if you cannot break your enemy's resolve, if you cannot break their morale, then you cannot beat them. You can kill them, but you cannot beat them. And so I think that morale should be more impactful, and I think 8th edition had much more impactful morale. Yeah. Starbucks Meg, thank you for super chat. Who's going to salute and what are you excited to see? I'm not going to salute, so I'm not particularly excited to see anything. But if anyone in chat is going, let me know. Let me know what you think. Yeah, I've never been to salute. I've heard it's good though. Javo, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. Lucky Cast, do you think large vehicles will get new rules now? I don't think so. The only thing I might see... Okay, so this is something that's coming up a lot. People are a little worried about how large vehicles are going to operate in this environment. I think you'll be able to move over the yellow terrain without any issue. You just won't be able to end your move on it. Now, that could still cause problems, things like Bane Blades and stuff. So perhaps they will say that... if you're a Bane Blade, you can, or if you're a super heavy, you can, like a Titanic, you can end on the yellow terrain pieces. Personally, I don't think the yellow terrain pieces should stop you at all. I think you should be able to drive through them and be able to land on them as well, for all intents and purposes. Yeah, I can see like green terrain should be, like impassable. Yellow terrain should be passable. If it was up to me, I would have green terrain as impassable for all units, but yellow terrain being passable for all units. That should be the difference. Because it's, not every wall can be like scrambled through and breached and everything. Sometimes you've got to go around. So if it was me, I would say yellow terrain, all units can move through it. Green terrain, no units can move through it. But we'll see. At the moment, the understanding is that green terrain is how we know it in 10th. Yellow terrain is you can move over it, but not end on it. Yeah. That's what I think. The only issue is with some units like Bane Blades is they can sometimes struggle to clear the footprint. So you may find Bane Blades are basically Tokyo drifting around the board, which won't be the most immersive thing, I will say. Would large tanks get a cover save within terrain? If they get a cover save now, I suspect they'll get a cover save in 11th. However it works now will be similar. Metric Steel, thank you for super chat. New with what we've seen favors melee. Being hidden, flame weapons, and dense terrain. I swear this edition doesn't lead to a big character release. I'm going to lose my mind. This new edition will absolutely favor melee. And absolutely will favor flamer weapons. And absolutely will consist of very dense terrain. 100%. 110%. As for a big Catachan release, I will always say this. Be careful what you wish for. You may get your big Catachan release and somehow GW fucks it up and doesn't give you any flamers. There you are. Yeah. I don't know, Ron, was the article made it seem like only Infantry, Swarm, and Beast get cover? We'll look into it. Maybe they do. That could be a big change. Let's have a look. Sneaky Git, thank you for the super chat. There still could be important parts of the rules not shown yet, which may change the whole picture. Don't you think next reveal could shuffle it a bit again? I think there is always a chance that new reveals will change the picture. If I were a betting man, I would say any reveals from this point will refine the picture. So now it's blurry. That the pic, we know it's like we know we're looking at some sunflowers, but it's very pixelated. But we know the sunflowers are there. We've got the gist of it, right? As more reveals go on, I think that we will start getting a clearer and clearer picture of the specifics. But I think we have enough information now to have some general understanding of what the game's going to be like. I think probably you'll have a 70% understanding of the game and how it's going to feel. But I think the final 30% will bring a lot of refinement. I think a good example of this is people are saying like the Vindicare Assassin, he can't snipe now because of the whole hidden thing. Like part of that final 30%, part of that refinement, it wouldn't surprise me if they gave the Vindicare Assassin like an exception to like, you can't hide. And maybe snipers in general will have a rule like that. If you are a sniper, you cannot be hidden against snipers, which will be very, very cool. So I think, of course, in the future, we will see exceptions. I think we'll see refinement. I think we will see more information that will allow us to start crafting lists more and more accurately. But I think I think at this point we have a very strong idea of what we can expect from the edition. Yeah. So which I think is a fair assessment. And I think, look, guys, I know I am a big beefy boy. And I have been quite beefy for the last year, basically, But I hope you guys can see I'm genuinely not being like seriously beefy with the new edition. I have some observations, some mild concerns in some areas. But generally speaking, I'm just talking fairly objectively about it. And whilst I'm memeing on it a little bit, I think it's going to be look, put it this way. I've been fucking bored of 10th edition for a little while. And I'm looking forward to 11th edition. Even if, I don't know. I'm looking forward to 11th edition just to mix things up a bit. Yeah. I'm looking forward to 11th edition just to mix things up a little bit. So I'm not beefing on this, because I know we've got some people in this community that are like, they're rushing in, they're ready to try and like wash the GW balls, they're ready to like try and lambast me and everything. And unfortunately, guys, I'm not going to give you the ammo tonight. I'm not going to give you the ammo tonight. I am firmly on, hey, this looks kind of interesting. We're going to look at the good and the bad, but we're going to take it all with an understanding that the picture still needs to become unpixelated at this point. Yeah. Let's have a look. What do we got next? Dark Knight Curran, thank you for super chat. So all in on Tau breaches. Breaches, I would say you don't need to buy any right now, but if you've got any in your pile of shame, I'd start working on them. And the reason for that is we don't know if they're going to get points points nerfed. It's the same reason with Bulgrins. Like if you have if you have any Bulgrins right now in your pile of shame, I'd start working on them. But I would be acutely aware of the fact that we know a balanced update is going to come at the beginning of the edition, and units that might be perceived as auto-include by Games Workshop could get heavily nerfed. So GW's pattern of nerfing, and it may change at the beginning of the edition, of course, but for the last 18 months, one of the patterns, one of several patterns in GW's approach to balance has been if something, not only if something has been very strong has it been nerfed, but also another reason you might get nerfed is if it's seen as an auto-include. And if 18 Ballgrin are seen as an auto-include, then they could cop a big points change for GW to be like, no, take something else. And the same could happen to Tau Breaches. You may find that your breaches could go up in points quite a lot. But, like I said, I think if you've got some, there's no shame on working on them now. I would be reticent to drop Big Cheddar until the picture becomes unpixelated. Yeah. I wonder, Dark Knight Curl, I don't think this will be the case, but I do wonder, could it be true? Could the prophecy be foretold? Could we be in the age of the Pulse Carbine on Fire Warriors? It's never been done. It's never been done. If we get viable Pulse Carbines, I will be a Tau main. You know, like I don't know how they'd make them. Because right now, I don't know if they're that viable. Right now, I actually think Pulse Carbines will be in a worse spot because I think their only advantage is they get one extra shot between like between 18 and 24 inches. And that's gonna be completely meaningless with the hidden rule. So actually, Pulse Rifles might become more relevant. But if they made Pulse Carbines do something else, like 3 shots, 18-inch range or something, I could see, yeah. I could see the Pulse Carbine meta incoming. Or well, not meta incoming, the Pulse Carbine being the slightly better choice for Fire Warriors. Yeah. What have we got here? Fat Boy Butcher, thank you for Super Chat, man. All the Infernus Marines out of Leviathan box might see some play now. That's a great point. I actually forget that Infernus Marines exist. And I think a lot of people have forgotten Infernus Marines exist. But they could become pretty relevant. Yeah, they could become pretty relevant. And aggressors with flame gauntlets as well. I remember Noise Marines exist. What? Noise Marines in an Emperor Children army? It's never been done. I actually understood Noise Marines were actually quite a good choice for Emperor Children, but I might be have been getting mixed up. Or are they a good choice in normal Chaos armies, but not in Emperor Children, something like that? Yeah. The big thing, though, is not just going to be auto-hitting. I think you're more... I mean, could we see aggressors inside a Land Raider Redeemer or Infernus Marines inside a Land Raider Redeemer becoming a meta choice? Maybe. I still think the problem with Infernus Marines is going to be no AP. I believe they've no AP. If they've got AP1, if Infernus Marines have AP1, they'll be meta. If they don't, I'm not sure they've got enough. I think you need I still think you're going to need AP because at the end of the day, even if that Custodes isn't getting +1 to its save anymore, it's still on a 2-up save. So, Infernus have AP1. Is that true, really? Is it Strength 4, AP -1? It's like halfway between... Infernus are Strength 5, AP -1. What, they have a heavy Flamer each? I thought they had a Flamer each. To be fair, last time I even looked at Infernus Marines was... I think, well, was it... the Black Templars got them in 9th first. And they, yeah. Strength 5, AP -1, damage 1. Then Infernus Marines will actually probably be pretty meta. And then you play the Assault Detachment and make those Infernus Marines AP -2. Yeah, then I think Infernus, if they're Strength 5, AP -1, damage 1, then I absolutely believe that and if you put them in Firestorm to make a Strength 6 or something, I can absolutely 100% believe that you could see someone take a big brick of First Marines and just fucking hose people down. The big question is going to be this, though, right? This is the thing. So, do First Marines have play now? Probably. We don't know for sure, but probably. The big question is this, though. Are you going to take Infernus Marines, or are you going to take just some kind of elite Marine melee unit like Blade Guard or Victrix Guard or their equivalent chapter-specific one? It may be that Infernus Marines are viable, but it's still more important to go down the faster melee option. Like, do you go Infernus Marines or do you go jump back Intercessors? Maybe you go one squad of Infernus for a bit of Overwatch, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Like I said, I'm not writing Infernus Marines out. I'm saying it'll be interesting to see where the cards fall on the potential Infernus Marine incoming versus just sticking with faster, elite, more melee units. But there could be a, hey, look, you know what we might see? Do you know what could be a big defining moment? And this is actually, you know, a big thumbs up for 11th edition. A big defining moment for answering that question could be, what detachments are you taking? Hey, do you go, you know, do you go down this like super melee route, but you only get one detachment? Or what happens when you take, what happens if Firestorm is a 1-point detachment? What do you combine it with? What if you could, what if the melee focused approach only gets to benefit from one detachment, but the Infernus Marine approach might benefit from 2 or 3? Now that could swing it in favor of the Infernus. So it'll be interesting to see which direction it falls. Yeah, for sure. Whatever makes my heavy intercessors better. Which among heavy intercessors might be an interesting. We'll have to see with heavy intercessors. They don't have any ignores cover, which I think we're in an ignores cover meta. Yeah. See, before you used to be able to pseudo ignore cover by just hitting the cover with more AP. Now I think you're going to be actually needing the ignores cover rule. CJ Gibbsy, thank you for super chat. Calling it now, Dreer and cavalry meta incoming. Hey, it may be. You joke, right? But having someone like Dreer, I mean, instead of taking that Rogel Dawn, you could take Dreer. Actually, for significantly cheaper than a Rogel Dawn, for 30 points cheaper than a Rogel Dawn, you can take Dreer, 10 Death Riders, and have a shitload of Dev Wounds. That Rogel Dawn is going to struggle to move around the boards. The Cavalry, and the Cavalry now gets to roll 2d6 and then pick where they charge. I'm not saying the impossible has happened, but I am saying that maybe, just maybe, GW has made Dreer considerable. As in, you could consider him. It's never, like, this. I say this unironically for the first time in my YouTube career. It's never been done. Yeah. It's never been done. All right. Now, now, someone said Malcador and Furnace. Sir Newbie to Malcador and Furnace. What we really need, what I think could make 11th edition truly interesting is if Games Workshop allows some cross compatibility in their games. I think it would be very, very interesting to start allowing guard players to take some Horus Heresy options. Some of the, like the Malcador Furnace could be a really interesting choice. And some of the lighter Scout Sentinels and things like that. Who knows? We can hope. Yeah, we can hope. What have we got? Dark Knight Curran, thank you for super chat. Knights with good screening might be uber good, TBH. Yeah, I mean, what's that Knight detachment that lets you take a bunch of AdMech? Was it 500 points for AdMech? The old Grotmus one? Maybe Knights with some good screening could do something. That's what I mean. The Knight question still needs to be answered. I think there's a chance they get fucked. Even with the +1 to hit, I think there's a chance they get fucked because of fast-moving melee armies being so prevalent. It's just not an addition they want to... just not a start they want to be in. Which would be the opposite of what happened at the beginning of 10th. So it would line up with how these patterns tend to go. But if Knight players can get some kind of good screening, whether it's Imperial Agents... I mean, what if you go... Knight detachment that lets take a bunch of AdMech and then sub in a couple of Imperial Agents units. At that point, you've got to be taking maybe 700 points worth of agents, 700 points worth of screening, and back that up with 3 or 4 big Knights. You might be in a good place. Yeah. Prep Cook Survive, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Thank you for doing your part. Curry Kane, thank you for super chat. Mr. MG, post-tree discussion update on my word bearers. Ooh, let's have a look. Let's have a look. I'm loving all the memes. I'm loving all the memes. I'll get to your thing in a moment. I don't think in a moment, Curry Kane, but I'm loving all the memes. You ready for hell let loose Vietnam? Gentlemen, prepared to defend yourselves. Everyone is just like, everyone, I'm loving. This is what it's gonna be. 11th edition is gonna be like 40k Vietnam edition. It's gonna be the terrain is gonna be so dense. You're gonna have to like cut through the terrain with a machine gun. Yeah, yeah. It's gonna be insane, man. Yeah. Let's have a look. Sound on, but be warned, it could turn you to the true gods. Finally finished 1k points of word bearers for 40k and 40k 4th edition. Next step, 20 more traitor guard. Ooh. I love it. Now that's a word bearers army right there. I haven't even seen one Space Marine yet. Oh, there they are at the back. That's not a bad thing, by the way. Wordbearers should have a lot of cultists. That's very cool. Now that's a proper Wordbearers army, that is. That's cool as fuck. Nice. Very, very cool, man. Yeah. Cultists everywhere for days. Corrupted guardsmen. They look very like Mobian. Yeah, yeah. Really, really cool. And then the Chaos Space Marines, the Word Bearers, lording it over their minions. You know, opening their minds, teaching them the primordial truth. So cool, man. So cool. Yeah, yeah. So cool. I love that. What have we got next? Half-inch stream. Thank you for super chat. Heyo! Haven't checked the 11th rules at all. I was too busy building my old world dwarves. Anything I should know? Yeah, Half-in. How many Lehman Russes, Chimeras, and Hellhounds do you have? Specifically, weird one, Eradicator Russes and Battle Tanks. If the answer isn't yes, you need to make the answer yes. All right. Also, Old World Dwarves. Old World, best world, baby! Nice. There we are. Talzone, thank you, super chat. Live, build a guard list that you would try in 11th edition. I mean, if I'm going to give... Okay. if I was to come up with a guard list that I would take in 11th edition right now, I would take my current 5 Lehman Russ 5 Chimera list, which also has 2 artillery teams and an officer in there. And I would probably just drop the artillery out of it and put 2 Hellhounds in. The only thing I'd need to be aware of is that I'm currently running 3 Vanquishers, and I probably want to upgrade those to like battle tanks, which could get spenny. So I might end up going down to 4 Russes and 6 Chimeras to balance that out a bit. But the Chimeras are all having double flamer and Catachance inside. Yeah. So that's probably that would be my if you want an idea, guys, I've always got you covered. I've always got my boys covered. If you are somewhat, where is it? Craving, somewhat craving a guard army to take to a tournament. Let me see if it's this one. It's not this one. 1 minute. I'll find it for you. Don't you worry. I got you. I think this is probably it. Yeah, that's probably it. If you are looking for, and it might need some mild tweaks, but if you're looking for a, if I was to build a list that I would be looking to take into 11th edition, I would take this list. 5 Chimeras, 2 Hellhounds, sorry, 5 Lehman Russes, 2 Hellhounds, 5 transports, Scout Sentinel, and a, you can't see it, but down here is a preacher. You might be able to see him there. No, still can't see him. He's just underneath. He's underneath the. He was underneath the chat. Now I might mix it up a little bit because obviously those I need to find the points to turn those Vanquishers probably into Lemurus battle tanks. So I'm gonna have to find is it 180 for a Lemurus battle tank these days? So that would be like 35 points times 3 that I might have to find. So, you know, might need to mix things up a little bit. Maybe, like I said, maybe go down to like 4 tanks, 6 Chimeras to sort of balance that out. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm thinking as a starter for 10 or starter for 11th even. And then go from there. Yeah, go from that point. Obviously, that doesn't take into account the new light tanks. You are right, Scribbles. We don't know what those are yet, so I can't factor them in if we don't know what the points are and stuff. Yeah. Catastrophe, thank you for super chat, man. Does the changed terrain indirectly buff flies with ignore cover? Suddenly those hidden units aren't so hidden. I mean, I don't know many flyers that have ignores cover. So, you know, I don't know any flyers that have ignores cover, but maybe. I mean, flyers with Judas hovering up, you know, being above the terrain, may even just ignore all things like hidden and everything. And they should get plunging fire as well for +1 to hit. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't mean to alarm you, but if you could strip the cover using a Hellhound and then send in a Valkyrie, which has +1 ballistic skill because of plunging fire, hitting on 3s, you might actually be able to do a strafing run. Like, that'd be kind of cool. And then drop some guys out and finish the job. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. I'm just saying. All right. Helldrake meta incoming. Maybe. Could be. But the Helldrake has a flame anyway, so... I didn't think the Helldrake actually flew. I thought it was some sort of weird non-flying vehicle. But that might be getting additions mixed up. And secondly, I wonder if the Helldrakes already have flamers, so I don't think Helldrakes really care. But maybe, who knows? The Whispering Monk, thank you for the super chat. The rules churn is why 40k is a bad game. I spent 30 years playing BattleTech at least once a week and still love the game. The only reason I still have 40k models is because of the money I put into them. I mean, you are not wrong, Whispering Monk. Look, you're not wrong. Whilst it's very exciting that 11th edition is going to potentially have lots of new exciting things to look forward to, it is still like, oh look, it's been another 3 years. The game's been, reinvented again. And if you're, like you said, if you're someone who's not got that deep armory of models, you're going to be pulling. You're going to be selling blood and semen to be able to afford all the new ones. You know what I mean? So yeah, I can absolutely, yeah, I am excited for the rule. I'm excited to try out 11th edition, but I am also very sympathetic to those who are a little burned out. Very sympathetic to those who are looking down at maybe a lot of money that's going to have to be spent if they want to stay relevant. And I'm a little tired and burned out myself. Yeah. I'm a little, so I get it. 40k, look, I think it's one of these things. I had this revelation earlier this week. And it's been one that's kind of been a long time coming. I've kind of, you can rail against the system a little bit with 40k, but at the end of the day, GW has shown that they are, GW is going to GW. And I think you shouldn't be like rushing to defend the company or anything like that. But I think you almost need to know at this point, or as a veteran player, you need to resign yourself to the fact that you are basically making a deal with the devil. You know they're going to fuck you and all this kind of stuff. But you accept the environment. But you kind of accept the environment that you stop trying to like change the environment, and you kind of accept the environment, but you do everything you can to not like actually support GW. Like you don't like crash out or anything. Be like, look, I'm going to keep playing this game, but you're not going to see like a penny off me. That's kind of where it comes. That's where I am as a veteran player. Yeah. Like, I'm going to enjoy this new edition, but GW is not even going to know I'm going to fucking exist. Unless this edition ends up being really, really phenomenally good. Because I always vote with my wallet. Now, I think this edition is going to be same, but different. But GW there's a lot of fundamental things that need to change. Like, they need to stop FOMOing. They need to stop legendsing stuff. They need to start bringing stuff back. Make the kits, there's so much that GW has to change at this point for me to basically for me to start partying with my money again and supporting them. that my relationship now, I just don't think it's ever going to happen. I think they are going to design the models the way they're going to design them. They're going to Legends things. They're going to FOMO things. They're going to do. They're going to constantly churn. They're going to do that, and I have come to accept it, but I'm not supporting it. I'm accepting it, but not supporting it. That's where I am. Yeah. Talzon, thank you so much for the super chat, man. RIP Triple Vank, overlapping fire, going to be hard. I think the Vank is going to be in a tough place. The Vank may be all right, though. People said that people are saying that like vehicles don't get the benefit of cover, which will be interesting because that could really help the Vank out. And the Hellhound plus Vank meta could be interesting. If the Hellhound can flush the enemy out, then the Vank might still be all right. So maybe RIP Triple Vank. Maybe the Vank just needs a little bit of a... Maybe we just need to read the rules a bit closer, and maybe the Vank could need a bit of support. But, yeah. Yeah. Oh. There we go. I've got a tickly nose, but I don't know if it's going to sneeze. Oh, that was funny. Like, it was tickling and tickling and tickling. Normally, it just sort of tickles a bit and then I sneezed, but it was tickling and tickling and tickling, and then it went... That was a very hard sneeze. Probably that was a notably hard sneeze for me. This is, look, peak content. This is what you all tune in for. What have we got? Bucket of Steel Cable. Thank you for the super chat. As an AdMech player, I kind of hate the new changes. What do you mean my 400-point Cataphren Breacher unit will almost always hit on 5s? There are going to be some big losers in this edition. I think Guard will... I think... 11th edition could be extremely revealing and very vindicating for me. I could be sending myself to the black ships once again. Because one of the things I've been saying about 10th is that they've broken too many factions off and made them their own thing. And they've made factions too shallow, which can make them very, very hard for them to improvise and adapt. And 11th edition looks like it is going to be an edition with an extreme element running through it, which is going to be the terrain is looking pretty intense. And there will be some faction. I think Guard will be okay, because Guard is a deep faction. Even after they've removed hundreds of data sheets, we're still a pretty deep faction. And we're getting more stuff. We're getting a lot. They've taken a lot away from us, but now we're getting a lot added in. I mean, before even 11th even drops, we're going to have 2 new vehicles. We're going to have 2 new vehicles. Well, technically 3 new vehicles with the minivan of displeasure. We're going to have 3 new vehicles, and we're going to have 2 new characters, and we're going to have the new scouts from Kill Team. So Guard is going to be going into this with already the ability to improvise, adapt, and overcome, and then potentially even more of that. So I think Guard will be able to adapt. But what about those factions which can't? Well, if you're an AdMech player, you've got about 12 data sheets to have together at this point. You've not got a lot. You've only got a certain amount of tools to approach the problem, and you might be trying to fit a square peg through a round hole. You know, with enough force, you can get it through there, but it's not going to be efficient, and it's not going to be fun. So yeah, I can absolutely see certain factions making out like bandits in this edition, at the start at least, and I can absolutely see other factions just not being suited for it from a fundamental design point of view and a datasheet point of view. It would be genuinely tragic if AdMech essentially went 6 years just feeling bad, because they haven't felt great in 10th edition. They've had moments of glory, but if they go through all of 10th feeling you know, having to be rewritten constantly and feeling a bit shit. And then that feels like it's gonna be the same for 11th. That could completely kill the faction. But that's a good... Fingerfire makes a good point. What if every AdMech detachment is only one detachment point? This detachment point thing could be quite good. If they get the point, if they get the points right on the detachments, it could save a lot of asses. If GW is really lazy, and I've heard rumors of this, by the way, but I think it is just doom posting a little bit. But if they make, the rumor is they're going to make all of the existing detachments just 3 points. And they're basically going to be legacy detachments. And then the 70 new ones they release at the beginning of editions are the ones that they're actually going to point properly and expect you to use. Now, I think that is people just hypothesizing. But if they do that, oh dear. But if GW actually points the detachments fairly well, even if it takes like 3 months for them to really, 3 to 6 months to really nail it down, you could see detachment stacking saving a lot of factions. But I suppose here's the thing, if you're playing AdMech already, you're gonna have, I mean, imagine AdMech are already a bit of a complicated faction to play. With all the Doctrine, Imperators, and... I mean, think about this. You're going to have to keep your guys within a certain distance of each other so that their rules actually work. You're going to have your Doctrine Imperators. You're going to have calls like Oath of Moment. You're going to have 3 or 4 detachment rules you're going to have to layer on. Like army rules. Like, AdMech could just be like... They could just be... They could break under the strain of all the layers that are being piled on top of them. They could do. The detachment stacking could be nice, but it could also just be like a real brain ache. Especially for some factions that already have a lot going on. Sir Newbie, thank you for super chat. Centaur RSV Flamer Bust Meta and Melter Hippogriff AFV. Yeah, the Melter Hippogriff could be interesting, getting up close and personal. The if the Centaur has a big firing deck, you could definitely see Krieg Flamers in the back or Catachans in the back. It depends on its transport capacity. If it's got a 60-man transport capacity, 16-1-6, Catachan with command squad in the back of a Centaur, if it's cheap enough, could be pretty legit. Yeah, at Centaur, we talk about Scout Mirrors, but what about Scout Tours? Yeah. Gals Parks, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the 44 months. Xbox, baby. Recon detachment rule still looking good. Recon might be all right. I think the memes of Recon being -2 to hit, +2 save guardsman, I think will look good on paper, but if shooting is ultimately gigafucked, like I think for a lot of armies it's going to be, then I think the I think that Recon will just get meleeed to death. Yeah. Yeah. But the idea of you being able to like mega stack Recon could be interesting.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Dyson Glory, thank you, Super Chat. Pure Cope. I think we're in line for an early codex. I think I would say we are in line for an early codex because of how much is coming with at the end. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we were codex number 3 in 11th. Because it'll go Space Marines and Orcs, and then we will have had a lot of stuff that's come out towards the end of 10th. So we could be. I think we could be in the first 5 codexes, maybe Codex 3. Godlike Poet, thank you for super chat, man. Battle Pictures versus Kelzo, a new list review in stream discussion, sir. Let's have a look. All right. I'm loving all of these memes in the MG Discord. It's like Flamers in 11th. It's like, do it, Doyle! There's been so many good memes in the MG Discord. I love it. All right, let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Godlike Bert. So I've been burned metaphorically and literally by Kelzo a few too many times. This was our last battle, which ended with him tabling me on turn 3. Nothing I had to be able to put a dent in him, and my guy just imploded. If I were an actual Green Vault commander, I'd be up against the wall for sure by now. Here's a list I put together, and all I need to buy/build is a box of German Veteran Infantry for the Stern Pioneers. What do you think? Let's have a look. So, your list doesn't look bad. I mean, I'm seeing what's it looks all right. What's going on here? Yeah, I mean, what's fucking you? Is it the Paragons? I don't know, man. I'm looking at these lists and I feel like you should have an advantage. I'm sorry. I just gotta tell you how it is, man. Are you playing on it? Oh no, that is part. I thought that wasn't part of the board for a moment. Yeah, it's cool. Like half lava, half base. Yeah. Discord just failing to load the picture. Shall we try again, Discord? Okay, that one's just not working for some reason. That one's all right. How is everyone dead? What is happening here? How is everybody dead? Literally everyone's fucking... Oh, man. I bet it is. I bet there's some Paragon gut shenanigans going on here. It's the Paragons. He's effectively got half of his army. He could just activate twice. It's like playing against 2,000 plus points. But just kill the Paragons. Why not just go grab pulse? That's my question. I'm a guts abuser. Stop abusing. Well, Kelzo, stop abusing guts. Are you taking 4 squads of Paragons? Stop it. This is a vibes-based game, sir. If you continue to abuse the guts, Godlike Poet will have no choice but to abuse Shrekwolfen, and then you just might as well go back to playing fucking 40k. Stop abusing it, naughty boy. Where's my? I need some newspaper. There you go. 3 squads. Right, that's it. I'm hitting you on the nose with some newspaper. Stop it. I'm gonna spray. I'm gonna get a spray bottle. Naughty. Stop. You get to take 2 squads max. 2. There you are. Okay, you got Heinrich Gross, 2 commander, Shrekwolfen. See, look what you've done now. Now he's taking double Shrekwolfen. Look what you've done. Ended a platoon. Sturm Pioneer with loads of flamethrowers. Fucking hell. No, right. Both of you, stop it. All right. Don't go out there building these ridiculous skew armies. All right. I'm like, stop it. or I'm stop it, or I'm putting you on the first bus back to 11th edition. All right, right. This is a gentleman's game to be played amongst gentlemen, and it must be, and you must police yourselves, or you are going to ruin it. Now I am putting my foot down here. Maximum 2 squads of Paragons for you, Kelzo, going forward. Maximum. There you are. It's not fair. You know K47 is very abusable. All right. Let's have a look here. There you are. What have we got next? Lord Davian, thank you for the 44 months, man. X-Force, baby! Thank you for this years of entertainment. You are great. Ah, that's very kind. Dude, that's very kind of you to say, Lord Davian. Thank you for supporting the channel for nearly 4 years, mate. You're an absolute fucking hero, man. Thank you for your support. Laser Rogue, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for doing your part. Macon, thank you for super chat. List of you in Discord. Check the note. Check the note first. All right. So to put together an off-the-truck list for my first game, post 11th loss. I'll trust you'll see what I did here. I will. I see. So am I to take it, Macon, that the 11th reveals have not quite tickled your fancy? All right. Cosmic, thank you so much for super chat. I can fix this. Destructible terrain. Destructible terrain would be great. Yeah, you should be able to... terrain should have wounds, and you should be able to destroy the terrain so that it no longer blocks line of sight. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. Mark Valet, do you think we can definitely hit units? Rules as written? Well, we don't know the full rules of 11th edition, obviously, but everything I would say points to yes. I think Death Strikes will work against hidden units. Because you don't target the board. You don't target a unit, you target a part of the board, and then units around it just happen to get hit. That's how it works. D's Nuts, thank you for super chat. I really hope that they make Bridgehead usable again. If not, then I'll have to break out the green boys. Boys. Orcs. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of tempted to bust out. I mean, I've got 200 plus orc infantry. I'm ready to bust the fuck out of 100. I mean, I'm ready to put a green tide together. The thing is, I want 120. I want 180 orc boys, and right now I can only run 120. But maybe 120. 120 would be a good start, right? It'll be a good start. But yeah, I'm fully ready for the green. I am ready for a bit of green tidage. Yeah. Godplate, thank you for super chat. Bring back the Praetorians. I mean, as much as I love the Praetorians, they're going to have to wait in line. Can we bring back the Mordians first, please? Ryan Harris, thank you for super chat. You're a legend, man. Don't you think that Guard is an effective 12 to 18 inch range army, so we aren't as cooked as we think? I don't totally agree with that. No, Guard is definitely not a 12 to 18 inch range army. I think... there are many ways of playing the Guard. Some army lists will work on a 12 to 18 inch sort of rope, as it were. But I've always found that one of Guard's greatest strengths has been the ability to project force at range. And one of the bits that make this so important is you screen the enemy so they jump on you screen so they eat your screen and then you hit them from range. And your tanks can use range to actually protect themselves. I remember getting into a game with some Votan, and all of their big guns had a minimum of 24-inch range, and the fact that I was able to just stay back and just outrange them won me the game. 12 to 18-inch range. I agree with Bad Larkin. 12 to 18-inch range sounds like the mind of a Dawn player. I think that Rogel Dawns are best. Rogel, if you're going down to the Rogel Dawn Bulgrin meta, then I think that, yeah, you can see your armies at 12 to 18-inch range. But I think Dawns are going to struggle in the new terrain. And I think Dawns are going to struggle in the new terrain. And I'm concerned Bulgrin will get a big point sniff at the start of the edition. But I think Guard is a very varied army. I think you can build Guard to be focused into the 12 to 18-inch range. I think you can build Guard to be much longer ranged. I think you can... Guard is one of the most flexible armies in the entire game. I would say even more so than Marines in some cases. Marines have variety. I don't know if variety is the same thing as flexibility. It might be. At the very least, I'd say if you want to say if you want to argue that Marines are the most flexible army in the game, fine, whatever. But I think Guard are the second after that. All right, all righty ho ho. Let's have a look here. So we've got 675 votes in the poll, and this is very interesting because we're gonna let this run the entire stream, so we might get like 1,000 votes on this poll overall. We've got 600 plus votes on the 677 now votes in the poll. The biggest reaction to the poll by far is shooting is gigafucked in 11th. That has got a 47% share of the vote. The next highest category is the meh one, the fence sitting one. 3.6, not great, not terrible, which has only got the 21%. That's quite important because normally when you give people a fence sitting option, people gravitate towards it. People clearly feel quite strongly about this because they're not just choosing to sit on the fence, they're actually choosing to say, no, shooting is in a bad place. Yeah. Conflict Gaz, I don't agree. I think Tau Battlesuits are going to own 11th edition if they keep jump shoot jump. But Battlesuits don't have jump shoot jump right now. I think maybe one stratagem, but they don't have it army wide, do they? And remember, Tau Battlesuits are vehicles now, which means they will not be able to benefit from being hidden. So Tau Battlesuits could be very... You might think they could be doing well. I think they could get twatted. Average White Shark, thank you, Super Chat Man. Heavy weapon squads will be big for infantry counterpunch. Hide with Spec Ops vets. Draw out enemy with your infantry. Then heavy weapon squads take aim / punching fire for skill 2+ after infantry fall back. The problem is the problem is quite. I wish you were correct. The problem is when you look at this. Okay, let's say you put a heavy weapon squad in here. I mean, maybe you put a heavy weapon squad in here, it could remain hidden, and then anyone that goes into this terrain, it might be able to see, but I don't think so. Each one of these squares represents an inch, right? So if you have your heavy weapon squads lined up on the edge here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You can't see to the back end of this terrain. You can't see to the back of that. So it could be possible you could set your heavy weapon squads up here and someone could hide in that terrain and you wouldn't be able to see them. And then what they could do, if they've got a jump pack, is move 12 inches to here and then charge you and kill you. Canadian heavy weapon teams became a lot worse in this edition because their Overwatch is going to be a lot less meaningful. The biggest history nerd, you are absolutely correct that armies that have ballistic skill 4+ shooting are going to be fucked by this. They absolutely are. If you the one caveat is, do you have any auto hitting or potential to get +1 back on your ballistic skill like Guard does? I think Guard might be okay. I think not great, not terrible. I think Guard might be solid. I think Guard are going to cruise. Guard are going to go from having that. What do I say about Guard? We always have a 42 to 45% win rate. I think Guard are going to be cruising on that 42% win rate into 11th. We may go down to 30, like 38, 39%. Yeah. But I think anyone, yeah. I think anyone who's, I just think shooting is going to be, here's the thing. Shooting is just going to be way less effective. Or should I say specific forms of shooting are going to be way less effective. I think indirect fire is going to be fucked. And I think a lot of traditional direct fire weapons are going to be fucked. I think there's going to be very specific forms of shooting which will still be viable. I think all melee will be viable. And very specific forms of shooting will be viable. Yeah. Yeah, that's my take. That's my take on this. Fatboy Butcher, thank you for super chat, man. If objectives are now terrain, anyone on your home is laughing. What do you mean? Like anyone on the home objective? I mean, it is quite funny. You could take a 20-man blob of guardsmen, stick them on your home objective, and just be like, yeah, I've got 40 OC just defending this entire objective for like 120 points. And I'm like, man, and just sit there, just give them like take cover the entire time. So they're just on like +1 save, -1 to hit. Yeah, I mean that's gonna be, yeah, man, that's gonna be tough for some. I guess the big thing will be Deep Strike, maybe. Rapid Ingress. I think Rapid Ingress is going to be. I think Deep Strike could be big though. I think Deep Strike could be indirectly quite well buffed by this. What do we think about Deep Strike, chat? I'm feeling like, hey, if I can just drop down 9 inches away from you, you're not hidden from me, so I can just blast you. And the terrain does open up somewhat when it's like, when you get in the footprints. Bridgehead Strike could be back on business. What if Bridgehead comes back? Scions will lose Deep Strike without current errata. That's true, but I think they'll get it back again. But what if they take Deep Strike off Scions now? Of course. Why didn't I think of this? Longu Grungus, thank you for super chat. Maybe a return to indirect? I don't think so, Longu Grungus, because of the... thank you for the 2 super chats. I think a return to indirect because 15-inch rule only limits line of sight, not targeting per se. Indirect ignores line of sight. Basil's hit on a 4+. Is that true? I don't think that's true. Foremost among these changes is the addition of hidden. Infantry, beast, and swarm models inside a terrain area can be hidden as long as their unit didn't shoot in the current or preceding player turn, and so will be hidden at the start of the game. While hidden, a model is only visible to enemy units within their detection range, which is usually 15 inches. So you can destroy your models a lot more freely. You deploy your models a lot more freely without worrying about a first turn barrage. I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, they're only visible, but indirect fire doesn't. Indirect fire can target units outside of line of sight. So I see where you're coming from, but I'm going to be real with you, man. I think you are trying to apply rules as written to a Warhammer community article, which is giving you a brief overview of the rules. I think that the intention, I think that indirect fire, the intention of the hidden rule is that it's not going, you won't be able to do it. You won't be able to shoot us if we're in terrain and haven't shot. Right? So I think even if rules as written you were right, I think it would get fixed in 2 weeks. And I don't think you'll be right. I think when the full rules come out, I don't think it'll work like that. And if that's something that Games Workshop's missed, I think they'll fix it. Yeah, exactly. So I see what you're saying, but I would be very careful on applying that level of sort of specific rules interpretation to what is a Warhammer community rules article. Yeah. But hey, you could be right. But my gut instinct is telling me no. Even if possible, technically at the beginning, it'll get errated very, very quickly. Yeah, like day one errata nerfing. Yeah, exactly. But Lummy Rummers, hey man, let me put it this way. I hope you're right. Oh boy, do I hope you're right. I think they tried to screw most of it with change to benefit of cover, but things like Basil to hit on 4 plus ignore cover. With ignore cover. Yeah, I think it's entirely possible that GW has missed things and will be able to abuse them, but I think the time will be very limited on how much we can abuse it. Yeah. Isaiah's experiment, fuming, rant in stream discussion. All right, we got some beef. Okay. Beef! Beef! Isaiah's experiment is coming in with the rant. No line of sight. Denser terrains. No. I refuse to let you take away my hype and vibe from me. Fine, GW. Fine. You want melee guard? I'm going to give you melee guard. I'm going to kidnap an entire Ogre village and make it stampede towards you. I'm going to bring so many catch-ons that you're going to ask yourself why every tree and building you see is speaking Catchanese. I'm going to charge you with so many cavalry that I'm going to smother you to death with the corpses of my horses. And when you think the onslaught is over, it's over, you're going to hear the sound of an ICBM falling on your remaining positions. By the time I'm done with you, GW, you're going to miss the time I was happily shooting my las gun and playing around with my tanks. Here's the thing. Unless you already own those models, if you go out and buy all those things, GW's going to be like, oh no, you really showed me. Oh, man. I love that. Yeah. I love that. That was a good rant. That wasn't too bad, actually. I thought it was going to be a proper rant, but that's more of a fun rant. Yeah. Trevor, thank you for super chat. I wonder if Death Strike could be used to force out hidden units 11th. I think so. I think Death Strike meta is genuinely incoming. Death Strikes, guys. Death Strikes are only 140 points. Only 140 points. And they are the only weapon in the game right now which completely circumvent all of these new terrain rules. I am so ready for the Death Strikes to get nerfed. Right. Guys, if we get the Death Strikes nerfed, that is an absolute win for us as a community. If we get it, guys, if there are people on Reddit complaining about Death Strikes, saying that they're too good, we win. And I don't just mean like that moment. I mean, we win all of Warhammer for all of in perpetuity. They will never ever be able to take away from us the fact that we made them crash out over Death Strike missiles. We are going to make that happen. We are going to make the triple Death Strike meta. We are going to get people molding out about it. And we are going to get them nerfed. And every step of that process, we will win. There you are. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Shadow Lord meta incoming. I think, dude, I think the Shadow Lord is absolutely... The Shadow Lord meta is absolutely coming. Yeah. What have we got here? Inquisitor Baneblade, thank you for renewing your channel membership. Triple X Force, baby! Thank you for continuing to support, man. Zero Sum Game, thank you for the big super chat, man. Thank you for the Baneblade chat. Good afternoon. Considering playing all infantry firstborn marines use the fast assault attachment with 6 full tactical squads, 2 devastating squads, 2 Vanguard vet squads, and whatever else will fit. Your thoughts? My thoughts are don't build that for 11th. Yet. So we are like 2 months away from having the 11th edition rules fully revealed. And they're probably going to drop like a month early, either via leaks or GW is rumored to be doing the whole, hey, we're going to drop the rules early and then, like, they're going to do what they did at 10th edition, right? Drop the rules early, but the starter box doesn't come out till like a few weeks later. So I will say that sounds like a really cool army. I would say that I would love to see it, but I would also say definitely wait before buying anything for that army, because we have no idea what's going to happen with 11th edition, especially in regards to firstborn marines. Okay? So be brothers, sisters of the guard and marines and of Warhammer in general. Just be patient. Just be patient. The new edition will be here soon. Do not be going out there buying any niche army lists just yet. All right? If you already have the models, you can start building and painting and working on them. But don't be dropping any coin just yet. Be strong. I know it's hard, but genuinely be strong. Mr. Lackey, thank you for super chat. Not sure if you mentioned it, but cover giving -1 blitz skill or -1 to hit is a mass difference for guard. If it's blitz skill, we're done and my orc's coming out. It is ballistic skill. I keep saying -1 to hit, but I do appreciate there's a difference. It is ballistic skill. It is confirmed. It's -1 ballistic skill. It is ballistic skill, and it has been. And the leaks that I gave you guys earlier in the leaks that I did last week have confirmed that it. Well, they said, and let me say something. Everything that I leaked has come true. Everything. So the leak said that it was going to stack with stealth. So we don't know exactly what stealth does, but stealth right now is -1 to hit. So stealth plus cover will give you -1 to hit, which stacks with -1 ballistic skill, which means it's going to be fucked. Yeah. So yeah, that's Mr. Lackey. It is -1 ballistic skill. It will stack with -1 to hit. It's going to be...
Good for you.
But
Mobile infantry made me the man
Hellhounds remove the benefit of cover. So don't crash out just yet. Stealth with +1 armor save? That'd be hilarious. Wait, Swabius. That'd be hilarious. I don't think it will be. I think it's going to be Masters to hit. Laser Rogue, thank you for the big super chat, man. Long time no see, bro. Missed the channel. Hey! Thank you, HHL, for reaching review list in. Thank you Commander. Thank you to HHL for reaching out. Review list in Discord, please. Missed you all. Dude, great to have you back, man. Thank you so much for the support. Let's have a look. So there's a list for review in Discord. Is it this one, man? I feel like you're in a different username now. This is the list that I've got. It's called Armored. Why is it called Armored Sentinels? Yet you only have like 2 Armored Sentinels. Well, it's you got 4 Armored Sentinels. I don't feel like that's enough to define your entire list and call it Armored Sentinels. I'm just gonna say. Cadian, Commander, 3 Chimeras, Armor Sentinels, Combat Engineers, Scout Sentinels, some Doctor Squads, Imperial Rhinos. It's a cool list. It's a cool list. But my 10th edition review of it is... It's fine. Bit of indirect fire. Bit of infantry. I think you're taking Armor Sentinels is basically like just taking... You might as well just... I'm not convinced. I think if I was to review this from a 10th edition point of view, I'd say you don't have enough damage output. Especially in your tanks. From an 11th edition point of view, I've no idea. Because... we haven't got the full picture yet. But my 11th edition point of view, I would be saying... not enough Bulgrin. There you are. There you are, man. Dude, great to be back in the channel. Thank you for generous support. 07, you magnificent bastard. Okay. Right, what have we got here? All right. Give me a moment. I'm going to have a quick break. I need a drink. It's coming in thick and fast. It's coming thick and fast. I need a quick break, and I might need to grab some dinner off Mrs. Mordian as well, because I can smell some food's been cooked. I've not had my dinner yet. You might see me eating on stream, but I can wolf food down in about 5-10 minutes. So it'll be more of just a minor mukbang incident than anything else. I know we've got a few super chats that haven't been done yet. So Lungu Grungus, Whispering Monk, Nathan, Russell W, Lungu Grungus, as Experiment, and 6 foot tall Angry Dwarf. I'm going to get to all of you when I get back. All right? I'm going to be like 3 or 4 minutes. We'll see what's going on.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Heavy formation and parade. I love the call.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
All right, got a drink. Got me dinner. Knife and fork in the pocket. Nice. So, you know how we've had painting streams? What about food stream? I'll save you food stream. There you are. It doesn't look very good. There we go. All right. Oh. There we go. Scran stream. There you are. So I'm just going to have my dinner quickly. I can still take questions and stuff whilst I'm eating. I just didn't want it to go cold. Alright. Please be a good lad and cut the mic. Never. It wouldn't be a mukbang stream if we didn't have the mic. Quite like, do the British think butter is the only thing you can put on food to make it taste better? Yes. Why else would you put anything else on? There's some salt and pepper on there as well. Don't know what you're complaining about, man. Season your own food how you fucking want. Stop being a backseat seasoner. Morning Glory, are you interested in playing the Dawn of War 4 playtest this weekend? I actually do have time. I haven't signed up for anything though. I don't know how you get involved with it. I'm not eating beef. I'm eating sweet and sour chicken. I think it's sweet and sour anyway. I've got some rice, some sweet and sour chicken, and some green beans. It's quite tasty actually. Oh, I'm starving. As a tuna on rye bread with remoulade. I don't even know what that is, but I'm gonna be honest. My dinner sounds better. Everything's a competition, and in this competition, my dinner beats your dinner. Need a bit of rice in, actually, from this bitch. That's pretty gourmet. We need more to make a food meta video. Honestly, I don't think anyone wants an English person making them a food meta video. I think I'm probably one of the least qualified people in the world to make that. Please don't. You could be the next Gordon Ramsay. I highly doubt that. I'm not a particularly good cook. I'm not a bad cook, but I'm not a particularly good cook. I am able to cook food to a reasonable degree. That's true. I am quite angry and salty these days. But you know what's funny? I think that's going to change with 11th. I was thinking about this when I was downstairs a moment ago. I think I'm going to go in a different. I think a lot of people are going to be quite salty about 11th, and I'm going to be less salty. My biggest complaints around Warhammer about Warhammer have been GW's have been a lot of GW's antics. Addiction to FOMO, dropping quality control, all this kind of stuff. But if we put all that to one side, what have actually been my problems with the game? My problems with the game is that it's been far too solvable. It's too easy just to look down at a situation and just be like, well, I know what's going to happen and all this kind of stuff. It's far, far, far too solvable. So, in many ways, 11th edition, just by its existence, is going to at least temporarily solve that. Is going to solve that problem. I'm actually really excited about the opportunity. That's why I've been looking at other games like Old World and Bolt Action and Conflict, because those are new challenges that I don't know the answer to. And so 11th edition coming out fundamentally is going to be like, I feel for the first time in a while quite excited, even if I don't know how, it could still be that 11th edition is quite solvable. And we'll be back to complaining about it in like 6 months. But I do feel for like maybe the next 3 to 6 months, at the very least, we will have the opportunity to solve the, to solve the puzzle. And that will make it that'll be interesting. Yeah. So this is the thing. Like my biggest complaint is that 40k has been boring, and the reason 40k has been boring is it's been too predictable and too solvable, and But if 11th edition mixes that up pretty massively, that could be interesting. It's one thing that It's funny. I'm not a power gamer. I'm a competitive player, but I'm not a power gamer. If I was a power gamer, I wouldn't main guard. 10th edition, from a power point of view, has actually been great. I've won more tournaments than I've ever won before. But victory... It's funny. Victory is nice, but victory does not mean everything to me, and I never has done. Victory has merely been part of the enjoyment that I've got. A small part at that of the enjoyment. For me, it's always been the challenge. It's always been the challenge. The fight. The challenge of working out a good list, the challenge of coming up with a good plan, the challenge of coming up with decent tactics. That is what brings me satisfaction in the game. And that is what has been missing in 11th edition. It has been stale. And so I am very excited for 11th. Now that we've started to get more information about it, I am excited for 11th because I do not care about win rates. I do not care about victory or defeat. I care about the challenge. That's what 40k is for me, the challenge. And not to challenge as in it needing to be difficult. I don't mean that. The challenge as in, maybe challenge isn't the right word. The equation that needs to be solved. It's about the puzzle. It's about putting the puzzle pieces together. And 10th edition, 10th edition was too easy to put the pieces in the right place. Far too easy. For me, I will determine whether 11th edition is good or not based on how solvable as a game it is. I see Sprigged here, yeah. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to 11th edition. I'm looking forward to the beginning of 11th. Because it'll give me a chance to make the kind of content that I actually really enjoy. Tactics content. That's what I'm most excited for. I'm almost done eating. Sorry for the slight mukbang one. But I'm very hungry today.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
There's a reason I started early, because I knew it'd be a busy stream, so I knew there'd be a lot to talk about. We haven't gone through the Warhammer community article yet. We have talked a lot about the changes sort of that have come up via super chats and stuff, but we will get into specific details and everything. And don't worry if you can't hang around for the whole stream. I'll be putting it out the stream highlight tomorrow. Oh. I've put a lot of rice on the floor. I'm eating chair rice now. Chair and crotch rice. But I don't like wasting food. Alright, sorry. I got 1 bit of chicken, 2 bits of rice, and then we're done. One bit of chicken. Alright. 2.5 bits of rice. Done. Alright. I appreciate all of your patience whilst I was eating. All right. Kind of the real do finish your plate, exactly. So I meant like 2 forkfuls of rice, like 2 bits, you know. Wash it down with a fine rum and coke. There we are. Thank you all for your patience. Let's take a look at the super chats and see what people. We've still got a lot of thoughts. A lot of thoughts coming in here from the community. A lot of thoughts. Let's check in with the poll as well. So let's check in with the poll. We have now got 792 votes. 48% of those votes believe that shooting is absolutely gigafucked, which is by far and away the most popular result, with the next one being the fence sitting result, saying 21%. So it does seem like people are not overly happy about these. Not that they're overly happy about the changes, but they definitely don't think shooting. It's not going to be a shooting edition. I don't think it's going to be a shooting edition either. I think, well, a long range shooting. I think you might be able to get some close range shooting going on. Let's have a look at super chats here. Longu Grungus. 1 minute. List. Thank you for super chat. List in stream discussion. Beef. Okay, let's have a look. Gaunt's Ghosts. Lemurs Commander. Los Oleantos. Rogel Dawn. Tech Priest. Demolisher. 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 Dawn. Dawn. Scout Sentinel. Scout Sentinel. No. No, guys. Stop it. For fuck's sake, guys. Right. Right. I know that some of you have begun to panic. And when the guard community starts panicking, their natural instinct is just to spam tanks. It's like a comfort blanket. It's like, just get tanks! Send in the bloody tanks! You goddamn degenerate bastards. We're going into the most melee-intensive edition that has ever been seen in Warhammer 40k. And goddamn Lungu Grungus over here is like, what if we took no screening? You vex me, chat. I'm terribly vexed. That's the last thing they would expect. Yes, but unfortunately for you, there's a reason it's the last thing they would expect, because it doesn't work. So no longer Grungers. I don't think spamming tanks, especially Rogel Dawns, is going to be the answer. The Whispering Monk, thank you for super chat. The way forward. I swear to God, if this is another meme list, I'm going to come back there and hit you with my ring hand. Right, we've got Grizzled Company. Comments are with Abhuman Detail. 18 Bulgrin. Now that's more like it. 3 Scout Mirror squads. 2 Cat Heavy Weapon squads. 3 Multi-Belters. 3 Quick Heavy Weapon squads. 3 Scout Sentinels. Okay, I think you want to go down to 1 to 2 Scout Sentinels. And I think you don't need the... I don't think you want the Cat and Heavy Weapon teams at all. Other than that, you're probably all right.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
Yeah, I think what you do, I think you get a bunch of Death Riders, not Death Riders, get a bunch of Rough Riders in there and you'll be all right. There you are. That's why demos, they love melee. No Lungu Grungus, they don't love melee. Just because they have a rule that lets them shoot when they're in melee, you've got to remember, you actually need the tank to be alive. And let me tell you, if a tank is being charged in this economy, that tank isn't going to live long enough to make it to its activation. They're going to go in there and they're going to tear it to pieces and you're going to die. That's it. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. You look, you can spam tanks and you might skew list your way to a victory here and there. Of course, right? It's a stat check. But you will not get anything other than temporary wins against less experienced players. That's all that will happen. Trust me, bro. Like, I know the instinct is this is not going to work. I've tried everything. I've tried it. Well, to be fair, it might work, Lungu Grungus, because we don't have the full picture. But my instinct is that it won't, that this is not the answer. My instinct is that a lot of guard players are about to have a very rude awakening and they're going to need to bring screening. Let me tell you, right? Let me tell all of the Americans in the chat. You've been living in a dream world, chat. This is the world as we know it today. Welcome to the nether of the real. No one knows exactly when the terrain became so dense, but we believe it happened somewhere around the year 2026. What we do know is that they struck first. Right. What I'm saying here is that a lot of American players are going to have to accept that they've been playing on light terrain. And a lot of American players are going to have to accept that they are now being forced to play on the Euro poor terrain. And you're not going to like it, but you're going to come to a stark realization that maybe all of those lists that you saw in 10th edition, where the player running them got away with running like 2 10-man squads of guard, that's not going to work anymore. And maybe that annoying beef tuber guard player who's been telling you all that you need to be screening and who's been telling you all that you need the 3 lines and all that kind of stuff, maybe his advice is going to be quite helpful now. That's it. All of you who signed up to the false prophets, you could not live with your own failure. And look where it's led you. Right back to me. Oh, Mordian! Rogel Dawns are better than Lehman Russ is. Why would you ever take a Lehman Russ commander? Why indeed? Why indeed do I favor the Lehman Russ? Maybe it's because, not to wank myself off, but I've been around the block a few times, kids. There you are. I'm the old man now, Ace. There you go. All right. What do we got here? We've got Nathan Calazzo. Thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. There we are. Russell W. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you. Lungu Grungus, thank you, super chat man. Maybe stealth makes detection range even smaller. Ah, now you're starting to get it. Yes. So, there is some... I'm sorry to take away another comfort blanket from the Cope Brigade, but there are a lot of people which see this, which says... A model is only visible to enemy units within detection range, which is usually 15 inches. And they're thinking that that might mean there are some longer range detection ranges. The number will not be going up. The detection range will not be increasing. If the detection range changes, it will be becoming shorter. That is going to be the way it goes. Hidden is going to work to a maximum of 15 inches, and then it will start coming down shorter and shorter, depending on different abilities and stuff. I can absolutely see hidden and stealth being can't be detected within 9 inches, which could mean that you couldn't deep strike into range and shoot them. There you are. That's. I think you're right, Lumpy. I think the detection ranges there'll be abilities that make it smaller, and maybe the occasional one that makes it bigger, like Sniper, but mostly smaller. Isaiah's experiment. Thank you, super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Just finished my Krieg Battle Force. Next, I might not have that big collection yet, but the depth of my pile of shame but I might not have that big collection yet, but the depth of my pile of shame puts the Vrax Armory to shame. Nice. Hey, you've got a bit going on there, man. I tell you what, those 3 squads of Bulgrin are looking real good right now. It's crazy. All of that shit's probably going to be useful in 11th. Yeah, man. All of that. Love it. Love it. Command squad and engineers ready, rocking and cocking. And then here comes the next wave. Yes. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff indeed. 6 foot tall angry dwarf. Finalize USA list in stream discussion. K47. 10 order dice, 10 rift dice. 5-5 platoon commander with an extra bozo. You've got a point of luck. Stubborn. 6-man Firefly squad with stubborn. 6-man Firefly squad with stubborn. Linebacker with autocannons. Firefly artillery observer, cool. Firefly medic, cool. Firefly airborne squad, ATRDs on one of them. Flamethrower team. That's pretty good. My thoughts are, oh god, it's raining men. Honestly, overall, I think that's a really, really solid list. Yeah, I think it'll be deadly yet fragile. Exactly what Firefly should be. There you go. Yeah, I'd say go for it. Really solid baseline Firefly only list. Yeah. Discover Cognac, thank you so much for the 21 months. Excellent, baby! Thank you for your support. And 07 back at you. Dark Current, thank you for super chat. So if you get a Scion unit within 15 inches of an enemy unit, can all of your artillery shoot at that enemy unit or just the Scions? Just the Scions. Detection range, I believe, is done unit by unit. That's the way it has been described in the Warhammer Community article. So you can't have one unit spot and then everyone pile in, I believe. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat. A cunning plan sprung to mind. If the Centaur Arrow Sphere has a 16 transport capacity, then it can fit 2 Creek heavy weapon teams with heavy flamers. Burner bus party, baby! Also, you missed my catch on meme list earlier. So Newbie, if we can take that many flamers in a Centaur, that would be great. Even if you can just take one. Even if here's the thing. The Centaur's probably going to have like a 10-man capacity, but it's probably going to have a 10-man firing deck. So you'll still be able to do a burner party with it better than you could with a Chimera. So it still works. It just might not be 6, but it still works. Yeah. I'm sorry if I missed one of your super chats before, man. Let me have a look. I thought I've been pretty good at keeping up on top of them, but I may have done. I don't see it in the event list that I've got here. But YouTube has been a bit funny about it, so it may just not have come through. Yeah, but I'll take a look at it now. YouTube and OBS have been a bit weird with alerts recently. Let's have a look. It's just before those Vietnam gifts. Okay. Let's have a look. So, Catachan Command Squad, Catachan Command Squad, Catachan Command Squad. 20 Catachans, 20 Catachans, 20 Catachan. Sorry. 2 squads of 20 Catachans, 4 squads of 10 Catachans. 3 Catachan heavy weapon squads. Kazakin. Triple Hellhound, Triple Valkyrie. It's a very thematic list. I love it from a thematic point of view. Yeah. It's a very, very thematic list. I like it for that. I don't know how powerful it's going to be, especially the new edition, but who knows, maybe. But it looks like a fun list. It looks like a vibe list, and that's the best kind of list. There you are. Half a stream, thank you for super chat. Did you see the new Apocalypse rules announcement? I did. I might use them for Tantalus, but I'll probably just stick to core 40k rules, as that has what has worked well in the past. Games Workshop has a habit of not playtesting their more niche products, so I'm worried if we used it, we'd very quickly start bumping into bad shit. Yeah, bad, you know. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, basically half it. We'll see. I'll take a look at them, but I'm not yet. I took a quick glance at the article. I'm not yet totally convinced if I want to use them for the events. Yeah. John Shepard, thank you for the 12 months, man. Xbox, baby! 4 years support, man. Amazing. Well, I haven't done hardly any painting in 2 weeks. Did you say you got like, you've been playing Fallout 4? If you've lost 2 weeks of your life to Fallout 4, that's totally understandable. It's a very, very addictive game. I did that recently as well. Yeah. Warner Malaki, thank you for 25 months, man. They should just, Xbox, baby. They should have just redone the Forge World Centaur. Yes. They probably should have done. I think the Centaur RSV is now... I think that basically confirms the Forge World Centaur isn't coming back. I think if they'd redone the Forge World Centaur, there would have been no complaints. And I know it sounds crazy for Warhammer, right? But no complaints. I don't think you'd have a bunch of people complaining it looked like a World War II vehicle. And I think you'd have a bunch of people that were happy that was coming back. I think you have a bunch of people that said it looks like a cool guard vehicle. Yeah. Yeah, I like the new Centaur RSV, but I'm someone who's been playing the shit out of Conflict 47, so of course I'm going to like World War II looking shit. Yeah. Yeah. Half-inch stream, thanks super chat. Also, massive Death Road to Canada update. Huge overhaul. New animations, locations with improvements for all items, characters, traits, events. Hey! Well, we might give it a go at some point. But I think we're going to be quite busy with a lot of 11th edition stuff, you know. But who knows? Maybe if 11th edition doesn't go well, which I reckon it probably... I've no idea. It's so funny. I've no idea if 11th edition is going to do well. I'm feeling more positive. I'm feeling more positive about it today, despite the fact that shooting armies are giga-fucked. But just I'm feeling more positive about it because it looks more interesting. But it's I'll say this. I had I'm always very transparent with you guys. Not everyone agrees with what I say, and I get that, but at least they always know that I'm not saying stuff I don't believe in. So I'll be real with you now, and I'll be honest with you now. I had a sort of interesting dilemma on my hands. Or dilemma maybe isn't the right word. A small concern, but the concern's not really the right word. I had a curiosity on whether what I would do if 11th edition was like so good. Would it like... If 11th was so good, would it basically be like Andy with Woody? Like, I don't want to play with you anymore, with things like Old World and Conflict 47 and Bot Action, some of these other games that I've been playing. And like I said, concern's not really the right word because I wasn't concerned about it. Dilemma wasn't really the right word either because it's not a case of, oh, I wouldn't be agonizing over it. I always just play what I'm interested in playing. I always just engage with what I'm interested in engaging. So it was more like a curiosity was the right word. I was curious if that would be the case. And I'll say this right now. I'm looking forward. I'm more looking forward to 11th edition now. Definitely feeling a bit more positive towards it, but I'm not. Nothing has made me go, oh, I'm definitely sacking off everything else and going full turbo nerd on 11th. 11th has made me more interested in playing modern Warhammer 40k again, something I've not done in about 3 months. But it's not. It's definitely not won me back entirety. It's a curiosity. It's an interest. It's we'll give it a go. We'll play a bit of it. We'll have a bit of fun with it. But it's not a take all my money. I am going to wash your balls, GW. I am going to become your biggest hype man. You know, it's not done that. So it's not. So don't get me wrong. I'm not beefing. I'm not beefing in any way, shape, or form. But my sort of level of interest in 11th edition is I will definitely be playing it. I will definitely be doing battle reports and tactics videos, and I'll be doing tournament reports and everything on it, of course, right? But I'm not. It's not going to cause me to drop all the other games that I play. Yeah. Which I think is a pretty fair. You've taken the red pill, Morden. You can't undo it. I want to get plugged back into the power plant. I don't remember nothing. Nothing. I want to be rich. Like an actor. Mordian becoming Cypher from the Matrix. Yeah. But yeah, no, I'll tell you this. I'm definitely not beefing on 11th edition right now. You know? Actors aren't doing very badly at the moment. I don't know. I think some actors may be doing better, some may not be doing as well. I don't know. I think there's some actors which are doing very well. Mad Larkin, thank you for the super chat. The true way forward for 11th edition. What, have you got something you want to show me? Or are you just saying... What is the true way forward, Mad Larkin? You are talking in mysterious terms. I'm just thinking if he's left a list in stream discussion, but I can't see one. Oh, no. He has put a list. It's Tater Skins, isn't it? Yeah. Lord Marshal Dreer, Lord Sol Leontus, 30 Rough Riders, 18 Bulgrin, 30 Death Riders, 18 Ogrin. Is that 2K? Hey, you got 60 points left over, bro. Took a Scout Sentinel in there for, what do you call it? Took a Scout Sentinel there for a bit of cheap scouting at the beginning of the game. Yeah. There you go. That's actually pretty... Yeah, that could be a very meta list. 36 Abhumans, 60 Cavalry, 2 Commanders, and a Scout Sentinel. Ah, unit upgrades for points. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair. That is the ultimate Tater Skins. The ultimate combat guard army. Yeah. The Canorian, honestly, my biggest concern with 11th is that tourneys undermine the more interesting bits like asymmetrical missions. I am also concerned that every tournament is just going to go, mirrored world, you're all playing the same mission. And it's going to be like, why though? Why are you the way that you are? Yeah. Real Jar, thank you for super chat. My 2K Turn Me Heavy Deathwing list might be viable. Lost Deathwing Knights, Deathwing Units, Land Raider, and Repulsor Executioner. Dude, I think it'll be very... Yeah, I think that'll be genuinely viable. Is it elite? Yeah. Is it... I mean, Terminators with the Mars 1-8 is pretty scary. And can it melee? You've goddamn right it can. Yeah, I think... We could be... GW might be wanting to shift a lot of Termi models, and they may successfully do it. Yeah. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for super chat. What Shadow Sun have a detection range of 6 inches? So true. So fucking true. Oh, man. Yeah, that's definitely it. Yeah. Tower going to get something. They'll give it to Twin Lands as well, because why the fuck not, right? All right. Enjoy activity. Thank you, Super Chat, man. Feedback on bolt action dashboard in stream discussion. Okay. Do you remember in 9th, it was the Infantry Shooting Edition, 10th was the Vehicle Monster Edition, 11th will be the Infantry Melee Edition. As Varak says, it's the Fast Acquisitions that makes sense. Or does it? Know what's good in dense terrain? Flies plus 1 day from shooting from above. Perhaps they can see hidden units. The land speed and launch box looking pretty great right now. That's a good point. Yeah. I built a dashboard to display the date for an upcoming bot action RTT on Sunday. You can throw in the army list and it produces report. Any ideas on how to improve it? That's actually kind of interesting. Okay, my only advice would be zhuzh it up with a bunch of colors. You know, have Germany be like have a different have a distinct color for each faction, each nation. Don't just have you know, different shades of gray. Maybe like just add, my only feedback is add color, lots of color. There you go. I've nothing to get. People are like, lol, bro sent graphs. I have nothing to get, dude. I don't think there's any issue with this whatsoever. I think this is interesting. I always look. Sometimes I shit on Mathhammer, but Mathhammer, which I would include this a little bit under Mathhammer, is often interesting and can be a valuable tool. The problem that we have in 40k is people now worship at the altar of Mathhammer, and if what you're saying, I'll say that we're moving off from what we were originally talking about, but this looks very, very good. Extra opportunity, just add color, right? I'm gonna chat. Can I riff? I'm gonna riff. One of the most frustrating things as a Warhammer veteran that I have had to deal with, to endure, is the rise of the cult of Mathhammer. Mathhammer is a important tool. It can help you get some interesting data. It can be fun to look at different win rates and breakdowns and stuff like that. Okay? But nothing is more likely to boil my piss than when I'm trying to be like, hey, you know, this unit is good because, you know, I'll be doing like a unit review and I'll be saying like, or we talk about a tactic and I'll be like, this is good. You know, people don't think it's good, but it's actually quite good. I've actually tested it in battle, you know, and I can tell you like this combo does work, and you know, trying this tactic does work, and I've taken it to a couple of tournaments now, and my experience is that this has worked and whatnot. Or on the flip side, you say, look, that just doesn't work. Like this is my experience tells me this doesn't work, and you have someone who will go, well, the Mathhammer says XYZ, you're wrong. Or, I was watching so-and-so YouTuber and they said these numbers, and therefore, you know, why are they saying this? You must be wrong, you've not got any numbers. And it's like, you are valuing armchair generaling over actual experience. You are taking, like, Mathhammer can never take into account all of the variables that it needs to take into account. Like, it just can't. Experience will always trump Mathhammer. Always. And it just fucks me off when you have people that are like, you know, they'll leave like this mega comment. I'm obviously I'm always grateful for the comments. I love that interactivity, bro. But like you know, I once had you know, my best example of this is the Tau thing. You know, when I said Fire Warriors are a really good unit and everyone's overlooking them and blah 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 blah. I had someone in my comment section leave, I kid you not, it must have been a 7-paragraph math hammer analysis explain, where he basically, just was trying to browbeat me with his superior mega mind that actually Fire Warriors are trash. And his entire math hammer was him basically doing the damage output of these Fire Warriors into like intercessors. And he was like, look at the damage Fire Warriors do to intercessors, look at the damage that intercessors do to Fire Warriors, blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, I didn't even reply. And I was just like, I was reading this and I was like, well, obviously I'm not taking Fire Warriors for the damage output, you fucking cretin. You are throwing a bunch of numbers to prove that you're right, and you've just completely fundamentally understood the role of the Fire Warriors in the army. The role of the Fire Warriors is not to do damage. The role of the Fire Warriors is to screen, to do objective holding, to be backup marker lights. And then I had this when I did my list, and I put smart missile systems on everything, not like burst cannons and stuff like you could put like hammerheads and stuff. I was like, no, I'm going for smart missiles. I had so many people coming out the woodwork, and they were like, why have you put smart missiles? If you do the math hammer, the accelerated burst cannons are clearly better into every single target. And I was just like, have you considered there's a reason that I'm taking the smart missile systems? Have you considered that in this grand intellect of yours that I may have had a reason for taking the SMS? And that reason was, if you put SMS on every vehicle, you could put out 50 indirect fire shots a turn and just completely eradicate everyone's shit munchers in a meta where like everyone's taking like 1 or 2 5-man squads of rubbishy shit. You just break those apart, and now they've got to start putting 300 point squads holding their home objective, which they don't want to do. Did you consider that? No. You looked at a bunch of numbers on a calculator and determined that, well, those numbers are higher, so that must mean they're better. Completely failing to take into account what was the role of the weapon. You can't just compare damage output to damage output. That comparison is appropriate at times when you're trying to determine when you're looking for the role of the unit is doing damage, so you want to get the best damage output, of course, right? But even then, this is where people go wrong with fucking multi-melters. The math hammer tells me you should always put multi-melters on your Lehman Russes. Why do you put plasma cannons on? And it's like, because your math hammer is assuming that your Lehman Russes are going to get to fire those multi-melters. And they very well may not do, because they might not be in range, or they might die before they get there, because you're pushing forward and being aggressive with them. Also, you're comparing 1 round of shooting from multi-melters versus 1 round of shooting versus plasma cannons, when actually what you need to do is compare 4 rounds of shooting with plasma cannons versus 1 round of shooting with multi-melters, because the multi-melters probably get to fire once before they die. And it's not either or. It's about what role do you have in mind for that what role do you have in mind with the vehicle? That's the weapon system you should put on it. Yeah. So it vexes me. I'm terribly vexed. I've gone hot. Sky Ranger. Well, they might be in range now all the time. Very true. Very, very, very true, I suppose. Maybe the multi-melter cult will win out overall. There you are. Exactly. Anna Defant. It's like heavy flamers versus heavy bolters on cameos. I build mine with heavy flamers as they look better damage-wise. But if I had the bolters, they would fire every turn, which overall is vastly more useful. Indeed. That might change at 11th, obviously. But yes, indeed. Exactly. The one time I played guard, so far the plasma gun sponsors and the rust took out more time with his last wound. Could have done that with the multi-melter. Too far away. Exactly. Mad Larkin. Math hammer is not good for 11th edition. There you are. Yeah. All right, what have we got next? Chris K, thank you for super chat. Just doing a quick drop by. Have a good stream. Dude, thank you so much for your support. And I hope you have a good one, mate. Amazing. We have a good stream so far. Swordfish, sorry, L10, thank you so much for the super chat, man. My Hormagaunt's going from A tier to S tier in 11th. Embrace your Kraken, bro. Bro. Shit, just twatted the mic, sorry. If I burst everyone's eardrum, sorry. I was flourishing. Bro. I'm ready. Yes! Yeah! I dropped a split of you home ago. I'm ready. Can MG run anything not Horde? That sentence doesn't even make sense, man. All right. I have got 120 Hormagaunts, 240 Hormagaunts, and 100 Gene Stealers. I'm ready. I'm very ready. I'm very, very ready. All right. Don't you worry, man. Why do you... I'm going to get a Green Tide red. I'm going to make 11th edition the Horde Army edition. I did hear someone... I saw a comment. It was on Reddit, though, so I don't take it with too much... I don't put too much stock and trade in it. But I saw someone on Reddit say they thought it was going to be the Horde edition. I wonder. Can a man dare to dream? If it does become the Horde edition, you will have to send me to the black ships. Okay, look, like, no, I'm not even joking. Because about 9 months ago, when we were talking about what, when we started talking about what's 11th edition going to bring, I said, well, this has been maybe even 18 months ago. It was a long time ago. It was around Christmas time. And I was like, $40K 10th edition has been about elite stuff. So that means what's good now will be bad in the future, and what's bad now will be good in the future. It's when I did all the videos around like GW trying to kill hordes off and everything.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
And what if hordes become good? Send me to the black ships! Send me to the black ships! There you are. That'd be amazing. Yeah. What do we got here? I'm ready for the Horde edition. Killak Nelak, thank you so much for 7 months, man. Looking at maps, I might try Rust with no sponsons. You can move over the terrain. Look, you will be able to... Where is it? You will be able to move over the yellow bits. So don't worry. Russes will be fine. Like, genuinely, Russes will be fine. A Russ can fit through pretty much every gap here. Like, obviously, it can't fit through that one. And we've got, I think there's a couple of examples. Yeah. Russ can fit through pretty much every gap on this map. It can fit through here because of this bit, right? So even with, I don't think you need to take Russes without sponsons. You'll be all right. Yeah. Yeah. As an experiment, thank you for super chat. Math Hammer, my ogres don't need to know how to count to break statistics. Exactly. If it look, ogre Bullgrin can't count, and yet they're one of the most meta units. That should tell you how false Math Hammer is. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Make ready the blood pack. The Flair meta is now. Yes, I need. So before 11th edition, I'm gonna get my green tide ready, and I'm gonna get my blood pack ready. Cosmic, it's happening. There you are. It's all built. It's all built, and the blood pack's all primed. Just need to get the orcs primed and ready to go. Guys, I actually think 11th edition is going to make me paint the eBay orcs. I actually think it's going to. Yeah. Philip Arrigo, thank you for super chat. Is it time to bring back my 60 assault intercessor list? Yes. Yes, it is. But, Phil, I am going to have to ask you to do something. Head swap. Your beautifully converted Vanguard veterans. I need more of that. I need 60 assault intercessors with that have been blood angeled the fuck up with firstborn hats. I need this. Okay? Like, I need it injected into my veins. I need it, man. Those do you want to know something, Philip? I actually think I'm not promising anything, but I actually think I might do a video highlighting those models, man, because I thought they were so well done. I might do like a video being like, now this is what the Vanguard veterans should have looked like, right? So yeah, you may end up getting your. I can't promise anything. We'll see what fits in the schedule, but I might end up showing them off and doing a little video about them and highlighting them, because what really stood out to me about them was that they were built all using official GW parts, and there were no like 3D printed bits or anything like that. You just and you didn't, they were all assets that GW could have used, the digital assets that they have, and they could have put those together like you had and made them an official kit, and they didn't. So that's why I kind of want to use them, because I thought it was a very good example of what they should have done. And like I said, I think yours look genuinely better than theirs. There you go. The legend, thank you for the super chat, man. I didn't respond to it. Morden, you dedicated 1 hour of a live stream to that comment. I remember because it was my comment. The point was Tower Fan and I was right. You did the penance tourney. Actually, the legend, to be honest, it wasn't your comment. Okay, you did leave a big comment, and to be fair, you did leave a big comment, and there was the whole Incestors versus Fire Warriors thing. So I do remember that. But it was not really your comment that was what vexed me. Okay, it was more the comments on the Reddit thing, and they were talking about like what I'd put in my list and all that kind of stuff. So no, don't worry, man. No, I covered your comment at the time, and I still stand by the feedback and the stance I had at that time. But it was I had some other big fucking comments, especially on the Reddit, and a few on the video as well. When they were like they were like comments from the Reddit, they were brigading the video and everything. So yeah. Mordian back off now. No. I stand by it. I absolutely stand by it, Conflict Gaz. No, not even slightly. No, I responded to the Legends comment, but there was, I could go back and find that comment section. Yeah. See, the Legend gets it. Oh yeah, there was some interesting takes from people. Exactly. Like, the Legend left a comment, which, at the time, Here's the thing, right? At the time, when I highlighted the Legends comment, I did tear a strip out of him. I was like, this motherfucker doesn't know what he's talking about. And then what was funny, and I think this is actually a good example of, actually, this is how I knew that the Legend played Tau but wasn't a Tau player, right? Because the Legend left this big comment. I ripped the shit out of it at the time. And he was like, well, you should go to a tournament and prove it. And then I did go to a tournament. I did prove it. And I said to him in the live stream, I was like, the legend, you're going to have to admit I was right now. And to his credit, he actually went, nope, you put your money where your mouth is and you proved it. Fair enough. There you go. So there's no beef here whatsoever. The legend fucking gets it, man. That's why he's the legend, not the little bitch. Yeah. But the Reddit comment, the Reddit thread, and the people that brigaded from Reddit definitely, even when I proved that I was right, they couldn't give me an inch. Whereas I knew the legend was solid and legit, and he was a good lad, because, you know, he actually could give me a fucking inch. More than one. Yeah, so there you go. All right. Nocturne out. I just got into World Eaters. Fuck off. It's a good job he's been a channel member for at least a year. Could you imagine if that was someone who joined the stream for the first time? I'd probably get reported. Oh, man. Oh. There you go. Drunk Mordian, better than sober Mordian. Look, I'm not becoming a raging alcoholic just for your amusement. It's just, you know, it's been a very warm day today. I needed a few beverages to get the whistle nice and wet. There you are. My main opponents are World Eater, Tigers, Space Wolves. Send in the next wave. Anna Defun, I think you need to find a new game. Oh, man. All right. There we are. Someone make that a stream highlight. Someone clips it and send it to Evan. He'll make he can make a short out of it. The legend. Yep, and in a way we were both right. Normal tile lists were bad, but garifying them led to more success. We were also both wrong because we said they were trash broken, but they were just good. I mean, I thought yeah, I'll meet you in the middle on that one, man. Yeah. I think it basically proved that Tau did have the tools in the toolbox, but the Tau community was entrenched and needed to be more like Farsight and less like the Ethereals. Also, I've been saying strike teams were good for a long time, but the other Tau people were denying it. That's true. Yeah. That is, I remember that because I remember you pointing that out in one of the comments that you'd left and people like shouting you down. Yeah. Well, better than breaches. Yeah, I think people were just too. I think and that's one of the things that it's funny because when I started the Morning Glory channel, when I went, because I used to do video games and I was under a different name. I was called Oddworlder because I used to like the Abe's Odyssey games. But when I changed over to doing 40k content, one of the reasons I did it was because I was seeing so much bad information being shared online and new guard players just being sent completely down the wrong path. And when I saw what the Tau community was saying about, like, you should take breach and stuff, it actually was basically the same situation. And although we memed a bit and we, you know, there was definitely some pretty strong banter back and forth between myself and the Tau people, the source of me wanting to, it triggered my like instinct. I wanted to counter the bad information, and I wanted to be like, no, Tau aren't trash. I've been here before with guard. There's just some entrenched approaches here which need challenging. Yeah. All right, gentlemen, I think it's time. We've had some. I want to say we're not finishing the stream. Don't worry, but I want to say a massive thank you to everyone that's supported the stream so far. We've been absolutely popping off, but we have caught up all the super chats now, and therefore, I think it's time for us to get into the Warhammer community article itself. There's a reason I started this stream so early. because I knew that we would there'd be a lot of feelings about it, and I knew that we need a few extra hours at the beginning. Yeah. All right, what do we got here? It took 4 hours. I'll tell you what. I'll get a fresh rum and coke. That second one went down a bit quicker. I'll get a fresh rum and coke, and then we'll get into it. To be honest, I'll be honest with you. They're very weak. I'm only putting a sliver in the bottom. It's more just adding a bit of vanilla flavoring than anything else. All right. And the legend, nah, I've switched to America. Cosmix instantly uncocks the bolt pistol. And he's like, FDR! All right. What brand of rum? I can't remember. I think it's all like 1840, 1888 maybe. Why not G&T? I've never had a G&T, you know. Maybe I should try it. G&T was always a sort of drink that my parents drank. Or, well, not my parents, to be honest. It was a grown-up drink I always saw it as when I was a kid. But maybe I'm finally getting to the maybe I'm finally getting to the age. Maybe I'm getting old enough that a good G&T is what I need. There you are. Gin to fight the boredom. Tonic to fight the malaria. There you go. All right. I'll be 1 minute. I'll make myself a wiki. And then we'll get into this. Right. Let's go. There we go. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a fucking look. Let's have a cheeky gander. Actually, before we do, I'm just going to blow my nose. Okie croaky. All right. So it's finally here. Make or break time, in many regards, for the new edition of 40k, for 11th edition. The terrain rules. GW hinted at what some of the terrain rules may be for 11th edition, and I actually got to leak the rules pretty early. Claim to fame, I actually leaked the rules before both Valrak and Auspex Tactics. And I'm just going to say, I should get some kind of reward for beating Auspex Tactics to the fucking punch. Because at this point, GW checks with him before they release something. not literally. Not literally. But that kid is hot on the button. He knows what he's doing. So I was pretty proud of that moment. And I leaked a lot of these rules. And I was like, look. And then as the days went on, the things that I leaked got more and more confirmed. But the last piece of the puzzle was the terrain rules. And well, send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. People were coping and seething, and they were telling me I was going to be wrong about all this. But once again, I have been vindicated. And everything that was in the leaks about the terrain, and not only the leaks, but also the stuff that I had personally predicted as well before the leaks. So I've been talking about this before the leaks, then I leaked it early. Basically, everything that I said has come true. Everything. And these terrain rules are controversial. They're spicy. I think some people are going to see these and they're going to crash out. And I think some people are going to see these and get a very evil grin on their face. I will tell you this, though. Headline, hot take. These terrain rules, as they are now, based on the information we have, covering my ass, giving myself lots of ways out. I don't think I need to, though. Will make 11th edition the melee edition. Every edition is defined by something. So, for example, in 10th edition, at least at the beginning, although the meta did evolve a bit in the second half, but at least in the beginning, it was a vehicle and monster dominant meta. And but to be fair, by the time we got to the end of it with Catan, it was still pretty much a vehicle and monster dominant meta as well. I think the defining trait of 11th edition is going to be it's the melee edition. I think it's going to be the fast moving, hard hitting melee edition. And I think the terrain rules are what make that happen. Of course, there's still lots of bits we've not seen, but I think with this reveal, we've probably got about 70% of the picture that we need to judge 11th edition. I think what will happen now is the picture, we've sort of got a picture and it's quite pixelated, but we know what the picture is, like we know what it is. But the final 30% is going to basically add the detail, but it won't, it'll change some of the specifics, but it won't change the general vibe of what the edition is going to be. Yeah. But let's get into it. it is, long story short, it is going to be much denser terrain. And shooting is going to have a bad time. But you may be surprised here that I'm not completely beefing. Because I do think that guard has the tools in its toolbox to improvise, adapt, and overcome. I think there are going to be some factions which absolutely fucking don't and are going to be terribly vexed. But I think guard might have a couple of different options here to be able to hold the line just a little bit longer. All right. So, one of the big changes to the rules in the new edition of Warhammer 40k is how terrain works. As we're going through the new rules and finding out how the new edition makes room for ever more diverse battlefields supporting epic Warhammer battles. Terrain is made up of two components: terrain features and terrain areas. A little drink. Terrain features are individual pieces of scenery, such as ruins, barricades, trees, rocks, and anything else you could conceivably encounter in the battlefields of the 45th millennium. Terrain features will always be placed on, or sometimes used to denote the edge of, a terrain area. Several key changes now allow for a wider variety of terrain features in the battlefield, and a greater degree of interaction with the terrain than before. A terrain area is the footprint on the battlefield under the effects of that scenery, and these effects are undergoing some big changes compared with the current edition. So basically, it is as the leaks foretold. It is as the prophecy foretold. You are just getting a footprint, and then you can put basically whatever terrain you want on top of that. GW even confirmed this later on in the article. So if you've got some, let's say you've got like a long, thin footprint, you could use that to represent a wall, or if you're in an urban environment, or you could use it to represent a tree line. Tree lines are actually really important. If you've ever sort of looked at any more modern conflicts, often armies are literally fighting from one side of a field to another, from one tree line to another. So, and they confirm it doesn't have to be urban. So, on the one hand, or trenches, great point, Eldenleen, or trenches. I know that I am often perceived as a beefy boy, but I do like this change. I like this change for what it's going to allow me to do with my battle reports. One of the things that always annoyed me about 10th edition is very quick, even though we had all these cool terrain rules like forests and whatnot, very quickly, everyone basically just stopped using those and just descended on the L-shaped ruins. And what was a bit frustrating from a content creation point of view was if I tried to do battle reports that had different terrain like forests and stuff, all I ever got back was, but Mordian, that's not the right terrain. I was like, bro, what the fuck do you mean it's not the right terrain? Like, there's all these terrain rules we use. Oh, but they're not the standard layouts. Like, no one uses forests. And then people literally be like, not using the proper terrain, invalid battle report, all this kind of stuff. Like, it was a bit vexing because I have a large bank of terrain and I like to use interesting terrain like forests and trees and houses and ruins and all, not just L-shaped ones. And so what I really like about this is you can put whatever you want on the footprint. And yeah, when you go to a tournament, they'll probably still be using fucking bullshit unpainted MDF. But when you're like at home, make battle reports or in my case, or playing with your mates, you can absolutely just take the footprint and put whatever you want on top of it. So that's good. We still have set layouts, as we'll see later on. Here you go. You still got set terrain layouts, and there are some quibbles with those. I am there with you in the quibbles. But from a fundamental point of view, I think this is a good halfway between... I think this is a good halfway between old terrain rules and new terrain rules. I think it blends new and old, which I'm which is something I've actually been saying for that 40k needs to do. You don't need to completely go back to the old ways. GW can go in a new direction, but they need to start, taking some cues from how things were done in the past. And being able to basically have a footprint, because in 4th edition, you had just size 1, size 2, size 3 terrain. And then you could put whatever you wanted on there to basically represent different sizes. Like, so size 3 would be like infinitely tall stuff that we know today. Size 1 would be like little barricades. And so I really like that I can basically use the footprints. Okay, that's new hammer. But I can put what I want on those footprints. Okay, that's old school. So I do like that. From a theory point of view, I'm not completely letting GW off the hook or giving 11th edition a free pass, as it were, because we're going to have to see because in 10th edition, I thought the terrain was going to get better, and then it didn't. It got worse, a lot worse. One of the big reasons I started playing other games was because I wanted to actually play on fucking interesting boards. I'm hoping 11th edition, we can actually get some interesting shit going on. But anyway, moving on. This is a good thing. From a theoretical point of view, this is a good thing. It will allow us to use whatever terrain we want to make more interesting boards. Good. I can finally use trees again. However, I will say, I think things are going to start getting a little fucky. Foremost amongst, and these effects are undergoing some big change compared with the current edition. Foremost amongst these is the addition of the hidden rule. Infantry, beast, and swarm models inside a terrain area can be hidden as long as their unit didn't shoot in the current or preceding player turn, and so will be hidden at the start of the game. While hidden, a model is only visible to enemy units within their detection range, which is usually 15 inches, so you can deploy your models a lot more freely without worrying about a first turn barrage. I'm not a fan of this, because I feel like, okay, firstly, I don't think it's going to work. Controversial, I don't think it's going to work, and I'll tell you why in a moment. I think there will be armies out there which are absolutely fast enough to just boost across the board and start killing you. What is the space of no man's land? Typically. Now, we'll check it down here on these rules as well, but let's have a look. These are each 1 inch. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 24 inches. So what happens if a unit can move 12 inches? It can just be seen, right? You're hidden as long as you're not within detection range. Okay, well, I'll just move 12 inches forward. You deployed in this ruin here. Oh, look, now I can see you. Oh. But I'm hidden. Yeah, no, you are. I just moved 12 inches and I can see you. And there are plenty of units which will absolutely be able to move 12 plus inches across the board. For example, take any Space Marine, take a Rhino, the most basic transport in the game, and put a unit inside it. The Rhino goes 12 inches. The Marines jump out 3 inches. They've now moved 15 inches across the board. And basically, they can see almost into the entirety of this ruin. They can see at least into halfway into it, right? What about scout units? So the first thing is, I'm not a fan of it because I don't actually think it works. I think that all it does is, once again, just prove that movement wins games. So if you're a slow army, you're just going to be punished now even more so. If you're a fast army, you're going to be rewarded even more so. So all you're going to do, and all that's going to end up happening is you just deploy behind the terrain again in a lot of cases. Maybe in certain matchups, you'll be able to go a bit further forward. But in other matchups, it just doesn't have an effect. So it doesn't actually have a massive impact. It doesn't actually really have a big impact. All this, if I'm going to be honest with you, this is just an indirect fire nerf. That's all it is. This is just a nerf to indirect fire weapons. Unless indirect fire changes, which it could do. It very well. Like I said, we've only got 70% of the picture. We haven't got 100%. And indirect fire may get an exception to hidden and all this kind of stuff. But this is really just this is just going to essentially nerf indirect fire and long range shooting, which is already basically useless in the opening turns of 10th edition. The actual impact of this isn't going to fix a problem from 10th edition. It's actually going to evolve it. It's going to enhance it. And this is something I've been saying a little bit about 11th edition. 11th edition is just peak 10th edition. I think if we look at the end of 10th edition, elite melee armies with and maneuverability are what is dominating the game. I think anyone who was hoping for 11th edition to fix the problems of 10th, I don't think that's the case. Anyone's been like, oh, they've not been doing the whole thing they normally do at the end of edition where they like use the end of edition to sort of telegraph what's coming for the new edition. I actually think they have been telegraphing it. Yeah. Okay, so I am getting a comment in chat about this, about the whole hidden denotes whether something is visible, which indirect doesn't care about. I know there are some people which are banging that drum, saying that indirect fire won't be affected by this. I'll be honest, and I'm sorry if I'm coming across a bit harsh here. I think that is cope of the most refined quality. I don't think you can apply a strict rules as written interpretation to what is essentially a general overview of a rule in a Warhammer community article. That's why I'm talking about the general state of it not mattering because you being able to move across and then get out and then sort of jump. I'm not talking about specific things. I think that indirect fire is, I think the point of this rule is not to allow you to get hit by barrages and by long range firepower early on. I think even if indirect fire rules as written on day one works like that, it will get patched out to not work like that. It may be go, but I will collect the debt if my Cobra turns out to be pure opium. Yeah. Indirect fire has been... 11th edition is peak 10th edition, and indirect fire has been massively nerfed. Why would 11th edition suddenly change that? This is the edition that is going to coddle melee players the most. Melee players don't like indirect fire, so indirect fire is not going to get a buff in this. Yeah. So, firstly, I'm not a massive fan of this because I think it actually it creates almost it creates almost like a two-tier game, two tiers for factions. Do you have the ability to basically just play around the hidden rule and not give a fuck about it? Yes, it doesn't matter. If you're not one of those factions, you're immediately relegated to the second tier. So it doesn't do it. It's going to create an imbalance between the factions because some factions are just not that fast moving. What do you do in this situation if you're someone like, I mean, a typically slow faction is going to be something like, is it like Votan and Admech? They've got some fast units, but typically they sort of trundle across the board a bit, don't they? It's not going to overly, it's not, and the thing is, it's not going to overly matter because, as you can see, the boards are very dense. The boards are very dense as well. You're only really going to be shooting what's immediately in front of you. Photon can be quite nippy. Death Guard are kind of slow, but they can deep strike down stuff. There might be a lot of factions which actually have got more maneuver. Here's the thing. There might be a lot of factions which actually have a lot of hidden maneuverability. Okay, fair enough. But then in a funny sort of way, it proves my point because it means it really is low impact. Yeah. Then we've got the next one. Additionally, most terrain is obscuring, much as it is today. Obscuring terrain areas cannot be seen entirely through, so even large models and big units can use sections of terrain to avoid enemy fire. Infantry beats and swarm units in terrain areas also gain the benefit of cover, which in the new edition gives your opponent a -1 penalty to their ballistic skill rather than +1 bonus to their armor saves. So the first thing to denote here is that it seems that only infantry, beasts, and swarms now get the benefit of cover from being inside terrain. So everyone could hide behind terrain, but only infantry, beasts, and swarms could actually benefit from being obscuring. And if you are obscured, you're -1 to hit. I think, again, if we look at what has been kind of peak in the latter half of 10th edition, it's been elite melee infantry. Well, I feel like that is only going to be reinforced even further, because now if you're a vehicle, you still have to drive around the blue terrain, although to be fair, you can apparently drive over the yellow stuff. But you can drive, if you're a vehicle, you're still going to have some fairly restricted movement paths in comparison to infantry. And you're not going to get the benefit of cover now. And a lot of vehicles, especially guard ones, for example, are more long-range shooting assets. So you're not going to be benefit from obscured. You're not going to benefit from hidden. You're not going to have as much maneuverability. It doesn't feel like a very vehicle-friendly addition. Now, I will caveat that by saying there may be a bit of cross-pollination from 10th to 11th, because 10th was very much, even though it evolved into a more elite infantry meta at the end, it was very much still, at its core, a vehicle and monster meta. And those fundamentals may still cross over into 11th edition. But it definitely doesn't look like vehicles and monsters are getting much in the ways of buffs out of this situation. Whereas I think right now, the meta is, apart from Catan, it's elite melee infantry, especially if it can move fast. And I think this is just another rule. I mean, look at everything that we're seeing here, guys. Only infantry, beasts, and swarm are benefiting from the new rules, hidden and obscuring. And then we get to what obscuring does, which it gives you -1 ballistic skill rather than +1 to your armor saves. And the leaks / rumors said that obscuring does stack with stealth. So if you're looking for a potential detachment that's going to be very good off the bat of 11th edition, whichever detachment gives you -1 to hit is going to be very good. I think there's a space, any of those Space Marine ones where it's like -1 to hit. Is it -1 to hit over a certain distance or -1 to hit all the time? You know what's kind of interesting? This could, because it's -1 to ballistic skill. It's -1 to ballistic skill, not -1 to hit. And as I've had to explain throughout the entirety of 10th edition, yes, you can only be +1 or -1 to hit, but +1 and -1 to hit stacks with +1 and -1 ballistic skill. That's how you can have heavy and take aim on a guard unit, get you up to hitting on 3s. Whereas people often thought you couldn't do that. But to be fair, by the end of 10th, people have got that. So cover plus stealth. Siege detachment, meta incoming. Have a unit in cover, -1 to hit. Smoke shells on top of it, -1 to hit. Sorry, a unit in cover, -1 ballistic skill. Smoke shells, give it stealth, -1 to hit. So siege might get a bit better. Maybe. But it'll be interesting because I think what you're going to find is people will lean massively into these. I think there'll be what I'm going to find curious. What I'm kind of interested to see play out is, do people initially lean into like these big stacking -1 to hit, -1 ballistic skill detachments? And as a result, the counter to these is to go no shooting and go full melee, because that basically means they're then just not getting the benefit of their detachment rule, which then inversely then leads people to actually not taking those attachments because they don't need to. It could be funny to see how it plays out. But I think everyone being able to get pseudo loan op on the relevant units, plus those relevant units now getting -1 to hit, -1 ballistic skill, which can stack with things like stealth. This is not looking like a good addition for traditional shooting armies. Long range shooting. This seems like the addition it's never been easier to close the distance as a melee player and get into close combat. Especially if we come down here again, and you can see the boards have got so much denser that, I mean, if you again count the squares, if you deploy here as a, let's say, like a jump pack unit, you can jump over, you can jump from terrain piece to terrain piece and never actually leave cover. If you do the measurement, if you're someone with a jump pack or an equivalent 12-inch move, you never actually need to leave cover now. You can start here, jump over to here, and then you can jump over to here or here, and then you can jump over to here or here. If you have, this is what I mean by fast-moving melee armies. Fast-moving melee armies never need to be out in the open if they don't want to. And there's no reason for them to be out there. There's no reason for an intercessor to shoot its pistol. So it's going to be all about hopping from cover to cover. It's going to be all about hopping from cover to cover or hopping from behind cover to behind cover. It's going to be all about staging. It's going to be all about melee. It's going to be all about speed. Let's have a look at some of the other bits and so this is an example of how it works. There's an obscuring terrain area between all models in Unit A and D. So none of them are visible. D, A. All models in Units B and C are within the terrain area and are infantry, so are hidden. However, Unit D's models are within the 15-inch detection range of Unit B models. These ones are within 15 inches. But not Unit C's. So Unit B's models are visible to Unit D. Unit D's models are visible to Unit C. Since they are not within the area terrain. So basically, these guys can see them, but not them, and not them. And these guys, these two units can see no problem. One question I wonder is, is it going to be model by model, or do you just need to see? I guess one question I have around detection range is, do you have to be wholly within detection range or powerful? Sorry, a little blip on OBS there. We're back now. If anyone wants to, if there's any audio issues or anything, refresh the stream. Yeah. Refresh the stream. There you go. GW coming for our boy. It's all right. I'm back. I'm back. There you go. I'll just make... People sometimes need to be told fresh stream by text. So let me just say. There we go. There we are. Back to it. So I really... It does... Yeah, so I really hope it's not wholly within. Because if it's wholly within, imagine the conga lines. Just conga line backwards. Oh, well, you can see the front guy, but you can't see the whole unit. So I'm going to hope that it's just if I can see one model, then I can detect that. If I'm within 15 inches of one model, I'm in 15 inches of the entire squad. Yeah. Yeah. I do also think that cheap external units are going to become important to go out there and rip hidden away from people. I don't really see the logic there. Detection range is on a unit by unit case. My understanding, it's not on a this unit is within range, so now my entire army has detected it and they can be shot. It's going to be this unit is in detection range, so this unit can see. But if I've got a unit back here that's not within detection range, they won't be able to get involved. Unless you meant a different thing. If you meant something different, please let me know. If you meant like a sacrificial unit to try and draw people out, that might be different. Yeah. Another change in the new edition centers on recommended terrain layouts. Last week we showed you one half of the mission generated by an army with the disruption force position battles an enemy with the take and hold force position. The other half, determined acquisition, is the opponent's briefing. So this was the whole trapping thing. So remember when I said that the whole trapping objective thing was going to be really, really easy to do? And everyone told me I had to wait and see. Once again, the wait and see crowd has been humiliated. How many times do we have to wait and see and be proven right again and again and again before people just stop saying wait and see as a form of fucking cope? Like I said, with this whole trapping one, if there's going to be 15 or 16 pieces of terrain, why can't you just like jump out and score loads of points really quickly? And oh, look, it turns out you can. How long? Wait and see. God damn it. This death trap objective, in my opinion, this death trap primary mission is massively better than this determined acquisition one. I mean, look at it. Any battle round for each area terrain trapped, you get 2 victory points if you trap it, and plus 3 on top of that, so 5 if it's an objective. You can do it in your shooting phase and it completes immediately. Okay. So if I have a unit that goes, I can, is it not in your deployment zone? Just excluding your home objective. Okay, so turn 1, I can trap 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 objectives. Potential. Obviously, there's a cap on how many you can get, right? Because it maxes out at 15. But turn 1, I've got 7 choices to trap, 2 of which are worth 10 points. So turn 1, without exposing any units, I can score 5, 10, 15 points. 2, 2, 2. Actually, it's 16, but I'm maxed out at a 15. And if we check the other terrain map, it's no different. Cap those. In fact, this is even easier. Cap those two. That's 10 points. Cap those two. That's 14 points. Or yeah, you can save your home field ones for later turns. This is one of the easiest. This is one of the easiest primary objectives I've ever seen. And again, I said that was going to be a problem. Just a casual 15 uninterrupted VPs. And then, so that's any bat around for terrain area trapped. And then, and it's unlimited uses, by the way. So you can do it. It's not like one unit a turn. It's you can do it as much as you want. Put infiltrate into the mix, yeah. And then what's the other one? One or more enemy units that start the turn with an air terrain were destroyed if the air terrain unit is trapped. Second battle route. So you run out and trap a bunch of terrain early on. And then from that, and they can't untrap them. Remember, they can't untrap them. So you run out and trap a bunch of terrain early on. You know, like the objectives that you're going to be fighting over. And then any time that you destroy a unit in that terrain feature, which your opponent needs to take, you get 3 VP. Second battle round onwards, control one or more objectives. So look at how many opportunities you have to score here. This will never not be maxed out. Then let's go over to this one. Determined acquisition. Any battle round for each objective you control that you did not control at the start of your turn. Second battle round onwards. For each objective you control. I mean, technically you can get some more that's within your opponent's territory. Oh, wait, you know, what, their home objective? So one of these is going to score like 3 to 5 VP per objective. One of these is basically maxing out 15, no problems, at every turn. Because think about it. Think about this. This gives you bonuses for destroying enemy units on objectives. This one is about controlling the objectives. So what happens is your opponent if you go, the opponent goes first, trap, and then you're the person who's trying to hold the line. But the more you try and hold the line, the more your opponent scores off you for killing your units trying to hold. This is, I mean, unless I am missing something quite wildly, this is fucked in a bad way. And this is fucked in a very good way for the person that's playing it. Yeah. So the only way that you can really do well with this card into this card is if you have a bunch of really, really durable units. Really, really durable units. Oh, very good point, Godlike Poet. That's actually 2 terrain pieces. Yeah. That's 2 different terrain pieces. Oh my god, wait, is that absolutely gigafucked? Hang on. Correct me if I'm wrong. If that's 2 different, that's 16, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So that's 2 different terrain pieces. So if I'm in this terrain piece here, and let's say my opponent is in this terrain piece here, I've got a unit that's here. Even if I'm in their detection range, I can't see them because this obscuring piece of terrain is in the way. right? So they can line up along there, and until I go in, I won't be able to see them. That's 1 3 that's what the eye means. Okay, we'll have to wait and see if that's true. They may count as one when combined like that. That's true. They may count as one when combined like that. The eye means it's visible, counts as one. Dyson Glory, are you saying that because you know? Or are you saying that because you hope? Because what does this eye mean? And this eye mean? Oh, is that for the dotted line? No, those lines are doing something else. I'm not entirely certain what the eyes mean. You can see through from one side to the other. What, like from through here to through to here? That won't be true. You obviously won't be able to see through that. Why would being on this side of it mean you could see through to this side, but being on this side of it mean you couldn't see through to this side? That doesn't work. The slashed eye means there's no visibility between the touching terrain pieces. So I can't see through these. And this, what? So I can see over this? Left and right is visible, top and bottom aren't. Look at the symbols. What? So you can just see over here, but you can't see over here. Does that, what? So this entire thing is open and you can see into it? I'm not getting this. Well, so apparently you can see all the way over that way, but you can't see all the way over that way. I'm honestly not getting this. And I'm going to be real with you. If I'm not getting it, maybe I'm fucking stupid, or maybe it's just a bit fucked. Cross-eye means separate area terrain sections. Well, so those are separate. Those are not separate. Is that all it means? There's more information. We scroll down. Okay, we'll scroll down. These layouts have been designed with specific battle in mind to help ensure a balanced match and reinforce the story told by the mission, whether you're playing at the World Championship or on your kitchen table, of course. If you are playing a casual game with friends, you're welcome to set up terrain anywhere you like. You'll notice on the map there are a number of long, thin terrain areas. Since they are still obscuring, they create new opportunities for different types of terrain, as units can remain out of line of sight just behind the footprint of the air terrain. In our diagram, these are represented by Mechanicus barricades and field generators, but you can fill these areas with whatever terrain suits your collection. Do you prefer ruins, trees, ruins, strange zones, growths? You can build your battlefield your way, and even while using these tournament-approved layouts, meaning your games will look great and tell a compelling story. Large ruins sort of a place, especially on large midfield area terrain, and the physical features of terrain still matter for drawing line of sight into and out of terrain areas. It's not all about 2D footprint of terrain, though. Height also plays a bigger role. In the current edition, units like heavy weapon teams seldom ascend the upper floors of ruins, as doing so exposes them to fire from across table. With the hidden rule, you can safely access the upper level terrain, safe from long-range enemy fire, at least until your units taking their first shot. You can also take advantage of the plunging fire rule, giving you a +1 ballistic skill. So this isn't going to be true. I mean, it's going to be partially true, but it's not actually going to help you because, as we know, you're going to line up there and someone's just going to move forward 12 inches. Well, maybe they won't. To be fair, maybe they won't shoot you because this bit will be in the way. So yeah, maybe it'll help a little bit. Particularly tall models of towering like Imperial Knights also get the plunging fire. I want to come back to all of this. I'm not breezing over it. I'm trying to see where it says the eyes. I don't think it says the eyes anywhere here, man. I don't think the eyes. It doesn't mention it anywhere. I don't know why someone said that the eyes were mentioning it. Lies, deceptions, every day more lies. So basically all it means is that these two pieces are connected, these two pieces aren't connected. Okay, fine, whatever. They are in the same tournament companion. Honestly, I really think this whole eye thing is just muddying the waters. The eye doesn't mean I can see through that terrain. It literally just said it. I can hide back here and I can't be seen. I just don't think the eyes mean it. The eyes aren't. They just seem to be confusing the situation. Right, people say check the tour companion. Fine, I'll check the fucking tour companion, but I don't think it's going to change the fact that I can't see through the fucking terrain. Like, do the eyes change that, chat? Do they? No, they don't. I know that. You know that. The eyes don't change that. What the fuck are we going on about? Like, it's not changing what's going on. I'm searching through this fucking companion, right? Right. So, single area terrain section, separate area terrain section. Okay, fine. So, it means, if we go back, that's all one piece. Fine. So, there's no risk. Okay, so you don't have the risk of someone lining up there and not being able to be seen from there. Fine. Okay? But it doesn't mean this whole thing is suddenly open. Yeah, 2 footprints are treated as 1. Fine. Sure. Okay. That still means that going back to my original point before we all got distracted by the fucking eyes, right? It all means that this is still absolutely gigafucked. Right? Because it still means that I'm going to go, okay, I'm going to take a unit of, let's say I am a Space Marine player. I'm going to take a unit of jump back intercessors, not even jump back, normal fucking intercessors, move into here, trapped. Jump back intercessors, move into here, trapped. And then now for the rest of the game, so firstly, that's 10 VP scored straight away before I do anything else. I can maybe take another couple of, before I do anything else, 10 VP. Probably, I'm going to max that turn 1, no dramas. Okay, so 15 VP in the bank. Out of a max, so turn 1, I am guaranteed using this mission. Turn 1, I am guaranteed to get 15 victory points. I'm guaranteed to score 33%, a third of all the primary victory points I am possibly able to score in a game. And every time my opponent moves into these terrain pieces, which they need to because they are objectives, bang, 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 every time they do that, I am going to score more victory points. So this is very difficult to not max out. And then we go over to this one and it's like, okay, any battle rat. So turn 1, I'm going to move into this objective and I'm going to move into this objective. I'm going to control them and I'm going to score 4. So one mission can score 15 victory points, turn 1, easy peasy, guaranteed. One mission scores 4 victory points. I don't think this is balanced. I don't think any amount of detachment, the different detachments might affect things or anything like that. I don't think any of that's going to affect that outcome. This is ultra easy to do, which I called the moment we saw it. This is the other half of it. It's fucked. If you are a take and hold force taking on a disruption opponent, you are utterly fucked. Especially if you can be hidden and score. Yeah. Them old world objectives not looking so bad now, hey? God damn it, FRBN. Doesn't your opponent now pick your missions now, though? So you don't just give them Death Trap? That was in one of the rumors. That was in one of the rumors. We haven't seen that come true yet. If we have a look at the Warhammer community stuff, that does not seem to be the case. Give me the Warhammer 40k news, please. The understanding is you just pick your force disposition. When you build your army, build your attachments, each unlock a different force disposition, one of which you will choose to represent your army's force position for each battle. This establishes the board mission your army would like to be assigned to accomplish. Like any good general, however, you'll determine the manner in which you achieve that mission based on the real battle conditions. By comparing your chosen force position to your opponents at the start of the battle, you'll find out the specific details of the mission you'll be playing. Yeah, so what your opponent's force disposition determines your mission, but you pick your force disposition. So anytime you're a disruption player playing into a take and hold player, congratulations, you're probably on track for an auto win. Because you are guaranteed 45 victory points. If you don't manage that, that's insane. What's funny is the take and hold guy gets 3 VP. So the take and hold guy's whole thing is gets 3 VP for controlling an objective at the end of his command phase. The Death Trap guy gets 4. Look, second battle and onwards, end of your command phase or end of the turn, you control one of objectives, 4 VP, excluding your home territory. When at the end of your command phase, at the end of your turn in the 5th battle round, you for each objective you control, 3 VP. I tell you what the difference is, though. The take and hold guy gets to control their home objective. The Death Trap guy doesn't. So to be fair, if you are the take and hold guy, you do get to hold if you hold your objective the entire game, you get 15 victory points. So maybe there's more to it. But Death Trap only gets 4 regardless for how many they control. Oh, what? That's true. What are more objectives? That's fair enough. Okay. I still think the Death Trap guy can quite easily get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, we know there's 16 terrain pieces. They're each worth 2 VP. So that's 32. 32. Let's not even count this one. So that's 30 VP plus another 9 because you get plus 3 for each one of these. Territories plus 3 VP for each opponent in your territory objective. So is that the different territory? So if you're on this side of the board, if you manage to control this one, but you have to take and hold it. That's the thing. You have to take and hold it. So you can go, oh yeah, sick, I'm going to get 6 VP if I control this. And the disruption guy just goes, well, you're just not going to hold it then, are you? So I'm going to kill you for trying to hold that. And that is going to get me 3 VP. So actually, each time you try and take this, if your opponent successfully stops you, it's a 9 VP swing because they get plus 3 and you lose out on 6. Yeah, I'm really not convinced that the take. Look, this one, it seems much easier to max out the primary than this one. I'm just not convinced these missions are going to be balanced. I'm not convinced at all. But we'll see when the dice start rolling. But from a theory point of view, I'm not convinced. But anyway, let's move on from the missions and get back to the terrain. We've talked about hidden. We've talked about obscuring. We've talked about the missions. We've touched upon the boards being very dense. I think we need to... One thing. Some people might say, but Mordian, aren't you just comparing these submissions? Maybe Disruption will have bad matchups into Purge the Foe. That very well may be the case, dear viewer, but that isn't an argument in your favor. That's an argument in my favor. Because I'm not arguing that these two missions aren't balanced into each other. I'm saying I'm worried that none of the missions are good into each other. And it's not very good if primary missions end up devolving into an elaborate game of rock, paper, scissors, where Disruption is good into Take a Hold, but Purge the Foe is good into the Disruption, because you're basically every game is being predetermined to a lesser or greater extent. That is called cope, and actually you proving my point. Anyway, moving on. The boards, very dense. Very dense and weirdly open in places. So the middle of the board is incredibly packed. Incredibly packed. It is going to be a mid-board mosh pit. But the deployment zones are really bare. Which is like really weird. It's very strange. You actually have... So you could hide models behind this. Hide models behind this. And hide models behind here. You can do the same thing. There's some good hiding here. Hide here. Here, 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 here. The back bit of your deployment zone is very, very exposed. It's very, very, very exposed. But actually, it's really hard to draw sight lines. Like, I can't draw a sight line across to there. From my deployment zone, I could maybe draw a sight line to here. Maybe cutting past this corner and this corner. But it's going to be... I mean, can we get that open in Paint? 1 second. Let's use some high-tech technology. Open with Paint. Here we go, boys. That's what it's all about. This is what it's all about, baby! So, is there a line of sight across from there? Yes. That is your only angle from one. That's your only angle. This massive bit in the board is huge. Like, oh, there's no way for you to target a unit that's hiding behind here. There's no way. Look. Oh, bumped into the terrain. The only way you can do it is to get here. So if someone hides a unit behind that piece of terrain, because of this, you can't see across from there or from behind here, right? So you have to literally get like 2/3 of the way across, well, 3/5 of the way across the board before you can get sightline. Can't do it from over here. Obviously, this line's a little long, but you know what I mean. Like if someone's sort of just hiding round here. It's crazy. You just gotta, yeah, you just gotta like plow through the friggin' terrain. Like people saying like, oh, you need to like Mac IQ 100. You need to interact. Ironically, mate, I think that's a 10 IQ take, not a 100 IQ take, because okay, I'll go into the terrain here. I'll shoot this enemy unit here. If I don't kill it, the enemy's just gonna kill me. And you say you just got to interact. Okay, right. Okay, let's remove these lines. Okay, so I have my unit in here, right? Let's say, okay, I'm going to seize that objective. Bam. Okay, I'm seizing the objective. Sick. If my opponent has a unit here, I'm not interacting with shit. I can't see anything. So what they do is just go, okay, well, I've got a 12-inch jump pack, so boing. And then I'm going to charge you because I can see it. Yeah, it's just, this is just trading the addition. This is trading the addition. Okay, so we've got a unit here. Okay, I'm going to move it in here. Okay, I've got a unit here. I'm going to move forward, charge you, kill your unit. All right, cool. And then, okay, that means now I've got a unit here that's going to charge and kill your unit. Okay, cool. Okay, sick. Well, I've got a unit here. It's going to, or maybe, maybe over here. Okay, cool. That's going to charge in. It's just going to be trading. It's just like, what is this, Wall Street? I knew that the GW executives love money, but I didn't think they were going to make Wall Street Simulator the game. Goddamn trading game. It's the goddamn trading game. So, and this is just, yeah, I think I stand by what I said earlier. And obviously, let me be clear. We're being a little facetious and a little, hypothetical and stuff like that and whatnot. I get it, right? I get it. And we, maybe there will be mechanic stuff that will change this, okay? But I stand by what I said earlier, which is 11th edition is peak 10th edition. People who go, oh, well, this is what you do in 10th edition. It is indeed. Absolutely. This is now peak 10th edition. It's 11, it's 10th edition evolved. Yeah. It's all about the bum fights in the middle of the board. You're going to have to learn how to screen. You're going to have to learn how to trade. I have to be honest. I'm not seeing a huge amount of immersive gameplay going on here. Yeah. 10 plus 1, 10.5. Yeah, it actually is feeling a lot like 10.5. These layouts have been designed with this specific battle in mind to help ensure a balanced match whilst reinforcing the story told by the mission. Whether you're playing at the World Championships or on your table, of course, if you're playing a casual game with friends, you're welcome to set your terrain any way you like. Okay, well, that's good. I look forward to nobody doing that. Maybe we'll have to. Yeah. You'll notice on the map there are a number of long, thin terrain areas. Okay, yeah, no, we've seen that. So this, again, this is okay. Going back to the good stuff, this is good. I know we started off with good stuff, then we went salty. Let's have a bit of shot of hope. Okay. I do love the fact that I could have like a ruined farmhouse here, a church, maybe like a church that we're battling over here. And then have like tree lines here and here. And I do like that. Yeah. I think that this is going to be peak 10th gameplay with peak 10th gameplay, as in peak 10th game design with better terrain. I think that's basically what they've tried. They've just tried to make the terrain look less shit. Yeah. This is an interesting one. The whole plunging fire thing. Oh, 1 minute. I'm going to sneeze. Yeah, there we go. I'll tell you what is funny. I wonder if this line has been thrown in because of my leaks. Because I was the one that... apparently, we're not on 2D terrain. It's not going to be flat terrain. That's good. That is good. I will say the idea of 2D flat terrain did vex me terribly. I didn't like that. But is there still a chance it can happen? There is still a chance that UKTC and WTC could go in that direction. Because plunging fire has been a thing for a long time and it's never been relevant. And I still don't really feel like it's probably going to be all that relevant now. With how we've explained, it's quite easy to get around, hidden and stuff like that. But it might be. It very well may be. So look, less 2D terrain is a good thing. The less chance of 2D terrain is a good thing. That's good. That was one of my big fears when I first saw this terrain stuff. Hopefully that looks like it might not be the case. The big one here is going to be, again, another positive. Towering models just get +1 ballistic skill when within 12 inches. So if a knight is within 12 inches of you and you are out in the open, which may happen, the knight hits you on a 2+. Whoa. Let's say if you have a unit that hides behind the terrain there, the knight stomps forward and can see you, it just hits you on a 2. Spicy. Now, I think this could go two ways with knights. I think either knights will be dominating because they're just stomping around the board, just fucking basic. They're stomping around the board, basically just ignoring terrain rules. Because think about it, this is what annoys me a little bit about sometimes the way GW does stuff. They introduce a new way of the terrain working. Okay, cool. Obscuring. And then they did this in 10th edition as well. Immediately, they make an exception. So we know by halfway through the edition, there's going to be loads of people with exceptions, with some kind of thing that ignores obscuring, right? We know that's going to happen. Yeah. Towering units don't get the benefit of Martial Political. That's true. Only infantry do. So the knights basically just do not interact in any way with the terrain rules. Apart from just, it's basically 10th edition to them. Town their mark lights? Yeah, exactly. I think knights are just, it's kind of like in 10th edition when they're like, we've reduced rerolls, and then the first thing they showed off was Oath of Moment. And it was like, oh, really? Doesn't seem like it. So knights will either be really dominant, or the flip side is they will be completely trash. And the reason why they may be completely trash is because of the meta being fast-moving melee units. So there may be a case where the knights, can potentially like dominate, but knights don't do well against fast-moving melee armies that just rip them to pieces. So I'm not sure how the cards will land there, but I think, as is tradition for Imperial Knights, they'll either be massively overcooked, need an emergency nerf, and then no one will take them, or they'll be undercooked from the beginning and no one will take them. Then we've got some of the terrain footprints here. A set of area terrain footprints will be available to purchase alongside the new edition. These already work well with some of the existing Warzone terrain sets, and future scenery sets are already being designed with these templates in mind. You may want to create your own area terrain footprints to match your battlefield or basing scheme. A great little hobby project to help create a thematic board to play on. I will say this. I am a big fan of GW constantly mentioning building your boards your own way. I'm a big, big fan of that. I think I will. I'm not totally convinced by these terrain layouts. I'll try them out, but I'm much more interested in coming up with my own boards than really. I'll engage with these for tournaments and practice games for tournaments, but otherwise, I think I might end up just designing my own boards and doing cool battle reports on them. You'll need the following sizes for standard mission layouts: 4 large rectangles, 2 large right angle triangles, 4 medium rectangles, 2 long lines, 4 short lines. So you can start making those now. These changes allow for more variety in scenery pieces, more interactive matchups, better stories, and exciting close-fought games. They also present a great opportunity for the average 140k gaming experience to feel familiar and accessible on tables the world over, whilst enabling varying thematic terrain features on every battlefield. Later, we'll be looking at how objectives work and with these new terrain rules to create a really thematic experience. I mean, hopefully there'll be more later in the week. So this should be coming probably Friday, right? I thought this was going to come out Friday, but I'm glad they released it on Wednesday. Yeah. So what do I make of these terrain rules? I'll be honest. The missions seem potentially more fucked than the terrain rules. This looks like an awful matchup. It really, really does. If I was to have 2 main takeaways, this looks terrible. The terrain itself, it's very dense. And I don't know if the hidden thing is going to matter all that much. I think all it will do is just encourage hyper mobility, so that armies can just basically not worry about it. They just go, oh, there's something hidden in here. I can just zip over to here and just fight it, right? So I don't think the hidden thing, the obscuring thing, is what we need to talk about. The change from -1 to change from +1 to your save to -1 ballistic skill. The thing about the obscuring is there's no range qualifier with it, right? This has a 15-inch range qualifier. The moment that you're within 15 inches, it basically fucks off and goes away. This doesn't. So if you are in terrain, you are -1 to hit. That's it. If someone has ignores cover, okay, then you're not -1 to hit. But if you are in terrain, you're -1 to hit. The leaks, which have been pretty accurate up until this point, say that you can stack -1 ballistic skill, stack cover and stealth, which makes sense because one is -1 ballistic skill and one is -1 to hit. On the one hand, I do think this is a positive change. It brings a lot of -1 AP weapons back into the fold. How many times have you thought about taking a weapon, but because it was only -1 AP, you just didn't take it? Heavy bolters on Lehman Russes, for example. No one ever fucking took them. It was always take plasma, always take melter, because then you just punch through the terrain and you just don't give a fuck about the cover. That scenario no longer exists. Now, heavy bolters actually have a place because not only do they have a reliable number of shots, but they also have sustained hits. So they can generate more hits. And the AP -1 actually means something now. So I do think that the change is a good thing for AP weapons. The thing is that may get countered by the whole obscuring, the whole hidden thing. Because it may be that, oh, great, we've made heavy bolters viable. Oh, wait, no, because they can't hit anything over 15 inches away. Oh. So I'm getting within 15 inches, yeah? Yeah. So I might as well be taking multi-melters. Because then if I'm in a hidden range, I'm in multi-melter range. Or heavy flamers. I think heavy flamers could become meta. Because heavy flamers ignore hidden, ignore obscuring, and have AP -1 built in. The only thing that may stand in the way of flamers could be if the monster and vehicle fundamentals foundation of 10th edition translates over into 11th. Because whilst my heavy flamers may be very effective against theoretical infantry dug into cover, they're not very helpful against a Catan, who's neither hidden nor obscured, but is very tough. Right? So that's the biggie. Does the monster and vehicle monster meta come over and obscure a lot of this? And basically we end up being like, well, you know what? We just end up with multi-melters anyway. Bile Predator could look good. Yeah, Bile Predator could be doing well out of this. From a guard perspective, I think Triple Hellhound is probably going to end up being mandatory. They've got the strength and the what's the toughness of a Catan these days though? Is it 11 or 12? I feel like a Catan is toughness 11. That's going to be a big one. T11. Okay. So yeah, Triple Hellhound meta is definitely is what you want. Because the Hellhound meta, they've got the strength where they can still stack 5 ups to wound on Catan. They've got the AP to basically just force the Catan onto their invulnerable save. And they've only 1 damage. So they don't care about the Catan's reduced damage by 1. At the same time, Hellhounds are really useful into these theoretical infantry because it's got the strength to wound most infantry on 3s. It's got the AP to it's auto hitting, so it doesn't care about obscured. The Hellhound's relatively short range, so if you're in Hellhound range, you're within hidden range. I mean, it's 18-inch range. The Hellhound can just go 3 inches further forward. You know what I mean? And yeah, so the Hellhound plays really nicely into that. I think, yeah, Triple Hellhound seems at first glance to play really nicely into it. And what's great about the Hellhound as well is that it removes the benefit of cover from a unit. So suddenly it starts opening up some of your non-auto hitting weapons. Hellhounds and Leman Russ battle tanks seem really like a strong combo. And the reason they look strong is because not only are they very good individually in their own right, like as individual data sheets, they carry their own weight, but combine them and they get even better. The battle tank with the battle cannon, strength 10, the las cannon, and the multi-melters has the big punch damage output to actually get the job done. It also has full rerolls to hit when shooting at enemy units on objectives. And now that objectives are terrain, that's going to become very relevant. Very, very relevant indeed. The only thing that could scupper them a little bit is the -1 to hit. Okay, well, the Hellhound comes in there, takes that away, and now my Leman Russ can go back to the glory days of 10th edition, hitting on 3s, full rerolls. So Hellhounds and battle tanks seem to be where we want to be focusing our damage dealers. For I would say for our infantry, to me, I think we're looking at either you're looking at Bulgrin or Rough Riders. If you're not a big fan of Abhumans and Cavalry, I think you're looking at Scout Mirrors. Flamers. Those Flamers are going to be very nice. The Catachans in the back with the 2 Flamers as well. So heavy Flamers on the Chimera. Flamers on the Catachans in the back. And the Chimera can, then also think of the amount of Hunter Killer missiles you bring into the board there as well. They will add up. How the Hippogriff and the Centaur will be interesting to see how they play into this, because if the Hippogriff has a Hippogriff ability might be interesting. It can bring more battle cannons to the field as well, which could be big. More battle cannons, the better. Battle cannon melter might become a big thing for the Hippogriff, depending on what other weapons it has, depending on what its ability is. And the Centaur, well, you could take a Chimera, or you could take a Centaur and put a Krieg heavy weapon squad in the back of it. Great point. The Cyrillic dude has an interesting point here. The Cadian command ability doesn't really help now. Because the Cadian command squad's ability is when you're on an objective, you get the benefit of cover. But now all of the objectives are cover. So that doesn't work. Oh dear. That's going to need updating. Yeah. Yeah. So I think Guard does have some tools to go into this edition. I do think we have some tools to go into this edition, but it's gonna be a very, very brutal edition. The fact you have to go into one of the big changes, and I'm not yet sure if I've decided I like it or not. One of the big changes is you can no longer hide on an objective out of line of sight. If you're on an objective, you're in line of sight. Whoa. That's hard. That's really hard. With the lethality of Warhammer, any unit which is exposed is probably going to die. You're either going to need to think about trading, or you're going to have to think about pushing past objectives, or you're going to have to think, is there a way of just getting so damn hyper durable? I have had an evil thought. Bulgrins in siege detachment. Bulgrins in cover. -1 to hit. -1 ballistic skill. Smoke shells on those Bulgrin. -2 to hit. -2 to hit overall Bulgrin at toughness 6 with a 4+ invulnerable save, reduced damage by 1, and a 6 at feel no pain. Mordian, all models have to be in the terrain to get hidden. Read the text below the image. I was presuming it was that way. Sorry if I was presuming it was that way. I wasn't taking it like you could put one guy in or anything like that. Yeah, I presumed you had to be like wholly within the terrain to be hidden. Yeah. So you can't like tow one guy in. You've got to go fucking in, all the way fucking in. And then if you're all the way fucking in, you're hidden. But you're there. Yeah. So you can't tow one guy in to get the objective, and then he dies. Well, you could tow one guy in to get the objective, then when he dies, everyone else just hides behind the terrain. I mean, that might be a better way of doing it. But I think if you're going to want to take and hold these, I mean, the more I look at this, the more I'm thinking 18 Bulgrin. Yep. Everyone's saying the Rogel Dawns are like a waste of time now. I don't think so. I think 18 Bulgrin, 3 Rogel Dawns, 3 Tech Priest Engine Seers, go. 4+ save everywhere. -1 to hit on every unit if you're in siege. Yeah. But then do people, and yeah, people do care about that because no one really wants to get into a fight with Bulgrin are very tanky in combat as well. All of a sudden, Spec Ops Vet and Grizzled is good. Let's have a look. Faction packs. Ashmurt Army. It's not in alphabetical order, is it? No, of course not. That's page 4, I believe. Yeah. Both veteran. Move the shadows. Each time a range attack targets this unit until those attacks are resolved. Models in that unit have a stealth ability. Oh my god. Woohoo, baby. Oh, wow. Kazakin? Grizzled makes more sense than the 11th detachment. It's funny you say that. I did have a... Send me to the black ships. Like, genuinely, send me to the black ships. Did I not... I said this last week. I said, I bet that every detachment that we saw in Grotmus wasn't meant to be released for Grotmus. That they were all designed for 11th edition, but GW saw how badly Grotmus was going down. They already had them written, so they just released 5 detachments. That's why they only released 5 of them. I actually said that. Talzon, you can't deny it. I actually literally said that. Yeah. I think that the 5 detachments we saw were intended for 11th, but they released them early to placate the Grotmus bad will that was building up. Recon detachment is going to be clutch. So Recon could be clutch. Siege could be clutch. But not in a melee-dominated meta. Not in a melee-dominated meta. It is for controversial, hypocritical opinion. Is it going to be melee-dominated? I think it is. I had a moment of doubt, and I'll speak out loud and I'll speak freely because that's the point of this, like, you know, sharing thoughts. Is it going to be a melee-dominated meta? Or is it going to be a point-blank firefight meta? Or is it going to be both? Because I'm thinking here to myself, I think it's a short-range meta. I still think shooting will be viable, but it's going to be, well, it depends. I think shooting for guard is going to be viable. I think shooting for guard is going to be viable, but let's look at this. If you're, let's say you're Eldar. Eldar Fire Dragons, what, they hit on 3s, for example? You gotta, and so I don't believe Eldar have any way of getting +1 to hit. They just have their sort of natural good ballistic skill, and that's it, right? Correct me. Maybe there'll be a stratagem here and an ability there, but generally speaking, I think we're looking at they rely on just what they hit on is what they hit on. Eldar are gonna be like, Fire Dragons, go! I'm hitting you on 4s. Oh. They get like a reroll. Yeah, it's not a lot, right? I think for a lot of factions who don't have +1 to hit innately and who don't have a lot of abilities that can get +1 to hit and stuff, I think it's Mm. They get full rerolls. I don't think... Do Eldar get full rerolls on everything? I mean, that sounds like a little much. More in how would Bridgehead original rules work at 11th? Doesn't getting in and out of your Scion mobile or uppy downy make even more sense when you need in and out of terrain for points? Maybe. Maybe. Bridgehead, I think... Bridgehead might make a comeback. I haven't really thought about it, to be honest. So Fire Dragons get 4 rolls to hit against vehicles. Okay. But I don't think... I'm not sure we're in a vehicle meta. I think Guard might play a bit of the vehicle game because we love our tanks. But let's say you're a Fire Dragon going into a Custodes. This is now a very bad addition for you. Because you're going to go... Because before what happened is you go, ha, surprise, cockface, blast the Custodes point blank with your melter gun. Hitting on 3s. Now you jump out, try and shoot that Custodes, and you're hitting like a guardsman. That's not good. Why the fuck would you pick Fire Dragons and Custodes? Okay, what else are you going to put into Custodes as a, I don't know, Eldar player? Maybe they will. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But Custodes, I think, are going to be lethal in this. Wraithguard? Don't Wraithguard hit on fucking 4s naturally, so they're going to hit on 5s. I know they've got the flame ones. I don't know what damage the flame ones are, though. Maybe the damage 2. That's the thing. You are Eldar, you laminate yourself against them and say good game. I think Custodes are going to love this edition. Of course. GW, you crafty bastards. You really are the most devious bastard in Nottingham City. GW releases female Custodes. Everyone loses their minds about them. Nobody buys the pre-order. GW makes an edition that is absolutely hyper good for Custodes. Everyone buys up the Custodes. Suddenly, more people are more bothered about winning and losing and meta chasing than if the Custodes have got a pair of tits. GW gets to point at the spreadsheet and say, female Custodes were a great idea. It's a master plan. I'm putting this on. I think that's legit. I don't think that's a theory. I'm saying that's a reality. Yeah, so anyway, I think we've covered it. There's a lot to talk about here, but I do think that's the most of it. Tim, everyone bought the Helens pre-order. It was gone in minutes. Godlike Pert. I see you've not been watching my content, sir. GW underproduced the box. They didn't make very many of them. Yeah. They had to basically they fucked up with the pre-order. Almost nobody got the Custodes Battle Forces. No one in America got them. Yeah, they only made like 10 of them. Anyway, wrapping things up. We've had a good back and forth there, but wrapping things up. In summary, Hidden, I think, is just going to encourage people to get up close and personal very quickly. Mobility in any form is going to be S tier. Obscuring is going to basically lock out certain factions from shooting. Both of these things combined only benefit infantry, so are going to massively skew the meta towards elite melee fast-moving infantry. These missions seem giga-fucked. These boards seem very dense. Long-range shooting is basically non-existent. But your deployment zone is incredibly open. It's kind of cool that we can use whatever terrain we want. And knights will do night things, either be amazing or tragically shit. And yeah, that's basically it. That's what I think. That's my take on the terrain rules. This is going to be a very... I will say it. I said at the beginning. I'll say it now. I think that this is going to be 10th edition. This is 10th edition dialed up to 11. But of course, let me know what you guys think. All right. All right. It's the Fast Attack Close Quarters edition. Yeah. Yeah. The fact the terrain rules just don't benefit vehicles is... Oh, man. Oh, my God. Okay, chat, on a serious note, give me your hot takes. What do you rate? What do you think about 10th edition now that you've seen this stuff? Are you feeling more positively towards it or less positively towards it? That's my big question for you. Dyson Glory, it's fine. I'm excited. Philip Arrigo, 11 out of 10. God, but I'm scared out of 10. Aldeus, 3 out of 10. Lord of Shovels, K, 47 out of 10. So Newbie, 4 out of 10. Most people are B. Some people are more positive, some people are less. Is this worse only for Guard and Tau? Ironically, I think Guard and Tau will be okay. Because I think Tau will love this edition. That's a controversial statement, I know. I think Tau is going to love it. Because their marker lights basically allow them to just ignore the marker lights allow them to ignore cover. So they just don't worry about the -1 to hit. And now all their weapons AP is... And so their AP is going to be great. So yeah, Tau... So look at Tau versus Guard. Tau are going to be still hitting on 3s. With lethal hits, big AP. Guard, if you just... That's just from using a spotter unit. Any spotter unit you want. Guard, using orders, will now maintain hitting on 4s. So now Guard have to take Hellhounds as well. So I think Tau are going to find it easier to adapt to this than Guard. You're going to have to show me exactly how we as Guard aren't royally fucked. Oh, dude, I've already got some ideas, man. Lemur's Battle Tanks, loving it. Hellhounds, loving it. Bullgrins, loving it. Rough Riders, loving it. I mean, if we look at the terrain, Rough Riders, the only bits you can't move over as Rough Riders are the green bits. All the yellow bits are fine. So if someone's in here, you've basically just got an open charge line. It's great. I also think Mech Guard is going to be having a great time. Because Mech Guard is going to go drive from here. Mech Guard is going to drive a Chimera from here to here to take the objective. Someone's going to try and shoot the Chimera. The Chimera is going to be like, fuck that, pop smoke. And then they have to put more fire than they want into to kill the Chimera. And the infantry spill out and continue to hold the objective. Potentially. I do think Chimeras in cover are going to be less durable, though, because Chimeras in cover used to be able to pop smoke and have +1 to their save. So Chimeras may not be the route. It may be Bullgrin. Popping smoke will not give you -2 Blitzkill penalty because only infantry benefit from obscuring. Infantry, beasts, and swarms. So tanks no longer get any benefit from being in cover. Oh, that sounds so stupid. Why wouldn't a tank benefit from being in cover? Have they not heard of hull down? I think you're going to want sticky and move past. Yeah. Also, if they shoot the Chimera, you can return find what kills the Chimera is no longer hidden. That's a very good point, Anna Dryfen. But I guess the question will then be with what? Oh, yeah, you could send out... Ooh, that's kind of interesting. So you could send out a bait mirror. Send out the bait mirror. If they shoot it to death, they've exposed themselves. Then you roll forward. Every unit that shoots that Chimera, it'll probably take more than one to pop it, right? And then it'll take at least minimum 2 units. 1 to pop it, 1 to kill the guys that spill out. That's 2 units that you can then shoot from as long as you need to. Maybe bait centaur. The bait tour. This is actually what it says, is it? It says that vehicles can't be hidden, not that they can never get cover. I suppose that's true. It says that so it says infantry beasts and swarm units in terrain areas also gain the benefit of cover. So I do think that implies that vehicles, cavalry, and bikes aren't going to get it. Infantry beast and swarm models inside terrain can be hidden as long as you didn't shoot in the current or preceding player turn. I'm going to go off the... Guys, it's talking a lot about infantry and shit. It's not talking about vehicles and shit. So I think the presumption here is... if I were you guys, I would operate under the assumption that your vehicles are not benefiting from cover apart from being able to hide behind it. So vehicles have become slightly less durable. Or not even slightly, significantly less durable. Which plays into my theory of the elite infantry meta. I just don't think vehicles are going to get much benefit from cover apart from just... Either you can't see the vehicle because it's behind the cover, or you can and you just can shoot it if you want. Mac IQ, it could be that vehicles are different within terrain. We don't have this information. Mac IQ, I love the cope, but it is cope. This terrain article is there to tell you how terrain works. It's not there to hide things from you, ironically, with hidden. This terrain article is there to tell you how it works, not what bits they've decided to hold back. Like, they're telling you, this is how the terrain works. I guarantee you, if you wait and see, you will not get a different answer. So mounted vehicles and monsters are fucked. Tyranids get fucked. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, Green Tide, baby. What do we think about Green Tide? I have some super chats I need to catch up on. Don't worry, I've not forgotten. But yeah. Green Tide might be alright. Lots. I mean, God. Actually, fucking think about that one for a moment. Orcs, War, 5 of invulnerable save, -1 to hit. What with a pain with a medic or pain knob in there, whatever you call it. Is that a 5 up feel no pain? I'm not talking Green Tide as in like the detachment. I'm talking Green Tide as in like 120 boys. Pain boy. Yeah. 120 orc boys. Storming across the board. Big OC. T5. -1 to hit. If you try and shoot them. 5 at feel no pain. Okay. Almost like it's Armageddon. You get 120. I mean, you can get 120 to start, and then maybe add more in. I do have a suspicion that Orc boys will still absolutely die in droves to things like Custodes. I think Hormagaunts will be better, potentially. They move fast. They move 10. They move 10, and they can advance and charge. Hormagaunts and G-Stealers could be a big one. And Melee Warriors. Melee Warriors could be a big shout. And what about those Venom Thropes? Don't they give you stealth if you're nearby? Could you have a big Tyrannid Swarm? Venom, you know, getting -2 as it goes across the board. And you send the first wave of Gants in. And then when the enemy counterpunches, you send the Warriors in, which have actually got... I think Melee Warriors actually do some half-decent damage. I'm not look. I'm not totally against. It's going to be It's going to be. I mean, it could. I'm just curious. I think it's going to be a big melee. It's gonna be a big melee meta. It's gonna be a big fucking brawl. Oh man, if only Strachan was still here. If only old Iron Hand was here to see this, he would have loved it. It's definitely gonna be. It's definitely. But mark my words, it's gonna be a melee meta. The only question is it going to be? It's just going to be all about the melee. Anyway, let's do some super chats. Dyson Glory, thank you for super chat. You can stage up an Overwatch into the ruins. Not if they don't fire their... Not if they don't shoot. Overwatch is going to do diddly shit. I suppose you could move into the ruins. I mean, maybe, but Overwatch is one unit. Okay, you Overwatch with one unit, and then they just hit you with another one. I'm not convinced. If Overwatch was everywhere, I would be convinced. If Overwatch is just it's one unit, it's not going to be enough. Converted Iron, thank you for super chat. 11th is fucked off the go for multiple reasons. Fuck GW, I'm going back to Warhammer Hordes. I mean, to be fair, Converted Iron, War Machine is actually making a bit of a resurgence. Yeah. I think 11th, I think a lot of people are going to it's going to be a big adjustment period. A lot of people are going to have problems with it. And you've got to think, a lot of people, this is their first edition change they're going through. It's going to be a shock to the system. It's going to be a big old shock to the system. Turbo Tanker, thank you for support. I painted those Armageddon Bases for nothing? No, because they still look good. They can't take your paint job away from you. There you are. Joseph Christ, Gaunt's Goats will be very good in 11th. Stealth, I mean, they'll be... I guess they get stealth plus hidden. Yeah, obscuring. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. 100% right. Russell W, 22 months, time flies. Some projects in stream discussion. X-Force, baby. Let's have a look, man. Some stuff I was working on today. A Colossus Bombard proxy and a Chimera proxy. Hey, that looks cool. Hey, that looks all right. That looks pretty cool, man. It looks very boxy. It looks like like a World War I, World War II interwar tank meets an MRAP. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool. I like that. Super Unexpired, thank you for the 5 months, bro. Audition and stream discussion. Hope GW hires me as a Space Marine. GW, please hire me. My audition for Space Marine voice actor. Oh no, what is this?
Burn the heretic! Kill the mutant! Purge the unclean!
I'd give you the job. I had my headset on 100%, so you did blow my eardrums out slightly. But I take that as a plus. That's not a that shows you are really putting your back into it. I love it. Mac IQ 100. It is model by model. It states it in the hidden section of the article. Remember, hidden stops if they shoot. Okay, wait. Model inside of edge can be hidden as long as their unit didn't shoot in the current preceding player turn, and so will be hidden at the start of the game, while hidden model is only visible to enemies in the detection range, which is usually 15 inches. So hidden's really busted. Oh my god. Yeah, hidden's really busted. Read the text inside the image. The whole unit needs to be inside. Wait, okay. Right. All models in Unit B and C are within the terrain area and are infantry, so are hidden. Ah. It's okay. It's a little obscure. This says all models in Units B and C within the terrain area and infantry, so are hidden. But that could just be referring to the fact that all of these models are hidden. I don't know. I'm actually Capping Eagle. I'm not. A model could be hidden, but a single model being hidden does not mean that the whole unit is hidden. Okay, what I know what this means, right? If you've, where's my paint? Right. 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. Enhance. Right. Let's use this as an example. One model here. 1 minute. Better example. Okay. I put one model on the objective. This model is hidden. These models are not. Fuck off. Right. If an enemy puts a unit in here, let's say. Let me use a slightly better example, actually, because that's someone's going to measure those squares and be like, oh, actually, Morden, you fucked it up. This is true. Right. Oh, fuck's sake. Right. Right. Fine, game. Fine. Okay. Let's say I conga line my models. The enemy puts a model in here. This model is hidden and cannot be targeted, so 15 inches away. These models are not hidden, so they can be targeted. And as a result, casualties will probably spill over and kill this guy. That's how it works. So if you want everyone to be hidden, they all have to be in the terrain. But if I have a unit that's over here, I can't see any of these guys because this one's hidden and these ones are behind the obscuring terrain. There you go. That's how I think it's going to work. So indirect still viable then? Yes, if the opponent isn't... Indirect is still viable if the opponent isn't in the terrain. If they're hiding behind it. That's a good point. But I think a lot of indirect will be... I think a lot of models will just be in the terrain. Yeah. Look how massive the deployment is with only one big footprint. Yeah, I mean, you've got... But this is blocking line of sight in here. 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 You're not going to shoot... Look, I mean, look at that line, man. There's no way you can shoot into that deployment zone. You've got one sliver across here. That's it. You can put all your artillery back here, to be fair. Yeah. First and indirect will be huge with the lack of terrain in the deployment. Yeah, that's true. Turn one indirect will be good. After that, questionable. Although someone could just, a Custodians player could just take their entire army and stick it in there. There's more terrain in this one, though. Someone could line all their guys up on here and on here. Yeah. It doesn't, Pigsy. Dude, honestly, we've had this about 20 times tonight. And obviously you're not to know that, so I'm not shitting on you. But everyone's going, oh, well, you know, indirect fire doesn't care about line of sight. I guarantee you the intention is that indirect fire is not going to be able to twat you. Hey, but you know what? I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But yeah, I wouldn't take this as... I wouldn't take this as rules as written. I would take this as rules as intended. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, man. No. If you read this, you might go, oh, yeah, it's going to let indirect fire work. There's just not enough information here to go off rules as written and start, like, go, technically, indirect fire will be able to benefit. You haven't got the full rule. You've got the intention of the rule here, and the intention is you can't get twatted turn one. But if you're hidden, if someone deploys behind this, you can indirect fire them. If someone deploys in this, you can't indirect fire them. What people will probably do is just stack up infantry here, and then have vehicles behind, if they take vehicles. Michael Gibson, thank you for super chat. Had a wonderful game in Old World today. Pictures and description, stream discussion. My odd knob general made its mark today. I feel, Michael Gibson, like you're doing this just to upset me. Hey, look at that board, man. I mean, in a funny sort of way, that does put it all into perspective a little bit, doesn't it? We're here arguing over fucking 10th edition terrain, and you just look at an old world board, and it's just like, yeah, that looks a bit better, doesn't it? Oh, man. That looks cool, man. Nice. I'm loving the Battle Skull Pass spear gobbos. Love those bastards. And I love the Highland I love the dwarves you guys gone for. The Highland mini dwarves are excellent. Yeah. It looks bare. It's because it's a pitched battle between two. This is what, I mean, when you think about it, in rank and flank times in real life, armies, generals would pick out suitable terrain for a battle. That's why they fought pitched battles. Basically, combat was there's two forms of combat. You had raids and pillaging, and then which was obviously very sort of what we'd say like very asymmetrical warfare, and then you had a pitched battle. Yeah. Hey, not disagreeing. No, dude, I wasn't taking it as an insult. Don't worry. Yeah. Read the description. Let's have a look. Got a great 1.5k game of Old World in today of my Night Goblins with my friend Dwarf Danny's Dwarven Mountain Holds. My goblins, it wouldn't be funny if he was called Dwarf Danny and then he just collected like Dark Elves. My goblins are trying to take 3 runestones now at the center of the battlefield from the dwarves. As a long drawn out battle with many characters on all sides, my Obnob General Slob Danob, don't mind, if you're offering, 1 loss, but it was a Pyrrhic victory for the dwarves. We were fighting inside a night goblin village in the middle of the woods. So you lost the game, but you took a lot of dwarves out. Nice. I mean, that's the way. Hey, it's much easier. There's always more goblins. Dwarves are precious. There's always more goblins. Yeah. I love that, Michael Gibson. That's awesome. Mac IQ 100. The mission scoring will all depend on your army build. Also, you cannot predict the missions you will play until you know opponent's force disposition. I mean, I know what you're saying, but there's only like so many combinations. Like if you are playing Disruption, you only need to learn like 5 missions. Right? Yeah. If you play Disruption and you play into... Or will there be more missions than that? I feel like there's 5... Or is there 3? Is there more? I can't remember. But I feel like it... Or is it the 3 missions? And then you end up picking 1. I can't quite remember. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, you can't... So what you're saying is you can't just build... You can't just... Each mission has 3 layouts to choose from. So it's 1 mission, but 3 layouts. So if you're playing Disruption and you fight into Take and Hold, it's the same mission every time. Is that correct? So if I play Disruption in Take and Hold, that's the pair. They're the missions that we play every time. Answer me, chat. I don't know if anyone knows the answer. Do I have to... 5 possible missions depending on opponent. 3 layouts per mission. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. Okay. Right. So. There are 5 possible force positions. Take and hold. Okay. Each force position is geared towards the match objectives, so army choosing purge, fold off, and score victory points to wipe enemy units. Or one option might need to form actions in enemy territory. All missions are designed to create a narrative in every game that's tightly balanced. Lol, definitely not. That was such. That's so funny. That's fallen apart completely. The primary mission for the purge the foe taking on a disruption opponent. So, hang on a second. Let's say I am a disruption main, right? Like, I pick a force. Like I build my list around. I build my list knowing I'm going to be taking a certain force disposition. That means it'll be the same 5 missions. The same possible 5 missions. Maximum. Which means if I go to a GT, for example, a tournament, the maximum mission variety I will get is 5. Because I may face into 5 different opponents with 5 different force dispositions to mine. Which is exactly how it is now. But if I face into the same force disposition twice, I'm only going to play 4 different missions. And if there's a particular force disposition which is just obviously better than the others, then I might actually not play a huge variety of missions. So, is the reality here that actually we're going to have less mission variety? You might play the same game 5 times if you were particularly unlucky. And all that would take is one disposition being better than the others. And now everyone can pick that disposition. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, no. Now, chat, what is the likelihood that GW made one disposition better than all the others? I think it's the same likelihood. Like when they make one detachment better than all the others. Oh no. Oh no. I'm um oh my fucking God. Oh no. Oh. Oh my God. I think one best disposition, forced mirror world, tournaments with area terrain cutouts and no actual terrain for flat terrain gamers. Oh. Well. I want. Oh, oh no! Oh no! That's exactly what's gonna happen, man.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade.
Mac IQ, your list determines your force disposition. So if you take the example missions, Horde versus Elite may change the outcome of the game versus balanced lists. That doesn't make sense. Your list does not determine your force's disposition. You pick your force disposition. We literally looked at that earlier. Look. When you build your army, your attachments each unlock a different force disposition, one of which you'll choose to represent your army's force disposition for each battle. This establishes the broad missions your army would like to be assigned to accomplish. So if there's one force disposition which just has better missions, you just pick a detachment which gives you that. I suppose maybe only shitty detachments get access to that force disposition. So maybe there's still a chance. There might still be a chance. There might still be a chance, but that's a big pitfall. It's a big pitfall. GW is going to have taken that into account. So you pick your detachment that unlocks a particular force disposition. So the way Officers of the Watch, mark the prediction, mark the prophecy. The meta of 11th edition will be fast-moving, hard-hitting, melee armies, which can trade well. And they will be built around detachments that unlock as many different force dispositions as possible. So you can layer on as many different rules as possible from the different detachments. But also, always make sure that you pick the best force disposition, because there will be one that's better than the others. That may be 11th edition solved 2 months before its release. Let's see if it comes true. JM the Goose, thank you for the super chat. Death Strikes and Eversor now auto-include. Eversor Assassin, maybe. Death Strikes, definitely. You heard it here first. Death Strike meta incoming. Cosmic Drew, I've set up the weekend project in stream discussion. Let's have a look. First of many to come for the zombie horde. Yes. He looks great, man. He looks really, really good. I like the way the blood's running down the uniform. Would you still love me if I was a purple worm? No. And yes, I do want the fullback. There you are. There you are. Love it, Cosmic. Catholic Eagle. Center APs will always be a hill now. Yes. King of the Hill, baby. I go for that. I'll go for a bit of King of the Hill. I'll take that King of the Hill action. Yeah. That's a good point, Catholic Eagle. Fighting over a hill and planting a flag atop the hill could be cool. Chicken Detonator. Fort Beak Guard begins construction. In-stream discussion. Oh my god, you're building it. Wow. Holy shit, man. 07 hours construction of this forward fort for the Close-Site Chicken in the Badlands begins. Fort Beak Guard. Initial foam cutting and overall shape have been decided, cut and glued. Once the liquid nails set, texturing of the stone and timber can start. It's about 2 foot by 2 foot with 5 by 5 corners, and the battlements are 2 inches deep. Also, the walls and gates are meant to be destructible. Just trying to think of what stats to give them, where 3 solid cannon hits can take down the gate and 6 a wall. Any advice on this? That looks cool.
Indeed.
That looks very cool. Nice. Okay. I don't know about I'm not sure because I've never really dealt with destructible terrain in Old World. But I would check the deep scrolls, the dark archives, the ancient scrolls. I bet there will be rules for that. I bet there will be siege rules from old Warhammer Fantasy. I'd look at, if you can find a PDF of Warhammer Ancient Battles, and there will be Warhammer Fantasy siege rules, that will probably have rules for breaching gates and walls. Yeah. Very, very cool though, man. Very cool indeed. Yeah. Deus Clock! Cabin Eagle, thank you for Super Chat, man. Hidden only applies to units in terrain, right? Units outside don't get the benefit, so you could still hit them with indirect, correct? I think it's on a model by model basis. So if they're not wholly in the terrain and wholly hidden, you could probably target them. I think it's like what we saw before with paint, right? So, like what we saw before, if these guys, if you're doing direct fire, you probably couldn't see from out here. You probably couldn't see that squad because this model's hidden. These are behind line of sight blocking. But if you had some artillery back here, this model might be hidden, but these ones aren't, so you could pound them. That's what I think the situation is. That's the best guess at the moment. So John, thank you for the super chat. Oh, a minute, I've jumped ahead slightly. Sorry. So John, note, trap guy who rush traps everything turn 1 is very likely to have exposed a ton of their army to turn 1 fire/charges and only done actions. What, like trying to jail someone? How will jail tactics fare in the new edition? I think they'll be more potent. I think they'll be more potent. Because here's the thing, right? If you move block and jail someone into their turn, in turn 1, maybe turn 2, then by the time they break through, they've got less turns to get across the board and get to your units, which are now hidden. Imagine if you got jailed by someone for 2 turns. You finally clear their jail units and the rest of their army has blown up. I think jail tactics are going to be more powerful. That's my take. I think jail tactics are going to be much more powerful. Keep the Imperial Salt. Thank you for the 22 months, man. Xbox, baby! Is World Eater's Demonkin Battle Force now good? I don't know. Let me have a look what's in it. I would say it's a very risky box set. You are buying... I would not buy that box set. Not because I don't think it's a good deal. It actually looks like a pretty good deal. I wouldn't buy that box set because it contains a lot of demon models. And the future of demons is very uncertain in Warhammer 40k right now. And that's a very niche play style. And niche armies don't do well in addition changes. At all. So that's a box set that I would buy once I knew what was happening with 11th edition. But not one that... No way I'd buy that beforehand. Just in case I ended up with a bunch of demons that I now can only use in the old world. JM the Goose, thank you for the super chat. Wait, does it mean the Lemus Eradicator rule is gone? No, I don't think so. I think it means the Lemus Eradicator is now really good. Oh, wait. Oh, the datasheet ability. Because it gets -1 damage when it's getting the benefit of cover. Pop Smoke, I think, gives you the benefit of cover. I don't think it gives you stealth. No, it gives you -1 to hit. No, it definitely gives you stealth. Yeah, the Lemus Eradicator is going to need a rewrite. Yeah. It gives you both? Okay. If it gives you both, then Smoke on an Eradicator works. Yeah. Chris K. Hail Mordin. Hobby update in Discord. All right. Let's have a look. Hail Mordin and hail the worm. Praise be the worm. Another of my partially finished projects is its crew are in the process of being painted, but otherwise a complete M21 mortar carrier. The whiskey that is being enjoyed with tonight's painting product is Monkey Shoulder. I've heard of that. I've not tasted it myself, but I heard it's good. For Axis, what Opal Blitz / Multia would you recommend that is consistent with the European theatre, consistent with late World War action and K-47? Also, if your Florida holiday happens to be at the beginning of the month, Creator is playing at Fort Lauderdale. Hey, I'll let Mrs. Mordy know. She likes festivals and that kind of stuff. Hey, that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. I like that. I might have to get one of those. Nice. I love all the mortar rounds in it. It's got loads of them. That's really cool. Does it have a medium mortar or a heavy mortar, that thing? If it's got a heavy mortar, I might have to check it out. God, I miss playing Company of Heroes 2 when you could get those things. Yeah. Firstly, lol. I didn't know you got access to the Centaur early. Secondly, what do you mean what Opal Blitz Multi would be good? Just the standard Warlord kit's fine. The plastic Warlord kit is fine. I mean the Warlord kit is just, I mean, trucks are trucks at the end of the day, mate. I don't know if you're going from like a design point of view or something, but at the end of the day, a truck is a truck. It doesn't really, and trucks, and one of the funny things is that most nations constantly pilfered each other's trucks off each other. For example, one of the things that Stalin got really annoyed with the Allies for was the Germans nicked all the French trucks. And Stalin, even after World War II, held a grudge, because he was the kind of guy that held a lot of grudges, held a grudge against the West, because he believed, not incorrectly, he believed that Operation Barbarossa was only realistically made possible by the fact that all of the German units were able to become heavily motorized, and that gave them a big advantage. Yeah. So yeah, I think a truck's a truck at the end of the day, and you can kind of use any truck you want, and it'll make sense, especially from the Axis, who pilfered every truck they could get their hands on. Yeah. Chris K, big thank you for that super chat, and thank you for the gift of membership, man. Mac IQ, thank you for super chat, bro. Dude, thank you for all the support, man. I've been appreciated, and for the info as well. I know we've not seen eye to eye on everything, but I do appreciate that you've been absolutely smashed it with the super chats, and you've been given your 2 cents. I do really like that. Towel spotters will need to be within detection range if units hidden, as they need to be visible. Ooh. Okay. So if the Tau want to unhide enemy units, they need to risk it. It's going to be risky. I wonder how the Tau community is going to react to that. Will, chat, place your bets. Will the Tau community react to having to take multiple sacrificial Markalite squads in their army, which might take up, maybe sort of 400-500 points of their army? And will they react to this by going, okay, what's the cheapest Markalites? How can we get really efficient about this? Or will they bitch, moan, and cry that they can't just take the bare minimum Markalites anymore, and they can't just spam battle suits? Option A or option B? Ree! Why can't I take minimum stealth suits anymore? Ree! It's option B. Do fans have an excuse to complain? No, none of us do. Yeah. I'm giving Tao a hard time, but we all love a good complaint. Average White Shark, thank you for super chat. Indirect fire will be good, but more for abilities than damage. Basilisk will be for turn 1 slowing, and artillery teams for OC control. Fobs direct fire sight lanes. Basilisk could be good. In an infantry meta, do Basilisk affect fly? I think they do. Yes, 1 minute. They only affect infantry, but they do affect fly. Okay. Basilisks could actually be good. Turbo Tank Dude, get those Basilisks back out. Basilisk could be good because I think it's going to be an infantry meta. And I think that slowing them down is going to be very important. I think Basilisk could be good. I think they could have play. Josh Crosby, thank you for super chat. Because remember, Basilisks are also pretty good in the assault gun. Sorry. I think Basilisks are going to be the go-to. Because not only will they be good for turn 1 indirect fire, I also think that they could be they do well in the assault gun role. Josh Crosby, thank you for super chat. Hey MG, my friend finally convinced me to get into action, provided I can do the LRDG. Any advice on starting them? Yeah, I mean, you've got plastic infantry for that. If you let me have a look here.
Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the call.
I think I misspelled that. Commonwealth. It's Commonwealth infantry. Yeah. So you probably want to go and get these infantry. It's 30 blokes for 37 quid. And you'll notice that a bunch of them come with the sort of, I don't know what you'd call it, like sand scarves and shit, and the woolly hats and stuff like that. Those are your SAS guys, and you get like berets and stuff, like SAS and stuff. So you probably want a bunch of you probably want these guys because 30 of them will be all of the SAS infantry you'd ever need. And then after that, you do have a lot of choices for the LRDG. But the only issue is that your vehicles are, if you buy the official models like here, your vehicles are a bit expensive because they're like 30 quid. And it's only like a 100-point vehicle. It's not that expensive. It's not expensive in game, but it's kind of expensive, model by model, as it were, because they're made out of resin and plastic. So you might want to consider, maybe getting some of these, for example. I mean, truth be told, if you bought that and that, so if you bought that and that, it would be 147 quid, and you'd have all of the infantry and vehicles you'd need for a good LRDG force. LRDG. Yeah. The only problem you're really going to have is a lack of anti-tank. If I was to give you any advice, I mean, you might be okay with that. You just got to accept that you're not doing much to tanks. But if I was to give, which they didn't do anything to tanks in real life. They sort of blew them up when they went around raiding airfields, If I was to, I will say this, it's quite a niche play style. It'll be fun, but it's quite a niche playstyle. You might want to start off with an 8th army, and season it with a bit of LRDG, and get used to the game's fundamentals first, and then branch out into the LRDG proper. Yeah. So it's like you learn the basics with a more straightforward British force, and then you it's like you go main guard first, and then once you learn the ropes, you go to Scions. That's kind of what I'm suggesting. And it's not that expensive to do so. To get an 8th army would be about 150 quid. And then to season it over, well, then to specialize would probably be like another 100 quid. And you'd end up with like 2 armies for 250, I'd reckon. Yeah. Yeah. So that's my advice, Josh Crosby. Yeah. But you can, how many vehicles will I need to get started? I need a month per vehicle to paint them. I mean, like, those 4 Jeeps and shit would be enough. If you go in LRDG, that bundle would be perfect. Yeah. You just need some other infantry on top of that. We don't need it, but I'd recommend it. Yeah. Hope that helps, man. If you've got any other questions, let me know. I'm happy to try and point in the right direction, give you advice and all that kind of stuff. McCon, thank you for super chat. Death Strike's going to Legends. Maybe Hellhounds too. Stop it. You just try. Don't you put that shit on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that evil on me. Uncle Clumsy, thank you for super chat. More fun stream discussion. Why did YouTube edit me out? I don't know. Did YouTube edit you out? Did they censor you? The YouTube censoring thing's a bit funny these days. Oh, cool. Yeah. YouTube doesn't like the word pictures. Okay, whatever. Wanted to share a few more pics from the General's compendium. A few people mentioned me uploading a scan of the complete book, and I'm going to see if I can do that. I'll happily post a second. I get that for everybody. Yes! Bretonian Buccaneer. Empire War Galley. Skaven Warship. I love that. Of course, the Orc Battle Badge. Lizardmen Creature. Oh, man.
When it comes to fighting crime,
Oh, that's brilliant. Shooting from a ship-to-ship warfare. Sinking. That's amazing. The Empire General believed that the river was protecting his flank until an anonymous and unfamiliar boat came gliding out the fog. Wow, that's so cool. Allies multiplayer games. Love that. Across Fields of Fire. That's all the different missions. Don't travel the dark woods except at need. If forced to enter, make haste and speed. Stick to the path and travel by day. Beware the beasts and to Sigmar prey. Nice. Warhammer Deathmatch Challenge. Hear ye. I, X, hereby challenge you, Y, and your so-called army to a full-fledged deathmatch. You have 1 full week after today to accept the challenge and schedule round 1. Your other options are to offer real excuses about why you can't schedule the battle, or you can slink away like a yellow-bellied snotling, leaving your pride behind you as you creep back into the pond scum that will hide you. Ah, that's amazing. That's so good. XU chart, fleeing chart. Troop recovery. That's so cool. You can start like your troops can like pick up injuries and stuff. Wow. That's so cool. Yeah, you need to upload scans of that, man. You need to. Absolutely need to. Absolutely need to. Old Warhammer was cool. It was. Yeah, it was. Uncle Clumsy, that's amazing, man. I would love to see the entire book. That would be so good. Got this game and cats with the newspaper hat. Yeah, that was brilliant. That's good. Oh, man. What do we got here? For Helen1212, thank you for the 42 months. 3.5 years. Keep it up, mate. Hey, dude. Thank you for supporting the channel for such a long time. Thank you for more than doing your part. And thank you for being an absolute fucking giga, Chad. Amazing, Valhalla 1212. Always great to have you in the stream, bro. MacIQ 1000. The tower getting the attachment they hinted at in the Depticon reveal, so it could be something in that. Maybe. I mean, there's going to be 70 new and updated detachments, so who knows what the fuck could happen. But the core gameplay, I will say this. The core gameplay does have a risk. I think we could both agree, Mac IQ, that there is a risk there. If there is one disposition that is better than the rest, and every army can access it because there's such an abundance of detachments, that everyone ends up building into one disposition, and we end up with a very, very problematic situation where everyone's just playing the same game into each other constantly. Talzun, thank you for super chat. Very tinfoil hat theory and stream discussion. The Depticon preview Warhammer community post describes the Centaur Raptor Strike vehicle as a simple blunt object that can handle all kinds of rough terrain. The Hippogriff is one of the heaviest fast support that Scouts and 2 can expect to arrive until armored reinforcements can arrive. Looking at terrain news, can we maybe think the Centaur can move through terrain and the Hippogriff will have Scout 6 or something natively? Like the Hippo is meant to be a tough slowdown screening unit? That's a very, very possibly. Yeah, it could just be descriptive language. It could be a understanding that it can batter its way through any kind of terrain it wants. Yeah, it could be both. We haven't seen it yet. It could have both. As for the Hippogriff, I could definitely see that having Scout 100%. That's a really good call, and I can absolutely see that. Yeah. I think a bit of a tinfoil hat theory, but not one that is... Yeah, it's a very thin tinfoil hat theory. I don't... Yeah, it's not a thick tinfoil hat. Just a little bit of tinfoil. Yeah, just a little tinfoil headband, sweatband. There you go. But Mountain, thank you for super chat, man. I will eventually get 2 of each of the 4 variants of British automated platform, but I can afford the first 5 for now. Best bang for buck or points? I've never used the British automated platforms, so I'm not entirely certain what the best ones are. Dexion in the Discord, he's used them a lot and has. I think he's got some good insights on what might be the best ones. My favorite looking one is the one with the HMGs, because it's not a vehicle, so it gets. I think it's got 3 HMGs, and it might be a vehicle. I have to check. I think it gets like something crazy, like 18 shots or something, but I'll have a look. I think it's the one with all the machine guns, though, is the one that I like. Because I like Dakar. Yeah, it's a mortar team. Oh, well, it's not a mortar team there. Hunter? No. Lancer. So it's technically a machine gun team that comes with 3 heavy machine guns. So I believe that would be 18 heavy machine gun shots for 99 points. That seems very powerful. It has only got 1 wound, though, so it can die quite easily. In the car is 2 Lancers, 2 autocannon, 1 Hunter. I don't think any of them have got autocannons, man. The Hunter has a light anti-tank gun. The Bombardier has a light howitzer. Autocannon is the Bren. Oh, the automated carrier. The automated carrier is very good. Yeah, I would. I mean, definitely, I would say I'd go 2 Lancers, 2 automated carriers probably first. I don't know. I do not know about the Hunter. To me, it just looks like a light anti-tank gun. I mean, it's mobile, sure, but it looks. Is it a light anti-tank? Yeah. Let me have a look. What team is it under? Okay, so the advantage of the Hunter is that it can be taken in an assault platoon. So you don't. The advantage of the Hunter is that you don't need to take a separate platoon to unlock it. The automated, the Lancer does need a heavy weapon platoon, and so does the Bombardier probably. Yeah, so that's why the Hunter's good. That's why the Hunter's good, because if you end up just wanting a little bit of extra anti-tank in a platoon, you don't have. If you put extra anti-tank, you don't have to fuck around with unlocking a whole extra platoon. You just go, I'll put a Hunter in there. So it depends on, yeah. So it's got play. It's absolutely got play, but it's more of a tack it onto an assault platoon vibe than a build it as a main thing vibe. But that's not a bad thing. Hey, fuck it. I wish I could take a light anti-tank gun in an assault platoon. That'd be amazing. Yeah. So yeah, there you go, but Mountain. I don't. If you pull the trigger on those 5, I don't think you'd be disappointed. But before you do, have you seen the bundle that Warlord does? Yeah, I don't know if this is worth your interest, but I mean, it hasn't got any of the machine gun ones, to be fair, but it does have 4 platforms. I don't know if it's worth. It might not just be. It might just not be something you're interested in simply because it's just not got the options you want. To be fair, it only has one of the units in that you want. So better to get what you actually want than get a bundle for the sake of a bundle, right? That's probably the way of looking at it. Yeah, that's probably the way of looking at it. Hey, those I need to get some of those Lancers, man. They look great. Desert Frostbite. Desert Frostbite Main, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Source Blood, thank you for super chat, man. Well, as much as I'm tentatively excited for 11th, the old world calls. I have accidentally got into a new painting project. Pictures in stream discussion. Hey, nice, man. So clearing up my basement, I found a box labeled Warhammer where I found basically a fully assembled 2,000 points Orc and Goblin army, mainly the Black Fire Pass set, and then 20 Black Orcs and Spear Boys alongside a handful of Orc characters. My Beastman and Brett's basically completed. I've started an army 3. Yes, I love that when you find the when you find like the hobby goodies that you thought you'd lost. Yeah, man, I love that. That's so cool. I love that, bro. Good old fanatics, eh? I mean, I'm kind of the same. I'm. If I was to give you my take on, yeah, the Cache of Forgotten Minis. Yeah. My take on 11th edition is this. I'm kind of excited about it, but I don't think it's going to fix. I'm not convinced it's going to fix any problems. I think it's going to basically try and like. It's basically going to try and like wallpaper over them, but it's not going to fix them. It's going to paper over them. It'll just be sometimes though the wallpaper falls off again, so it'll be interesting if that happens. But yeah, The big thing is that fucking pitfall. You know, the missions. Where you could end up going to a tournament and my biggest concern with the addition now is you go to a tournament and you end up playing the same mission 5 times because there's one forces position that's just clearly better than the rest. And there's one faction which is better than the rest. There's one forces position which is better than the rest. So you end up just playing the same mission over and over again. That could be a big problem. Morbidly excited. I'm gonna play it. I'm going to play it because I tell you what, I'm going to play it because I think the best time to play it will be at the beginning. I think that's where it will be fun and you'll constantly play different missions into different forces and all this kind of shit. But I do think there's a risk of it degenerating. Yeah. I do think it could degenerate. Yeah. Your thoughts on Death Riders and their screening ability in 11th? Seems like you could move within range, stripping hidden and firing, then baiting the enemy out into the open. Okay, I feel like people have got this hidden thing mixed up. Or I've got it mixed up. So let's talk about this. My understanding is that if you take one unit and move it into detection range of an enemy unit, that does not strip hidden away from that unit for the rest of your army. Like, let's use the glorious paint again. Sorry, I didn't mean for other units. I meant specifically for Death Riders. Okay, sorry. That's fine, T-Buck. Sorry. It's just because a few people have brought up the similar thing, but yeah, don't worry. We've had a similar question before in chat, and I thought you were making the same question, but you weren't. That's my bad. I apologize. My thoughts on the Death Rider screening ability. I'm trying to think how it would really work in the context of 11th. You could move forward, but Death Riders don't have any, like, ranged. I don't know how. I don't think it works, man, because this is what's going through my head. I move forward with Death Riders, I shoot my last carbines, I do fuck all damage. The enemy moves towards me, and I then, because the screening line ability happens when they move towards you. Now, if screening line worked where the enemy shoots you and then you basically get to like reactive move away when they shoot you, that would be great because they'd count as shooting, but then you've hidden your unit. But I don't see how screening line interacts really with hidden any better than any other, because the movement happens first, which triggers screening line first before you get to the shooting. Death Riders move, advance, get within 15, and then they try to shoot you, and then you take off, and now you can shoot back. But that's not the sequence of events, Talzern, if I believe. The sequence of events is Death Riders move and advance. And then when you screening line happens when they move within 9 inches of you, not when they shoot you, right? Let me check the files. Once per turn, when an enemy unit ends a normal advance or fall back move with a 9 unit, if it's not within engagement range or one or more enemy units, it can make a normal move. Yeah, so it doesn't work because you don't get shot at and then you fuck off. They move towards you, then you fuck off, and then if you're out of line of sight, they can't shoot you. So no, I think screening line has potential in 11th. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think it really interacts much with hidden. Yeah. I don't think it really interacts with hidden. I think the screening, how I see screening line being effective is just like it is now, where someone moves. Okay. How you could maybe use it is if someone moves towards you to set up maybe like a shot. So I don't think it interacts with hidden, but I do think it can interact with the terrain. Because I think what happens is if you've got a bunch of let's say you've got a bunch of Death Riders here, and someone goes, okay, I'm going to move forward and move forward to get your Death Riders. You go, all right. Or you have a Death Rider. Let's say let's use blue for you're coming from here. So okay. This may be how you could use it. Death Riders, gallop, 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 gallop here. Okay. Enemy goes, okay, I'm going to move. So you're hidden. The enemy goes, okay, I'm going to move within in range to like try and shoot you. And you go, all right. And now you can't. Yeah, something like that. But it's just kind of obvious, right? And it's a gotcha. And we don't really do gotchas. Like, it works in theory, but I'd never do that to someone because it's a fucking gotcha. Yeah. I think the better way of doing it would be you take your Death Riders, you move and advance them up to, move, and advance up to like here. Someone comes in to get you, and you're like, I'll get this objective then. I'll dump 5 OC on this objective. Or, or maybe over here. Maybe something like that. Death Riders mounted or beast? Oh, they're mounted, so they wouldn't get hidden. You're right. They wouldn't get hidden. They're too tall on the horses. Yeah. I think realistically, the Death Rider ability is going to be the same, where you move up, you move up, someone is going to try and move within charge range of you, and you go, no, I'm not getting charged today. I think that's how you use it. Probably. Or move blocking. You move your Death Riders as far as you can. The enemy moves forward, and you just go, move block. Yeah. But again, that feels a bit gotchery. Like, oh, I'll move one unit here, and then you go, move block the other unit. Yeah. So there's a few. I think I don't think screening line interacts with hidden, but I do think screening line has some potential on objective and hiding play and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's got something going for it. How do I outflank on that map? I don't know. I mean, what, bring in reserves? I mean, it's a big question. Do we play on... I haven't played 10th edition in a little while. I feel like this layout... What is it? Hammer and Anvil? I feel like we never play on Hammer and Anvil anymore. Am I being stupid? I feel like I always play an L-shaped Hammer and Anvil, or circles, or L-shaped Dawn of War. Is that right? I don't remember the last time I played on just normal Hammer and Anvil. What do Rough Riders do? Rough Riders can charge, fall back and charge, but they never live long enough to do so. So it's a useless ability because they never actually get to fall back and charge. Maybe I do Halen Jedi. I'm a bit tired and a bit drunk, so I can't quite remember. Yeah. I feel like in the UK, we always play on the fucking table quarters with the circle in the middle one. Yeah. All right. Oh. Wow. Wowzers trousers. Wowzers trousers. It's been a 7-hour stream, and it's crazy to think it's been a 7-hour stream, and yet I've, which is normally the time I'd finish, but it's only like 2 in the morning. Normally, I'd still normally it'd be like 4 in the morning, and it'd be really late. I'm not sure there's much more to talk about. I'm not sure there's more to talk about. The missions and the train and everything. I will say this: the poll has got over 1,000 votes in it. Look at that. The poll has got 1,000 votes. 1,100 votes. Bang on. 47% of people think that shooting is gigafucked in 11th. The next highest is it's fine. 20%. I wonder how Reddit's taking it. I thought I saw people were pretty positive about it, and anyone that, but I think there was an element of cope because anyone that was naysaying it was getting downvoted pretty hard. Here's an interesting picture. So this is what the terrain layouts are gonna look like on the actual boards. Interesting. Some people are saying it doesn't look too bad, but I think let me copy image. Come over to this tool. Hi, don't say that's fine. Right. 1 minute. Maybe we just zoom in. That would be easier. Wee! No, just zoom in a bit. Enhance. Too much. Okay. So if we look at it like that, it might not seem so bad, right? But I think what's doing a lot of the heavy lifting to make it seem not so bad are these open spaces here and here, the deployment zones. So if I were to just take those big bits out, and actually we look at the fighting area, as it were, the area that the fighting is going to take place in, that I think is a more realistic view of the board, and that's very dense. Does that make sense? Because those bits at the back there, they're not really part of what's influencing the game in terms of line of sight and shit like that. This is what's influencing it, and that's very dense. I mean, guys, you could jump from here to here. Turn 1, stage here. Turn 2, here. Turn 3, go. Completely unmolested, man. And you're absolutely right. They're using bigger ruins than the GW layouts. Yeah. That might open things up a little bit, to be fair. But you can put whatever you want on those layouts, man. That's the thing, right? They can put them on. Those terrain layouts look small compared to the board size. I don't think so. Maybe. It seems pretty. It seems all right. I think someone in the Discord had an interesting picture here, which might be relevant. I wonder if is that good? That one looks particularly dense, doesn't it? There's very little line of sight there when you look at it. Yeah.
You heard me. I said creep.
There is very little line of sight there. Look at all that space you can deploy in with zero risk of being, like, seen. Yeah, that's pretty big. Also, this bit here shouldn't be in blue when you think about it, because nothing can see back here. So so yeah, cut that bit of blue out there. And yeah, that one's pretty restricted as well. It's going to be very restricted line of sights. There'll be very little that can be hidden out of line of sight by ruins using GW suggested ruins if they are terrain, though, and not affected by hidden keyword. Yes, but, well, no. You just hide behind the terrain. There's so much room in the back and no room in the middle. It makes the terrain layout look small compared to the size of the map. It looks like a movie in a window and not a full screen. Yeah, it's weird how the terrain is so middle dense. That's the bit that's got me. It's very it's very, very weird how much of this space is just not being used. If you look at the actual battlefield, they've made them smaller. I mean, what's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10? 12? Yeah, about 10 inches. They've taken 10 inches off the back of each board in a weird sort of way. Yeah, I mean, like, this is actually the space that you're playing on, like that size. Yeah, that's the actual battlefield size. It's very small. Yeah. That's true, Matt. Then you're not holding the objective. That's true. 40 by 44? Yeah, maybe. But looking on the positives, because I'm not just here to besmirch it. There is lots of room for... Looking on the positives, there is a lot of room to deploy. Less cramped deployment zones in some ways. It does potentially less cramped deployment zones. Potentially. Could be a good thing. It's just a bit odd. It's different. It's different. There's plenty of... So basically, there's plenty of room to deploy, but there's not much room when you get into the battle zone. It's like two forces massing on the edge of a city, and then both forces fighting into the middle of it. That's kind of the vibe. What do the eyes represent? If it's connected or not. So if So this piece should be treated as one big bit of terrain. These two should be treated separately. These two should be treated separately. These two should be treated separately. Yeah, I had the same thing. Like, what do the eyes mean? So this should be treated as one big bit of terrain. This should be treated as one big bit of terrain. This should be treated as one big bit of terrain. This should be treated as two separate. This should be treated as two separate. Hellhound plus indirect could be good. I don't know if Hellhound affects hidden, though. No, Hellhound won't affect hidden. Hellhound will affect obscuring. It won't affect hidden. But it could help with... Yeah, so if someone's in the terrain, it's not going to help with that. Each of those scoreable are basic. So no, so they're sorry. They're to be treated as separate pieces for the purpose of line of sight. So if I move into this piece of terrain, I can see into both. If I move into this piece of terrain, I can still see into this piece of terrain. Okay. But for scoring, they're all separate. So there's 16 pieces of terrain, because this is two halves. Yeah. I think the deployment modes are also a deep strike rapid ingress nerf, because if you drop in the back, there's nowhere to hide. That's a good point. It's different. Here's the thing. I'm less worried about the terrain. I am less worried about the terrain. Terrain, look, terrain is terrain. And terrain will define the game in many ways. Okay? But terrain is also something that you can learn to conquer and learn to battle over. Especially as the guard, we have so many tools in our toolbox that whatever the terrain may bring, we'll find some way to improvise, adapt, and overcome. What worries me more is those missions. I am wholly unconvinced, and I am very skeptical that those force dispositions are going to benefit, are going to be balanced. I think the fact that they've mentioned it a few times now sounds like projecting to me. It sounds like cope. And the one time we've seen the two missions against each other, the Booby Trap mission will only score 2 points of joint terrain. I don't think so, Mac IQ. I don't think so. I think we looked into this before. It's just for line of sight, I think. But we'll see. Maybe you're right. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. We don't know for sure. But you may be right. But I think it'll count as separate ones. Yeah. I think, yeah, so for me, the terrain is something that one could learn to master terrain. But the mission's not... I'm not convinced the mission's going to be balanced against each other. We're going to have to wait and see. Yeah. Annoyingly. Right, I'm going to grab one more drink, have a piss, and then we'll have a think about what I want to do next. All right. Big stretch. Oh, my days. Average right shot kill team has a similar problem with attack ops, where every faction's preferred mission, and if the mission isn't good, the faction is weak. Yeah, it'll be a little different because they've got specific missions based on the attack ops, right? But I could see that being a thing as well. Yeah, I could see GW trying it in kill team and porting it over to 40k in some manner. Yeah. All right, back in a moment. Ed Bailey, thanks for super chat. So, Big Dick Tim, ironically, an ironic nickname, I assume. How fucked are us guard for 11th? Ball grid are just mandatory. I truly think I think 18 Borgren is mandatory now. Unless they get nerfed into shit, and then we're probably... I think that Borgren are going to be a massive crutch for guard. And a concern that I have is that GW will kick that crutch away in a somewhat misguided balance attempt, and it just kills us. Maybe, Pixie. Maybe. Huh. Yeah, Charles, I think that's a... I'm not even like laughing or memeing on that. I'm pretty certain that's going to happen. We'll get an early codex, which will then get nerfed into oblivion, as is only right, as is tradition. Sorry, Simon had a theory that our codex might get pushed back to accommodate the Steel Legion data sheet, but I think they'll just give us that as a PDF. I didn't have any beef, but I did have beef flavoured crisps. I figured that'd be close enough. My favourite comment recently, I think it was on the balanced data slate video that I did a few weeks ago. And it was just, I've seen enough. Nerf guard again. I think I pinned it. It was great. Yeah. Death strikes could be good. I said this earlier, I really hope we do get to a situation where people are complaining about how good death strikes are. If that ever happens, guard wins Warhammer in perpetuity. If we manage to make death strikes a unit that people are bitching about, I think we just win. I think we just win all of Warhammer. Every one. That could be cool, Sideswipe, if they turn indirect into Death Strike-like rules, so you're just sort of targeting an area in the board. That could be cool. If they gave Death Riders Meltits, it would help a little. It would help a lot. They should have them. Death Riders and Rough Riders should have the same lances. Personally. I mean, personally, I don't think there should be a distinction between the two units. I think that there should be Rough Riders, and Death Riders are just alternative sculpts. Do Relics the new scouts become important? I think so, Siriade, yeah. I think Infiltrate could be big. I mean, that Disruption mission, I know obviously you're not going to get it every time. Ironically, I don't know if you'll ever get it. Because it seems like the Take and Hold one's so fucked, but yeah. Enough about Guard, the real loser is Orc Daka here. Maybe, but how much Daka were Orcs really doing? Well, flash kits, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, Orc Daka. I mean, do Orcs really have many ways of getting +1 to hit? I don't think they really do anymore. They may do with new detachments, though. The awful one is going to be just stack it. The big problem is going to be stacking obscured and stealth. Yeah. I think my hot take on this is, interestingly, I think dedicated shooting factions will probably have enough tools to actually continue to make shooting viable. So if you're Tau, Markerlight's going to help. If you're Guard, Hellhounds and Take Aim are going to be really, really helpful. So I think and I think Guard and Tau are basically the two dedicated melee, dedicated shooting armies, with Guard having a bit more flexibility. Tau are like really shooty, and Guard are very shooty. But Guard have got a little bit more ability to pivot into other things. I think where shooting is going to become irrelevant, I think where shooting is going to become gigafucked is for every faction outside of that. If you're not a dedicated, maybe Votan can come and join us in the shooting club as well. But I think every faction outside of that, I think their shooting becomes irrelevant. Because I think what happens is if you're an army which relies natively on just having like good ballistic skill, like I'm just going to have ballistic skill 3+. I don't get much +1s to hit. I don't really get, anything like that. I just, Guards start off on ballistic skill 4, but go down, but can get +1 to hit to go down to 3. I just start on a 3. I think any unit like that, any faction like that, their shooting is turbo gigafucked. And I think the reason being is that they don't have the tools to make their shooting effective. Guard can, let's get the Hellhounds in there. That gets rid of the -1. Let's get Take Aim going. Boom, we're back up to hitting on 3s. Sick. Sick, cunt. Tau, we've got the Marker Lights. Boom. And that's going to, Marker Lights, well, guided plus Marker Lights, ignore cover, +1 to hit. Boom. Sick. We're good to go. So we have the tools to basically get round the hidden rules. We have to spend points on them, but we basically have the tools in the toolbox to get round the issues. But I think that factions which basically don't have those tools because they're not built that way. Marine is, I suppose Marines might be able to with like Oath of Moment and stuff like that. But Oath of Moment could only be on sort of one unit at a time and all that kind of stuff. I think for those units, it's going to be, for those factions, there's just going to be this eternal question sort of hanging over the entire thing, which is, why would I put all this effort into trying to get my shooting back to where it was, when instead I could fuck all this off and just do better melee? It's like, to use an example from the Guard, you know how there's always been the cult of the big AP versus the cult of the AP boosters? And the cult of the AP boosters believe in, hey, take the Hellhound. This is back in 10th when things were a bit different. Take the Hellhound and take the Exterminator, and then that can make all your AP1 weapons actually able to get through the benefit of cover and all that kind of stuff. And I always said that was a false religion. That was a false cult. And that never worked. And that was leading people down the wrong path. And over time, that got proven again and again and again and again and again. And the best thing to do was always just have big AP, just to cut through, right? I think, because the reality is, the reason why it always went over to just take units with good AP is because a unit that's just got good AP, you're not taking a bunch of units whose job is to just like not actually do any damage themselves, but to make the other units do normal amounts of damage. Well, why would I spend 200 to 300 points to make 150 points actually do the damage it needs to do, when I could just take 3 150 point units that always do the damage they need to do? This was the difference between, this is why, Vanquishers and Plasma Executioners were always the superior choice over like Exterminators plus Battle Tanks, because the Exterminators were also a weak pain point. It was always like, well, if I kick your Exterminator down, now you've not got your Cult of the AP boosters, now you're fucked. And so I think that's what's going to happen with a lot of factions. It's going to be, for a lot of armies, it's going to be, do you try and boost your shooting just to get it back to normal levels? Or do you just take melee, which is already good? And if you spend 200 points of boosting plus 200 points of normal damage, would you not just be better spending 400 points that are all doing normal damage? And the answer is yes, always. It's much more efficient. And they're self-contained. One isn't reliant on the other. One's not a clutch that can get kicked away. So yeah, I think that's it's funny. I think the argument that's been raging around the Guard community for the last 3 years is basically going to be now going over to the wider faction meta, and I think a lot of factions are basically just going to look down and go, do we try and boost our shooting, or do we just take good melee? And I think the answer for most people is going to be just take good melee. I mean, I think, yeah, and especially I'd say the factions which might struggle the most. The factions that might struggle the most are the ones that just don't have the ability to choose. Like if you're an army that's just, I'm trying to think what might be like Admech, I guess. Admech, I guess. They don't really have the depth of datasheet to pivot, and their melee isn't that good. Like Admech are a shooting army, their melee isn't that good. Like they've got the infiltrators, which are all right, and they've got the Castellan robots, which are all right. But the infiltrators are really fragile and don't do that much damage, and the Castellans are really expensive. And the Castellans are vehicles, so they won't really benefit from a lot of cover-related things as well. I think Admech could be in trouble. Votan could be in trouble as well. What do Votan, like, grudges and shit do? Is that even a thing anymore, or is it all about the acquisition points? I feel like it's all about the acquisition points. Do they have much in the way of boosting their ballistic skill? Or are they base BS4 and they kind of, that's just what they are? If Votan are basically base BS4 and there's not much, and they don't really have any way of trying to get back to, if Votan can't stack buffs to get to even through hidden and stealth, get back to hitting on 3s, then they're in trouble. Potentially. Obviously, new detachments could change. It's not about getting up to BS3. It's about getting back to hit. It's not about equalizing out hidden. It's about smashing through, not hidden. It's about equalizing all the to hit modifiers. It's about smashing through them. It's not about going, oh, well, it gives me -1 to hit, so now I'll give myself +1 to hit. That's not good enough. It's about, it gives me -1 to hit. I need to still get back to 3s somehow. That's the differentiator. And that's what guard can do. That's why Hellhounds are so valuable. Because if someone has got -1 to hit and stealth, so if someone's got if someone's got cover plus stealth, you need to try and get back to. You need to take that away. Guard, Tau can do it. Tau can do it because they ignore cover, so they're fine. Stealth on top of that would kick them down to 4. Oh no, maybe Force is the best you're gonna fucking get. Force might be the best you can fucking get. You need to be able to figure out how you. I think the big one is going to be as a shooting army. How do you counter basically -2 to hit? Guard have got take aim, which counters 1 level, and we've got Hellhounds, which counters another level. But that just gets us back to fucking 4s. That is not really good enough in my mind. The only thing that really plays, the only thing that can really work with that is battle tanks, because of the full rerolls. Stealth may not be -1 to hit. That's true. It could be detection range. But in a funny sort of way, Pixie, if it's detection range, it's really fucked. I'd rather it's a -1 to hit, but I'd rather at least try and hit than not even get the chance to fucking shoot if stealth takes me down to a 9-inch detection range. Do you know what I mean? Or a 12-inch detection range. What would I rather? That actually doesn't fill me with confidence, Pixie. I'll be real with you. What about guns that innately ignore cover, like the Storm Sword Cannon? That's pretty good. Storm Sword Cannon and the Lehman Russ Eradicator. They'll hit on 4s because they ignore cover. But if you give them +1 to hit and then someone's got stealth, you're still back on 4s. If stealth affects detection range, Spec Ops veterans also including Grizzle veterans. Agreed, average white shot. Absolutely. Especially when you can do it in their turn. Yeah, they say usually 15 detection range. My expectation is that detection range is going to be a maximum of 15 inches, and then it will get lower and lower. How common is stealth really going to be? I mean, Crucible 76, truth is, there are some detachments which give it out army-wide. Pretty certain there's a Raven Guard one that does that. Is it Shadow Talon? Will Oh the Moment be even more valuable for Space Marines 11th? It could be, but I don't know if they're going to keep it because they'll have the first codex of the edition. A lot in Tau as well. Good shout, Mac. Yeah. Tau, it's going to be Ghost Kills and it's going to be Ghost Kills and Stealth Suits for days. I don't know if Kroot still get stealth in like Forest. They might, but that might not be the case. I might be thinking of 4th edition. Paul is going to be happy with the Centurions. They get to shoot at least once. I think Paul's Centurion list is fucked. 'Cause, 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 ' Yeah, if I was Paul is bad at stuff, I'd start finding something else to be autistically hyper focused on. Because those Centurions are going to be waddling across the board, never getting into detection range. And I think they're probably... Yeah, and there's a general assumption they're all going in the bin as well, isn't there? World Eaters will do well. I think World Eaters and Ember Children could do exceptionally well. Because they've both factions have got the speed and the melee.
Forward, you dogs!
What
to
might hold
victory!
both factions back is legacy problems from 10th. Like, Emperor's Children and World Eaters might be ready to start fisting, but the problem will be if the Katana like, I'm still here. 11th edition, and it's going to be like, they're going to be praying that basically those guys get dicked over sooner rather than later, but I don't think that'll happen. This is the angle that I think a lot of people are missing. Not everyone, but I think a lot of people are missing, which is what is the this is not a reset edition. This is not a reset edition. It's a continuation edition. So the big angle that needs to be taken into account is you can't look at 11th in isolation. You have to look at 11th connected to 10th. And I think there's going to be baggage from 10th coming to 11th. Like, is 11th going to fix Victrix Guard having a 1,000... Is it going to fix Victrix Guard having 1,000 fucking rules? No. Is it going to fix Catan spam? No. Unless those get updated at the beginning of the edition, then maybe it might do. But it's going to be fixing it based on like points rather than anything else. So there could be some baggage that comes over. They would say, I think the two big things that have the potential to scupper 11th edition's hype train is baggage from 10th, not unresolved baggage from 10th, and them not balancing force dispositions, and that leading to not because some people will have only just joined. So let me explain why the force disposition thing could be absolutely gigafucked, right? Right, let me show you. Oh shit, wrong one. I'm not saying it will be. I'm saying there's a chance it will be. Okay. So, we've seen we've seen an example of two force dispositions playing into each other and what those missions are, and what mission each force disposition gets. The Death Trap one is unfathomably easy. So the Death Trap one is you get 2 victory points for each area trapped, each terrain area trapped. You get +3 VP if one of those terrain areas is an objective. You can do that in any battle round with an unlimited amount of units. You also get an extra 3 VP if any enemy unit was destroyed in a terrain area if that terrain area is trapped. And then you also can get 4 victory points per turn for holding 1 or more objectives. So it's entirely possible. Let's say you're on the disruption side over here. You can't trap your home objective, but you can trap all of these ones. It's just this one you can't trap. So turn 1, you can go jump out here. Let's say you've got, these aren't even very far away. It's like 6 inches away. So turn 1, maybe you have a cheap disposable unit go here, a cheap disposable unit go here. I mean, I mean, hell, what about a minimum size squad of jump pack infantry here, a minimum size squad of ship muncher infantry here, and you go trap, trap, and then maybe you jump a unit, another little sacrificial unit here, or maybe you just decide to like trap this one out on one of these ones for the safety of your own home, right? That's turn 1, 15 victory points, or 14 to 15 victory points, because you trapped 2 areas, 2 objectives turn 1. So that's +5/+5. And then as long as you trap 2 to 3 others, you'll basically nearly max or actually overmax turn 1. So turn 1, 15 primary in the bank. And that's turn 1 with basically 2 sacrificial units and several units that are completely safe. So then obviously, so turn 1, you can score 33% of your maximum primary victory points in a game without even taking into account destroying enemy units or holding an objective. So now the enemy's got a bit of an interesting one, because the enemy doesn't want to leave you on one of these objectives. And if you don't shoot, you're hidden with those infantry choices, right? That's the biggie. So the enemy might not be able to take you off this one here. So that's +4 VP guaranteed in you. I think you're guaranteed 4 VP in your turn 2 before you start trapping anything else. So then let's have a look at what turn 2 looks like. Okay. Turn 2, I think you could probably jump over to here and trap this. Actions are considered shooting. I think that is something that would need to be clarified with 11th. But even so, Syriade, it doesn't make a difference. If they kill you off, if they don't, it doesn't matter. I think realistically, you could hold this objective, right? Maybe the action unit gets diddled, but then you just have another unit on there that's just hidden and just holds it, right? So one way or another, you're holding this natural expansion, I think, pretty easily, pretty safely. So turn 2, you start off, you gain 4 VP because you've managed to hold one objective relatively simply. You trap this one, which gives you another 5 victory points. So that's 9 VP. And then all you need to do is you've only tapped out 2 of your home ones. So then you've got 3 others here that you could then tap for traps. Because you could trap. That's easily done. Easily peasily done. Right? So let's say you get 14 points turn 1 by going bang, bang there and bang, bang there. That's 14. And then you hold one objective for 4. You trap one objective for 9. You trap these 3 for another 6. That's 15. You're on 29. You're on 29 victory points, and so you're basically you're 60+% of the way to maxing out your primary, and you haven't had to kill a single enemy unit yet. And your opponent, every single unit that you kill is going to give you victory points on all of this terrain. You know, all the terrain that you need to fight over, right? And you might say, well, what if the opponent's mission has nothing to do with these objectives? That would be really helpful, wouldn't it? That would be great. But no, your opponent who's doing the determined acquisition has to control objectives. So if turn 1, if you're an absolute deviant and turn 1 you go trap, that means from that point on, every unit every time your opponent tries to hold an objective, if you can destroy them off it, you get more victory points than they do, or you get equal victory points, because you get 3 victory points for killing a unit off their objective. They get 3 victory points for holding it. So the best case so this has got This has got like 30-ish easy victory points that can be picked up over a couple of turns. This one has 15 because you do get 3 VP for holding your home objective. Mac IQ, I think if you're Mac IQ, this is 40k, everything's hyper lethal. I think that if you're basing your plan on, oh, well, my opponent won't kill my units, I think that's a bad idea. Like this, like people get tabled all the time in this game. Anything can set a trap. Yeah, anything. So Hormagaunts could like run down here and set a trap here. I don't know if you can advance and trap, but this isn't even taking into account infiltrators. You can infiltrate a unit here, move over here, and trap this turn 1. So the whole example that the whole point of this that I'm talking about is this is a really big pitfall. To me, this into this is a massive uphill battle for the green, and it's an easy fucking win for the blue for the disruption. Salvic Blood. Can scouts and infiltrators deploy on those objectives for free VP turn 1? Yes. Yes. And now if both sides could do that, that would be great. But both sides can't do that. Now, we don't know what disruption is going to be like into other force dispositions, but this is the first example we've got of the 2 asymmetrical primary missions, and it's not balanced. It's not balanced. Capic Eagle, I love the optimism, but I don't think that... I mean, Capic Eagle, you've been playing, for a few years now. I've been playing for a few years now. I think anyone who's played a few games can look at this and say this is not balanced. Yeah, the issue is it completes immediately. Now, can this be fixed? Yeah, you can trap things, but you've got to survive a turn. You're smoking hopium. Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. No one wants anyone yucking their yum. I get it, man. But death trap versus determined acquisition. Yeah, no, this is absolutely a death trap for the hold, take and hold disposition. And so what is the point of this whole thing? My concern with this whole thing is that the force dispositions won't be balanced against each other. And there will be one force disposition that is just better than the others. And I think there's a really strong chance of this because of, I don't know, GW's track record with detachments, where it's like, hey, here's 6 detachments, only one of them's worth it. So what happens is everyone ends up piling onto one disposition, 1 or 2. Let's say 2. Everyone piles onto 2 dispositions, and that means you play the same 2 games every single time, because there's only 5 potential missions per force disposition. You've got because this is what we were looking at before. If I play disruption into take and holds, we do the same mission every single time. So if one of these force dispositions is busted and more people jump on it, when you go to a tournament, rather than playing 5 different missions, what happens? You'll probably end up playing the same mission multiple times. Potentially, and now this is hypothetical worst case scenario, and I know I'm dooming a little bit, but potentially you could go to a GT and play the same mission on the same layout 5 times in a row, if layouts get fixed. Because every time you do death trap into taking hold, that's the mission you do. So if taking hold ends up being like a complete ass forced disposition and no one takes it, and you go to a GT and you never come across someone that's got taken hold, you're going to have at least one game repeated. If there's a couple of that are bad, and it doesn't matter which army you play, it's the same mission. So that's what I think is now the biggest. That's my biggest pitfall. What I think is the biggest pitfall with 11th. If the force dispositions aren't balanced, it will lead to very repetitive games very quickly. Yeah, exactly. It sounds like we'll get boring quickly. We don't have the full... So I'm not saying this is going to happen. I want to make this abundantly clear. I'm not saying it's going to happen. We don't know. We don't have the full picture yet. I'm saying that's a possible pitfall. So yeah, the average Marine army would struggle to do that. Honestly, they don't have enough action monkeys. You don't need to do it with action monkeys. Like, if you've got some units, which, because it's going to be like, there's going to be a lot of trading and shit going on. So if you've got some units which you don't want to push out just yet, you can still score like 8 victory points with non-action monkey units just chilling out back here. Now, 8 victory points is what, like 20%, nearly 20% of your potential victory points? With basically 3 action monkeys. With basically 3 sacrificial action monkeys, you get 5, 10, 15, plus another 10. You get 25 VP with 3 action monkeys and regular units just farming. So you don't even need that many action monkeys. Yes, maybe they're very good scouts and infiltrators, yeah. And it's the set. I know we're looking at one map here, but if we look over at the other map, it's no different. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Farm those 5 for 10. Farm those 3 for 15. Boom, you're 20. You know, you are 25 VP in the bank, guaranteed by the end of turn 2, before you've even got a hold 1 objective in the bank, which you very well may do. You may not, but you've got 25 VP in the bank, guaranteed, for doing nothing. Yeah, now this is only one mission. Don't get me wrong, but this means that disruption is better than take and hold in this matchup, and the problem is if disruption. Let's say disruption's bad into purge the foe, that's still not a good thing, because that means that's another point of imbalance. That's rock paper scissors. Oh, disruption beats take and hold, but take and hold beats purge, but purge beats disruption. Oh, great. We're in rock, paper, scissors. Oh, dear. Now, what do we do in that situation? Well, then everyone just reverts to fucking killing each other. One friendly unit within range of 1 objective marker, including your home objective, or within range of 1 trainer that's not within your deployment zone. Oh, it's not within. To be fair, it isn't within your deployment zone, so that does cut out. That might cut out a few points. Yeah, that's true. It might cut out a few points, but I still think it's. I still think turn 1, 15. I mean, guys, that is a good point. I thought it was just your home objective, but it would mean potentially that not this one and not this one. But I still think that just being able to get 15 VP turn 1 like that is busted. And I think rapid ingress could be really good as well, because the enemy can't untrap it. I mean, it's 20 points. Turn 1, you go bang, bang, bang. And then at some point, you rapid ingress, or you uppy downy. Uppy downy! Uppy, downy, rapid ingress. Bang, capture, boom, 5 points. Yeah, I think 15, I think 20 VP, super easily achievable. I think trapping every objective, eminently achievable. With just normal units that you don't even need to really, like, worry about in your lists. You know, like, but what if you don't play a take and hold guy? Will the uppy downy unit be bad? No, because I've still got secondary cards that uppy downy will probably help me with. Because remember, this is just, infiltrators will probably be good for secondaries as well. Uppy downy will probably be good for secondaries as well. So yeah, like, I'm just concerned. Like I said, it's a big pitfall. It's a big fucking pitfall. Is it guaranteed to be a problem? No. Is it potentially going to be? Does it look like a problem right now? Yes. On Hammer and Anvil layout, max you can score 23 points for actioning. I don't think that's true. I can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, there's 10 pieces of terrain here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, if you want to count, are we counting these ones as 1? I don't know if they are 1. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's 22 victory points. Oh yeah, plus another. What did you say, 29? No, you said 23. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say this is your deployment zone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's 22 victory points. Plus the fact that you've got 4 objectives is another 12 victory points. So 34. Middle, a 2, possibly. Possibly. So between 34 and 36. Yeah. 34 and 36 points. Because these are separate, this might be one. Yeah, so no, it's you get, and that's 34 victory points off one part. Remember, if that was the only way you could score primary, maybe it would be all right. But that's 33 victory points before you destroy anyone in a trapped terrain piece. And the first thing you do, bang, bang, bang. All right. And so then the enemy whose mission is to take the objectives, right? So you turn 1, go bang, 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 trap, trap, trap. Now, every time the enemy tries to score primary, you get primary if you can kill them off them. Because if they move something weak and shitty on there, then that's an easy 3 VP for you, and they don't get their VP. That's a 6-point swing. Look, because you would get 3, and they wouldn't. So then they have to move out a valuable asset, which sure might allow them to get 3 VP, but something that's going to be able to survive a lot of shooting and melee. Very valuable. Realistically, you're not going to get it all. You don't need to get it all. Let's go through a realistic. Mac, I'm going to be honest. You are full blown cope mode. I'm just going to say it, man. Let's go through a realistic scenario. Okay, you managed to cap 15 victory points there. I think it's not out of the realms of possibility to say you're going to cap these 3 as well. Okay, so we've got 21 out of a possible 45 victory points. Now, that means there's only 24 victory points left. In order to score All we need to do to score 24 more victory points is destroy 4 enemy units and hold one objective for 3 turns. It's not that hard. One objective. And you're down a third of your army. Why would you be down a third of your army? How much? Look, scouts are 70 points. Bang, bang, bang. And these ones won't even die. So bang, bang, bang. Oh no, 200. That's 15 victory points for 210 points. Piece of piss. Nah, man. I honestly, I think the cope is really hard in chat. I'm gonna be real. I'm not trying to be rude, but I think anyone who is denying that death trap is a really easy mission is coping. It's piece of piss. It's piece of piss. Anyway, and that's my concern. And I guess here's the thing, right? Here's the big takeaway. All those people that are like saying, oh, it's not as easy, blah, 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 blah. Which mission do you think's easier? Out of the two, which mission do you think's easier to get big primary on? There's no debate here. There's no debate here. Which mission do you think's easier? Obviously, Death Trap. Like that's it. Oh, maybe it's not quite as easy I'm describing it. Okay, fine. Fine. I don't believe that. I think that it's super easy. But let's just go off your argument. Okay, it's not as easy as I'm saying it is. All right. But which one's easier? By far. Obviously, Death Trap. Obviously. Yeah. And so that means that those two force dispositions, when they play into each other, aren't balanced. So the first example that they've given us of these, we've made sure these asymmetrical missions are balanced around each other, is false. Is wrong. It's unbalanced. I think someone was trying to argue it's front loaded, your scoring goes down over the game. But dude, it doesn't, man. So Serie A, I get that. I understand that's the angle people are coming from. But that's just not right. That's only right if you just look at this 1/3 of the way you get to score points. Yeah, the trapping goes down, but the killing units in terrain doesn't go down. The just holding a single objective doesn't go down. I mean, dude, look at, okay. If you put your all into it, do you think you could hold one objective the entire game? Fuck yeah, you could. Okay, boom, there's 16 victory points guaranteed. Right? You only have to hold one. This super easy one that's right on the edge of deployment zone, you only have to hold that. Right? So you go, so you've got 15 in the bank easy there. Holding one objective the entire game's in the 16. That's 31. I don't think it's out the realms of possibility to be able to trap 3 more. Okay, so now we're on 37. So all I need to do to max my primary is, and that's not even taking into account uppy downy. That's the easiest possible ones. It's that, and that. Can I do that one? So another 4. So 15 plus 16 is 31 plus 4, 35. All I need to do is kill what, like 3 enemy units to basically max out primary? Watch only battle line be able to do primary missions. That could change it. But would that change it for this as well? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if this one's only done by, I know it sounds crazy, but if only battle line can do actions. I don't think nah, there's no way that'll be a thing, man. I'd be very, very surprised. Very, very surprised. It would say it here, man. It would say 1 friendly battle line unit within range of 1 objective. Nah, it says 1 friendly unit. I don't think there's any way that's going to be the case. Nah, I honestly don't think there's any way that's going to be the case. I think that is the biggest copium rock that's ever been banged into a plastic crack pipe I've ever seen. Yeah, if only battle line can do actions, then everyone just goes purge. I agree with Kelshin. Nah, man. There's no way. The cope is so real, man. I love all of you. I love all of you bastards, but the cope is beyond the pale. A Mad Larky makes a good point. It doesn't say you have to control it to trap it. Yeah. Objective action. I just think that's I don't think that means anything, objective action. It's just an action on an objective. It's an action to get points. I guarantee you secondaries will say objective action as well. Nah, there's no way. And even if it was limited to battle line, I don't think that changes anything at all. Like, I don't think that changes anything even slightly. I think you just go, okay, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. I don't even need 6 battle line units. I can have 1 battle line unit do 2 here. 1 battle line unit probably do 2 here. 1 battle line unit probably do 2 here. Yeah, I don't think that makes any difference. If I'm right, some of the black ships, I just don't see it, man. GW would have made a big thing out of it if they were making battle line more relevant at the beginning of 11th. Why would GW want to? GW doesn't want to do that. GW wants you to buy big, expensive, shiny, flashy kits. That's what they want. Yeah. And the big thing is, like, this is the one that we've seen. And I just think Death Trap is so easy. Yeah. Anyway, that's what I think. I think that's probably the biggest pitfall of 11th. And I think that is probably where you'll see the most balancing attempt to be done this edition. I don't think it's a good idea. I'm yeah. I'm not convinced. We'll have to see. I don't think these forces positions are going to be balanced into each other. I think it's going to be very rock, paper, scissors. So I think you're right, but I don't think beyond 2-1 it'll be easy as you think. Fair enough. We'll agree to disagree. I think we can agree. I think we can agree to say that it looks easier. Turn 1 looks like a big boost. But maybe it will drop off a little bit. Anyway. Like I said, that's what I think the biggest pitfall is right now. I think the terrain we will be able to adapt and overcome. I think that's... I think that's big fucked. Oh, man. Right. There we go. Have we got super chats coming in here? Talzun, thank you for super chat, bro. Tell me why I shouldn't bring priests with chainsaw flamers, sustained hits, reroll ones in every 11th army. What was the meme? Is now I'm tired and losing it. Why would... Okay, reroll ones because of Grizzled. Sustained because of the priest. Okay, why doesn't that work? 2 words. Why does... It may change. Fights first. Maybe. It also depends if you draw secondaries or quite actions as well. You might have the action coming. That's true, but man, like it, you don't need to. You can build those secondaries up, man. You don't have to throw them away anymore. Yeah. Kappa Eagle, thank you for super chat. Any new Tales of Tournament Gamer coming anytime? Watch a few today. I thought they were hilarious. Crossbows and so many Salted Tale players. I've got the Inbred Brothers, which I still haven't spoken about. That's the last one I've got there in the bank, I think. I'm trying to think. And then I've got 3 story. I've got 3 Tales of a Corpo Drone stories. But they're not anything to do with wargaming. They're stories from my time as a corporate drone. Yeah. So I've got a few, but yeah, I've not got... I've got a few here and there. I'm trying to think if I've got any others. Fun Jacob, do you think my engineers 11th will be just used as they are now? Fuck no, man. 3 minimum squads of engineers meta incoming. Just pick disruption as you pick disruption and hope you're playing to take and hold. Do you know what's ironic? I think guard will be the best at disruption. By miles. I think guard will max out disruption without even breaking a sweat. I'm having a week. Gentlemen, I think it's time. We've talked a lot about terrain today. But I'm tired now. I'm tired and I want to have a bit of fun. I don't think there's I think at this point, this reminds me greatly of the... Do you remember when we spent 8 hours talking about the Deathwatch Index in 10th edition? Good times. We're not ending the stream. The reason the lights have gone down low is it's time for the after party. All this talk about terrain has made me want to play a game that has a lot of terrain in it. So, let us play, and if anyone in the community wants to join in, you can do. Let's play a little bit of Over the Top, which is a World War I 100v100 multiplayer game. So you can all, anyone who wants to join in, they can do. Talzun's definitely going to jump in. I know he is. Might even get some voice comms going if we can organize it. Yeah. Well, it's just loading now. Is Overtop better than Holdfast? They're very... I haven't played the Holdfast World War One game. To me, they're very similar. Truth be told. I don't know if this is going to work. There we go. All right. Server browser. EU91 looks like it's got plenty of space in it. Let's go there. I will play with your treat my Discord comms, my voice calls like Discord DMs. Never fun, Jacob. Yeah, I'll still take questions about terrain. By the way, I'll still take questions about it. I'm just like not going to go around and no. I'll take questions from people who join and have got questions, but we'll play a bit of games whilst it's going on. All right. Oh, let me play the Entente. I want my bagpipes. Fine, I'll play the good guys. Alright. Ah, yes. Rifleman. There we go. Mega squad. Ah, 1 minute. Oh, shit. Parties, squads. 11th terrain is broken. That's going to be the squad name. Hopefully someone will get it. There you go. Alright, I'm in. Let's go, baby. Oh, man. Look at all this. Look at this 11th edition terrain. It came out a few months ago. Oh, shit. That's a baddie. I killed him. Nice. Let's go. Oh, shit. Ah. I was trying to bayonet charge him. How do we set up this join? Just join EU server 91 and then join the 11th edition terrain's broken squad. And then that'll be the easy way of doing it. Nice. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Die! Where are you? No! No! Ah, you bastards. He might get me up. I'll see if I can stay alive. Help me, you bastard. Oh, no. He's definitely not going to make it. All right. I'll give up now. Rogue Trader Jake, Mordian, do you think Catchans are on the chopping block? They seem like they would be decent infantry in the dense cluster ruins. I think they probably are on the chopping block, to be honest. I think they're probably on the chopping block. But they might get a range refresh. Ideally, they'd get a range refresh, to be honest. Average right shark, rack simulator. Oh shit, that was an enemy. I wasn't paying attention. Why is that guy just like on a machine gun in our trench? Yeah, that's why I shouldn't super chat and did I miss your super chat? Filiparigo didn't come through. Oh, I might have done. Give me a second. Next time I die, I'll take a look. There you go. I wasn't concentrating. More detailed picture stream discussion for your use, sir. Ah, thank you, mate. Thank you. What of the Vanguard vets? I'll definitely try my best to use them. Come on, you bastard game. It's being annoying now. There we go. To Krampus. I'll have to go back and have a look. Oh shit, there's enemies right there. I can't charge and super chat. You'll all just have to be patient. Okay. Okay. The Krampus. All this thinking about the future has me all depressed. They couldn't force me to stop bringing dawns using points. They had to use terrain. Relevant song in stream discussion. Let me have a look. What's the relevant song? I don't want to play any songs that's going to get the stream blocked, because I think it's quite an important stream that I'd like to keep staying up. Oh, that's it's an AI song. It should be all right. Let's have a look. I'll listen to this whilst I'm playing the game. Spawn, you bastard in game.
I was just a rookie player, and I stayed up through the night. I sorted through my army list, made sure to get it right.
Oh, you fucking knobhead. You're in the way.
The date is late, the evening just before, but I ain't gonna chop no dawns. Holy moly.
I'm drunk. I can't see. Fuck it.
Holy moly, what a hell of a hefty price. Holy moly.
Oh, damn.
Hell of a hefty price, but I ain't gonna chop no dawns. When the codex dropped, it seemed like things were finally looking up. Even though our unit list was trimmed into a stump, then they raised the price by 15 points to balance out the war. But I ain't gonna chop no dawns. Holy moly, what a hell of a hefty price. Holy moly, what a hell of a hefty price.
Fuck off.
What a hell of a hefty price. But I ain't gonna chop no dawns. We did our best to keep them rolling.
Yeah, that's better.
We sacrificed the infantry to keep the dream alive. And then they came around again and they raised the price some more. But I ain't gonna chop
Oh, no.
dawns. Holy moly, what a hell of a hefty price. Holy moly,
I'm loving the song.
hefty price. Holy moly, what a hell of a hefty price. But I ain't gonna chop no dawns. I could take a pair of vanquishers or something that could score. I could take some bricks of
Who's this with?
Canadians and march
Talzon's here.
board. If I
Come on, Talzon, let's go. Come on, boys.
could take a shadow sword,
Bayonet charge.
but I ain't gonna chop no dawns. Holy moly, what a hell of a hefty price. Holy moly, what a hell of a hefty price.
Die.
Holy moly, what a hell of a hefty price. But I ain't gonna chop no dawns.
Fuck off.
Tried it all to pressure me to
Come here.
take some
Charge.
I'll take them though the numbers say they shouldn't do so.
Charge. Oh, no.
Not about what works
I dropped my bayonet.
afford. I ain't gonna chop no dorns.
I don't think anyone... Oh, someone is... Turd pounders nearby.
They try to make a mighty fuss. More and more they try to say what's best for us. Morty and Glory says just take a bloody rust.
Yes, take the rust.
Gonna chop no dorns. Holy moly, what a hell of a hefty price. Holy moly, what a hell of a hefty price. Holy moly, what
Oh, shit. Is that a tank? I'm pretty near spawn. I might... Oh, yeah, it was a tank. Nice. That was a good song. Nice. I like that. I got a medic station near me. I should be using that. No. I'm injured again.
Where are you, buddy?
Right, let me get on this. I don't want that gun. Oh shit. Ah. I'm not dead yet. I'm still alive. Nice. Thank you for the revive. Your spawn. Nice. Fuck, that's not good. Sets up, instantly gets nobbled. Fuck this. Oh, I stabbed him. He didn't die. I almost had him then. It fit really well with the gameplay. It did, didn't it? Okay, where's Towson? Spawn off him. Alright, let's go. Fuck off. Oh shit. Sir's down. Cover me, Porkins. Fuck it. Ah! I was almost there. Damn pipe smoking bastard. I missed the music now. Oh shit. Ah, I was double teamed. Oh shit. Ah, I didn't have my bayonet out. I had the wrong mode out. I'll see if I can try I'll try a different class for you guys. Show a few different things off. Armored. Yes. There we go. I'm not a massive fan of armored. But it's fine. Alright. I'm slow and tired now. Oh, look at us go. Oh, it's beautiful. The infantry wave. I feel this guy's playing music that's going to get me in trouble. Strong suspicion. Oh my god, it's an absolute massacre. You want some of this, bitch? Oh shit. Oh, hello. I need some aid. Aid station, please. I don't really want ammo. Right. I'm an armored man with a machine gun. I feel like that's quite OP. Oh, yes. Look at this. Okay, looks like we've got them on the ropes, boys. My god, Biggles just went down. Oh, he's called in a mortar barge. Push them, boys. Push, push, push. I am the human periscope. Little bitch boy shooting people in the back. Not shoot people in the front like a real man.
I want my mommy. I'm scared.
Well, tough.
Sir, don't do it. I want my mommy. Where is my son? Wait. Hold on.
Get him!
Bloody Germans! Heal me, brother. Brother, heal me.
Ah, my sword wasn't helping me. We got in the dugout. We got in the dugout, man. That was awesome. Literally charged down the enemy dugout. I've never done that before. Should have reloaded. It's not the Emperor. It's the Kaiser, prep cook. You gotta praise the Kaiser. I mean, don't, because you'll get in trouble. But... Oh, hello. My lobster armored form. Oh, are they baddies? Yes. Not winning that particular long-range engagement. Ah! Fuck you, lol. Nah, you can't do shit to me. There we go. And that's over the top. There we are. I was drafted. Brilliant. All right, let's have a look at the super chat here. So, Newbie, a cutting format for Death Trap in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Hey, here's my take for the whole guard Death Trap mission. Hopefully the attachments are 1 point each to make this work. So here it is. Recon Siege Bridgehead, a.k.a. Space Nam. You take 4 times 10 and 2 times 20 catachans, 2 captain command squads, 1 Cadian command squad, 1 Kazakid, 2 Hellhounds, 2 Lemurs battle tanks, 2 Valkyries, 2 Chimera. So you mount the 4 times 10 catachan squads and transports, keep the 2 Valks off board. You then scout with Chimeras and 20 catachans and Kazakid, use mass siege order of move maneuver. Use the siege mass order move move, reach the terrain, trap and hold, and don't shoot. Move Hellhounds up and Lemurs battle tank support, move fire with them. Second turn, you do it again, but use the 2 Chimeras to disembark and act as mobile gun platforms. Use 2 squads to trap. Call in Vraks ready for turn 3 to disembark. By turn 3, you point blank, and hint doesn't matter at that point. You turn and blitz the other army into the cage, jail them off their points, you can keep trapping. So, what if some of your dudes die? You're likely up by 30 primary points and maybe some secondaries. Or since you're bridgehead, you can up down a Valk. Your troops, if more than 8 inches away, are counted as in cover. So that's basically -1 to hit across the board. If they shoot at you, -2 in terrain. You've got smoke or incendiary to give you more cover for your tanks or strip enemy cover in movement. Enemy units in cover. Also, siege or recon work well if melee or point blank while on board. If they shoot while in point blank. Bridger can give you some funny strats. It's all happening while keeping a fluffy catch and feel to it all. Also, my odds reaction. I love that. I can't show the gif off right now, but I love that. Hey, can I change team? I might not be able to. Alright, I'll deal with it. I like playing Entente. What's my class? Rifleman. That's actually quite interesting, Sonubi. Oh, yeah, we get to defend. That's actually quite interesting. Yeah, the idea of just like... And this is what I mean. Stacking, even if you... Bridgehead isn't even really needed in that situation. But even if... even if you just have siege and recon, it absolutely fucks on... Jesus Christ. The guy is just playing all the bad music. Yeah, I think Space Nam works 100%.
Last thing you want in your burger is some burger.
I don't know what songs that guy's playing, but knowing this game, I have a suspicion it's not the kind that's friendly to friendly to YouTube monetization. For a second, there was sweet relief. Alright, get on the firing step now. I got 2 downs. That's a good machine gun point, but he's definitely going to draw fire down on me, which I'm not happy about. No! Stop singing it! I can only hope that the YouTube algorithm isn't very good at picking up the low-quality German marches. Oh, that's actually quite helpful. Thank you. It's a bit dark. I got him. Ah! Oh no! Oh, sick. Thank you, Desert Frostbite. We seem to be holding okay for now. Oh dear. That's not good. Gotta be careful, there's still.
Do some wild shit in this game. None that I just
Jesus, man. Get me up, lower decks! Get me up! Ah, that's cool. Can hear me in game chat. That's cool.
Are you the Morning Glory? Are you the Morning Glory? Oh my gosh.
coming over here across this wall. Wait,
Nice. It's funny because people couldn't hear me in in-game chat the other day. I could do with an ammo respawn point. Oh, someone's got me. I knew that guy had me. I was being too, what do you call it? I was being too ballsy. Oh, Muddy, can you hear in-game chat? I can hear in-game chat, yeah. I just can't, I'm not chatting in-game myself, that's all. That suppressive fire actually worked, god damn it. Oh wow, look at that French wave. Look at that wave of Frenchmen. The frogs are coming. Gotta get up the reserve trench. Get amongst them. Gotta drive them out. Oh my god. Oh, the FT-17s are doing good damage now. Oh my god, they're all over us. They're all over us, boys. There you are. Get on the firing step. I got someone but then died. I had a comfy position before. I had a very comfy position before. My comfy position has been taken away from me. I'm terribly vexed. Any there's only riflemen available. I'm okay with riflemen. That doesn't look good.
Guys, barbed wire hurts. I want you to know that.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Stop dropping bombs on our fucking base. It's really a little turn.
I think they're going to clear the first line soon. They're giving it a damn good push.
With you, Morty.
No, that's not going to work. Oh, look at my neck spurting. That's going to be me in 11th edition. Doing a take and hold mission versus a disrupt person. That mission's so fun. I can't believe anyone was trying to defend it. I'm sorry, I love you all, but anyone defending that's giga fucked. See, they won't expect to up them. Ah, see, they won't expect to up them. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Don't go! Don't go that far, you die! I was my own foe. I was my own, yeah. We weren't defending the other mission. It was shit. We felt you were being overly generous on scoring. Okay, fair enough, Syriade. Fair enough. That's alright. I'll accept that. I was being... maybe I was exaggerating a little bit for effect. Oh, shit. Oh, Pierre just... Absolutely... Oh, no, wait. What's he doing? I thought he's going to be on our team. I was probably exaggerating for comedic effect too much. But forgive me, I was about 5 rum and cokes deep at that point. Oh, whoops. No. Yes, die. That FT-17 got me with quite a long-range shot. They're not getting into this first line. Brother, LMGs can't hit shit beyond 20 meters. Not if you're running and gunning with them. Nice. Someone's gone ham with the Flammenwerfer.
Don't dig it through. Don't dig it through.
Ammo? Nice. More grenades. Oh shit. Woohoo! Someone got so my ass then. Can't use the Oh, I killed someone. Nice. Fuck it. Let's go, boys. No, no, no. The machine guns. The tanks. If you want to be more effective as a trench, you got to spawn a Shrek Wolf. That's true. No, unfortunately, this is before the rift opened up. Otherwise, that would be a good shout. There's a lot of little bits of brush on this side. Don't like that. Can't go. Oh my god, there's a lot of enemies over there. Oh my god, that tank can see me. Ah. Might that guy's line of fire? Maybe. I'm moving up! I'm doing it, man! Nice.
Robert, get the tank out of the fucking train.
Have a little reload. I'm gonna have a little cheeky reload. There's some bastard coming up the trench. He'll never expect this. Ah, no. He's... Oh, shit. We need more bodies on sea. We're losing it. Oh, no. We've got to try and take it back. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Ah. Oh, shit, they took it. I don't think we can take it back. Nope. They have taken the first line. Well played. Well played, Frenchies. Well played. Or do we have... No, we have 2 minutes to take it back. We have 2 minutes to take it back. Oh. Ow, barbed wire. Oh shit, this counts. Ah. I didn't think they were that far forward. Tao, I don't think anyone cares that I'm in the match. Oh, dearie me. I am very aware. Oh, now you're being mean. Now you've upset me. You know, you should be like, no more, dude. Everyone knows who you are. You have such a big penis. It is famous throughout the land.
On your 6.
Someone kill that motherfucker. Oh shit. I clip. You do find this terrain with all the... In this terrain, in this map, in this game, with all the terrain, that you do find that you end up clipping and bouncing through shit. Come on, 30 seconds. I don't think we're going to get it. Whoa. Come here, you bastard. Nice. The bayonet is the mightiest of weapons. Apart from machine guns, they're also pretty mighty. Hey, it's like 11th edition. You're going to need them terrain. You're going to need them bayonets. Oh, no, they've got it locked. C is now officially theirs. We must retreat to the second line. Imaginatively named. As it is. Oh dear. They're already infiltrating. They're already infiltrating forward. Guys, they're already infiltrating forward. You got to get back to B. Oh my god, look, there you go. I'll try and save the spawn. But no, I think I'm going to go on B. Yeah, they're all over spawn 3. It's a goddamn massacre. That guy hit me from fucking miles away. That was a very good shot. They're already penetrating the second line, man. They're going to get it. It's going to go from nothing to everything very quickly for them. All right. I think it's looking a bit. It's looking a bit stiffer now. The line's looking a bit stiffer, I say. Jesus Christ. I mean, Gott mit uns. Or Gott in Himmel. Oh man, he bloody knew where I was, didn't he? Alright. Okay. Get on the line, boys. Get on the middle line today. They're all over B again. Fuck you. These damn automatic weapons. I telling you, they're not. Oh, thank you, man. These automatic weapons are not cricket. Right, I'm gonna heal. They are all over B. I'm not gonna lie. We have to drive them out, frog by frog. Oh, that tank. That tank is a nightmare. Just compromise his position. My game bugged out. Did you see? I wasn't aiming. It was like it had gone bayonet mode, but it wouldn't aim. That was actually. I had a really good spot there, and my game genuinely bugged out. That's very frustrating. Yeah, this is falling apart. Why are so many of our team fucking around on C, man? Terrible. It's all literally they've broken through the first line, and it's terrible. It's all gone wrong. And then they'll get more time. Yeah, we had such a solid defensive one, and it's completely fallen apart.
Whole squad's on you, and I built a sandbag line right in front of us.
Nice.
So take it back.
Oh, we got what? Take that one back. Fuck it. All right. Let's go, baby. The Kaiser protects. I'm fucking on it, boys. Oh. They'll never expect this one. Oh no, there's a guy using your sandbags against us. You led us into a death trap. You led us to death. Why? Why, Talza? Why would you do this? Somebody shoot that man. He was a fourth column. He's a fifth column inside the force. My God. I feel like I'm hitting that tree. Or maybe not.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Where's my fucking reticule? It's very disconcerting. Shitting hell. Where it's like looks like your bullets are hitting the tree, but actually they're going through it.
Engineers need concrete. 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 Engineers take coming on our left. Let's go.
I'm just firing. I'm suppressing fire. Oh shit. Oh no, they're breaking in. Ugh.
Y'all are behind you. Don't get a sub.
Oh, I was trapped between snipers. Trapped between guys on the front and guys on the flank. You must hold it, man.
We got some enemy troops coming in from the west, boys.
Oh, no bad. Yes, avenge me. Avenge me, brother! Avenge me! The Kaiser will take personal care of your mother if you die. We have to drive them out the trench, brothers. Drive them out. Kill that motherfucker. His mate behind him. Ah. They're all over that flank. Oh no, don't get me up, boys. I didn't realize I was wounded. I thought I was dead. Change class. No, I think I'm alright as rifle at the moment. I can't believe that FT-17 is still going. Someone should have killed it by now. Where are the specialists with the anti-tank rifles? I was trying to get over the thing, but spacebar didn't work. I really wish I could be one of our heavy machine gun gunners. Let me on. Well, I managed to get a couple of them. We gotta push them back. Get on the MGs. Push them back. Machine gun gavers.
Thank you.
Someone get that motherfucker! Man! The machine gun's not in a great place. Gotta push him back. Is it? Well, I can go first person if you want, but it's even more hellish. It's not a first person shooter, it's a third person shooter. It's an entire category of games you might have heard of. But let me tell you, it's way more psychotic doing it like this. There you go. It's way worse. The guns are doing all this shit. It's not a first person shooter. It's a third person shooter. I might go and hit a friendly. Hopefully not. Ah, I thought I stabbed him. Couldn't see what I was doing. 7 minutes left. We've got to hold the line for 7 minutes. They have taken too much ground. Now is not the time to dig trenches. Now is the time to fight. Nice. Still got a kill. All these trenches I really don't think are helping us. I'm very convinced these trenches that have been lovingly dug are doing fucking nothing. If anything, they're getting in the way. Oh shit, the gas is going to kill me. I'm going to throw my grenades before I die.
How the fuck did I lose that game? Pussy German boy! Kill me! Kill me!
Let's go for a change of class. Let's go upper class. I feel like this has definitely devolved into more melee and close range shooting. Stop trying to shoot that, you bellend, and shoot the tank. Come on. Where are these damn French? Oh shit, plane. Nice. I quite like this spot. Fucking hell, I can't hit shit. How are they still capturing it? We're like all over this. That's one of ours. Yeah, I thought so.
Could someone build something here? Fuckers?
He got me. This big long pokey stick. I'm surprised they're still technically... I'm surprised they're still technically taking it. Maybe they're all on this side. Ah. Oh my god. Okay, I understand where it's all going on now. I'm playing on PC. I am. All we can do here is bleed and give effort. Alright, we're on. I do not respect gas. My lungs are stronger than the gas. That's not friendly. Oh, I hit him. Oh, he's... Where did he come from? Drive them out the flank, men. Drive them out the flank. It burns. Oh, that's great. I died to a random tree. What an inglorious way to go. Definitely feels like we've got him on the ropes here. Just... Oh, that's fine. Right side? Are they coming on the right side again? Let's have a look. They keep switching sides. Take that. He's still rolling around, but he's dead. Yeah! Look at that. Look at my big old hand cannon go. Death by Woody. Oh, the... It's all about the right side now.
Help.
Hold, man. It's 1 more minute. Hold him. My God. I've got a spot here. Oh my God. Bang, bang, bang. Why won't you die? I should have gotten amongst them with the sword. I injured a few of them, but I didn't kill any. But I killed like one guy. Ah, there you go. Got the assist. There you go. Ah, oh, someone was like pranking me. Don't get me up. I'll just be eyes. Alright, you can get me up now. No, you can't. I'm dead. How much left? 1 second left. Victory! Ah, always feels good when the good guys win. It's too easy a joke to make. I killed 31 players and got 12 major assists, which is pretty good. There you go. Right. I don't think I made it. I made it onto the front one time. Not this time. These guys have got really high scores. All right. That's probably enough. Do you want me to do one more, or is that enough? Fifth best squad out of how many? I tell you what, if I get a chance to play, that's enough for you. Yeah, I mean, if I get a chance to play a little bit of Entente, I might play a little bit of Entente. But I think that's probably it. Is there anything I could do, anything I want to vote on? I'll just follow the people. I'm a man of the people after all. Like if I get to play Entente, I'll play one more. If I don't, I won't play one more. I quite like playing as the French and the British. Probably a bit more than the Germans, to be honest. I don't know why. They just don't. The guns and stuff just don't gel with me quite as much. Come on, here we go. Yeah, there we are. Oh, can I be something different? I'd like to be an officer. Officers are kind of cool. Ah, yes. There we go. Cool. French would do remind me of Mordians a bit. New squad. Do I need to make a new squad? I can make a new squad if you want. There you go. I made it. I don't know how this game works. Don't presume anything. That's not how... Oh wait, ooh. That'll do. What's better? Nah, fuck that. Where are the enemy? That's ours. Where are the enemy going to be attacking from? This looks kind of important. I feel like we should hold this. These guys look like bots to me. Definitely. Now there they are. The Bosch. The vile Hun. I am further away than I'd like to be. I'm going back towards B. This is not a good place to be. It's too far back. How do I get out of this? Is that health? I'll have some health. Oh, they're on it. My God. Ah! Get me up, I'm an officer. I'm important. So I called it in time. Nice. My airstrike hurt somebody. That's good. Well, actually, it killed someone. You machine gun guy, you go first. Oh my God. They got him. Look at that. Oh dear. The old duelist stance, you know. Oh, no. Should have kept my head down. Oh, my God. They're swarming it, sir. They're swarming it. This is a bad... No, not... Why have you spawned me here, game? Why have you spawned me out in the open? You bad, naughty game. Oh, my God. I don't think he'd come for me. I don't think anyone's coming over here. I'm giving up. Where's that tank? There we go. I'm a damn... Yeah! Alright. Turn the bloody tank! 1 minute. Ah, there we go. Turn the bloody tank to the bloody... There we go. No, back, turn it, bloody, bastard. Oh, wait. No, I see it. Drive them, men, drive them. It's dead. I let you off. You know what you were doing. You saw the tank. Wait. Aha. Oh, I missed. That. I swear there's cannons going everywhere. Aha, there's another tank over there. See where my shell went? My shell did not go where I was aiming it. That was better. Look at him go. I'm out. I died. I'm getting back in the tank. No, I'm getting out of the tank. Fuck it out. Okay. That looks like a solid shout. I'm brave. I'm a brave officer. Oh dear, this artillery barge seems to have gone a bit squiffy. Ah, no, I meant... Oh, no, they were alright. My God. Oh no, don't spawn on me, chaps. I'm in a bad place. This might be a bit better. Oh my God. That was a charge and a half, that was. Yeah. I knew I was dead. Right, one more life, and then I'm GG. Where am I on the map? I'm in a decent place for spawn.
Watch your left side, Morgan. Towards the school.
No. Right, this is better. This is a nice spot for an officer's dugout. Ah, the random death by artillery. But such is life. There we are. There we are. All right, let's finish it there. Ah. There we go. Ah. Tired. Well, that was a nice big stream. But started a bit early, covered everything I wanted to, played a bit of over the top, bish bash bosh. There we go. Tell you what's warm in here now. Fucking hell. There you go. We've given, let's end the poll here. Gather our thoughts. There we go. So there you go. I'm going to take a little screenshot of that, actually. That's a lot of votes. Oh my god. All right. Yeah, I think we'll call it there. It was nice to have it was nice to play a bit of gaming at the end of the stream, just because not done that in a little while. But we talked about pretty much, you know, I think we really, really covered a lot of stuff in that stream. I think we covered the missions. I think we covered the terrain in a big way. I definitely... I'll tell you what's interesting about this whole 11th edition thing, boys. No one is unreservedly convinced yet. You know? No one is unreservedly like, yes, this is it. This is the one. There's a bit of like, well, this is quite good. Ooh, I'm not sure about this bit though. Ooh. But I'll tell you what, I think you've basically seen 11th edition now. You know the guys, you know the terrain rules, you know the missions. You know how force disposition, force org terrain and force org terrain and missions. At this point, the only thing that this might sound a little silly, but the only thing that will change is the specifics. And what do I mean by that? Like, oh, which detachment happens to be good right now? Which unit happens to be good right now? But that's just the day-to-day ebb and flow of Warhammer. Yeah, that's just the day-to-day ebb and flow of Warhammer. That's not... That's almost... It's almost unremarkable. It's going to be, but tell you what, it's going to be a big. It's going to be it's going to be. It's going to be a big change, I think. No, that's not true. I don't think it's going to be a big change. I think it's going to be. I think, like I said, I think 10. I think it's 10th dialed up to 11. That's what I think. I quite like that saying, if I do say so myself. It's 10th dialed up to 11. But I guess the only thing we can do is start rolling some bones, you know. Start rolling some bones, rolling some dice, and see and see what comes. Come what may. Yeah. Cymox, I'm worried about I'll be playing the same missions over and over. I'm worried about that too, man. GW's not been so good at writing missions recently. Oh, what if it's Horse Heresy 3.0 and half the missions just don't work? I think, do you know what's funny? GW is going to drag this out for months. And I almost think the best thing they could do is rip the band-aid off and just let it fly. Let it fly, boys! Let it fly! Alright. And on that note, we're going to wrap up. Thank you so much for all of your who joined today. Thank you so much to everyone who chatted away. Thank you to everyone who liked and subscribed. And thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that amazing stuff. And I hope you guys enjoyed the after party as well. There you are. We should play. We need a song to play us out. I think we'll just go classic. There we go. I got it. But yeah, I think that's all for now, guys. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it. The future is now, and the future is a bit scary, but hey, who knows? At least one way or another, we're gonna have some fun. One way or another, we're gonna have some fun. 11th edition is gonna have definitely got some bit. It's gonna have some bits going on for it. But I guess the only question that remains is how quickly will it get solved? And that, detective, all comes down to these forced dispositions. The terrain will be solved quickly. The army building and the missions. If there's one that's better than the others, that could be a thing. Alright. That's all for now. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.